Tina with your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the next mayor of Los Angeles, Adam Friendon. Is this
Hey, everybody.
You're going to be the next mayor?
The next mayor. No, I'm not running for
I'm
mayor.
voting for you.
Do
I'm
you
writing
think
you in. I'm saying Adam Friendon for mayor.
it is kind of crazy how New York City was a big thing and now Los Angeles is a big thing because of the fires? So
Mm-hmm.
these two cities are in national politics now. What's up with that?
Well, I mean, it's LA. It's Hollywood, right? You got to talk about it. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Did you watch this debate? This debate's like very crazy. It's very
Mm-hmm.
interesting. And
I'll
also, I
have to.
mean, like just the whole in the governor's race, everything's going on in California. Your state is
I'm living
fascinating.
it. I
I
don't need to
know.
watch this. I'm living it. I'm living it. No, it's interesting. I did watch some interviews. I tried to watch other material because I didn't know much about this Scott Pratt guy. So, but now I
Spencer
feel like
Pratt.
I'm up. Oh, Spencer Pratt. See, look, I don't even know his name.
You don't even know his name. Yeah, exactly.
Spencer Pratt. So I did listen to some interviews with him and kind of got up to speed with what he's all about. So I am interested to see the debate. I know way too much about Karen Bass already, and I can't stand Karen Bass, obviously. So
Mm-hmm.
there's like the
Is
leaked
it just
phone
insane?
call
Like
going around now.
after all the fires, like even if it's like hypothetical that it like wasn't, she had no responsibility, right? How wouldn't you just like resign in disgrace? Like after that, you'd just be like,
Nobody,
listen,
nobody
like
does that anymore. Are you
you
kidding
would
me?
just be like, you would just bow, like you would just take a book like from Japan, you just bow and say, my humblest apologies. It was my responsibility as mayor. Forget, I apologize, and then you just disappear, right? Just gone.
I mean, we've elected a bunch of narcissists to our public offices. So why the hell would a narcissist ever relinquish power for any reason whatsoever? They have no sense of shame.
Well, you're talking about what's actually happening. I'm saying ideally. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You're
Look,
talking
if
about the
it's
real
well,
world. I'm
if it's
talking about
aspirational,
hypothetical.
I'm behind you. Okay,
Okay, thank
100%.
you.
People
Yeah,
should resign in shame. But look, that we're just way past that at this point.
of course, of course. So, and also we're gonna watch. I don't know what order we're gonna watch things, but also we're gonna watch. So we're gonna watch the L.A. mayoral debate or parts of it because I think parts of it are very, very fascinating to me. Some of the answers, and also I didn't realize this. The woman, there's three candidates. There's Karen Bass, there's Spencer Pratt, and then there's this other lady whose name escapes me at the moment, and
Hmm.
she's a Democrat Socialist for America candidate. Okay, so she's an open socialist. So
Now, do you
Adam,
know the situation in California? So, normally you get a Republican candidate and a Democratic candidate, but
mhm.
California has changed the primary race so that the two top vote getters are in the election. So you can have a far left Democrat running against a center left Democrat. You have two Democrats running against
Is
each
this for
other.
all California races
Yeah,
or just
yeah.
some?
What's
Okay.
for I'm not sure if it's for all, like, it's probably not for school board in
Well, I
Northern
mean, yeah, for like
California.
mayor, governor, senate.
I believe it. Yeah, I believe it is. I believe
Mhm.
it is for, well, I know it's for the mayoral race and it's for the governor race.
Right,
So,
right.
yeah. Well, look, when you say all of California,
Oh, I'm
I
sorry. I
don't
meant
know.
like
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was for
I don't know
federal
that they
and
changed the
state.
constitution.
Right. I didn't know if it was for just city elections or also for federal elections. Whatever. But anyway, so does that mean there's a hypothetical scenario where unfortunately you could have Karen Bass running against the Democrat Socialist lady?
Yes. That's
Hmm.
exactly what I'm saying.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible. So you might be the next New York. You might have another socialist run in your city. Isn't that
Oh
right? Are
my
you happy
God,
about that?
please
Excited
make
for
it.
that?
I mean, it was Katie Porter for a while. She was leading in the polls until Katie Porter imploded when everyone discovered that she was like a really nasty, mean Karen behind the scenes.
Right, right. That's for governor, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Katie Porter wins, oh my God. How does anyone stand her? You just listen to Katie Porter and you want to you just want to call her like a Karen and throw her out of the Starbucks. Okay. Like, listen, Miss Porter. Okay. I'm sorry that they didn't put enough caramel sprinkles on your drink. All right. Now get the fuck out of here. I don't
Yeah.
care that your avocado toast is like not toasted to your liking. All right. Just leave.
Yeah, she did a bunch of interviews that she crashed out in and left the interview in disgrace, and all the clips leaked.
Yeah. Well, she also
So,
had that. Yeah, she had that, and then she had that clip where she was like yelling at some worker in the background, like "Get
mhm.
out of my shot!" And then there was that report that came out that she's just horribly abusive to her staff, which everyone could probably guess because of her personality type. She just seems horribly abusive.
Right.
Is
I
there
listen.
something?
I listened
This
to
might
her
be.
gubernatorial debate. So
Yes. Yes.
Villaraigosa was the mayor of Los Angeles for a while. Now he's running for governor.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
and Katie Porter also, she was the one that AOC, remember, during January 6th, AOC ran to Katie Porter's office and hid in there.
Yeah, that
And she
was
was
when I thought
like,
she was based.
and she was
She was
like,
making
I've,
fun of AOC.
yes, she was kind of make, we'll see, look, she's a bitch. She's a bitch to everyone, Adam. Okay.
Well, that's cool, but
AOC's all like, I want to be a mother like you. I want to get. Katie Porter's sitting in her office, like across the street, had nothing, there's like no rioting going on, whatever. She's like, there, AOC. Calm
yeah.
down.
So we got to do the Destiny debate first.
Sure, sure,
I
sure,
think
sure.
that's what people are more interested in.
Yes.
They are definitely interested. Maybe we should do this viral Spencer Pratt video first because it's pretty
Okay,
entertaining.
sure.
Do you
We can
know
watch this.
about this?
I think I saw part of this and thought it was cringe.
Okay. Well, I know this is making inroads because, everyone, all of my in-laws on Facebook are like sharing this. So
Really?
it's definitely gone mainstream.
Like
Yeah.
in a good way or a bad way?
In a good way. Like everyone's saying, you're voting for Spencer Pratt, right?
Oh, nice. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
People
Man's
have been
doing his
asking
job.
me if I'm voting for Spencer Pratt. Now, I don't know who the hell Spencer Pratt is, but they're like, he's the guy in the video, which I did think it's a little cringe, but it does get people's attention. So this is
Okay.
a viral AI video that everyone is sharing around. So get ready. If
I'm
if
ready.
you don't if you don't like AI videos, you can pause the video for a minute and a half or fast forward for a minute and a half.
Please, I'm begging you. There's homeless drug addicts in front of the schools. My children aren't safe.
I can attest to that. That's like standard in
Uh-huh.
Southern California now, which is completely ridiculous.
Look, if you were a transgender migrant, I could get you a free pussy.
Let's move the drug addicts closer.
Bass already solved crime. I endorse her.
Please, I just want to rebuild my home. It's been over a year.
Mom, look.
I guess we should narrate for people that are listening. So Scott Pratt is dressed up like Batman, and he's beating up thugs from the Democratic Socialists of America. They're like
Yes.
in the Nazi full black uniform garb.
Wait,
I guess
well, I was
it's not
gonna
really
say-
Nazi. It's like black ops.
I was gonna say, is it bad AI propaganda when you make the DSA thugs look suspiciously similar to ICE?
Maybe. I don't know.
Like they're wearing the same black outfits. It just says DSA instead of ICE.
Right. Yeah. So they do the bat signal, but it's SP for Spencer Pratt.
Yeah.
And Joe Rogan is the commissioner. We're going to get a cameo here from Marco Rubio in a second.
Okay.
That's a
And you
huge
had
meme that's going around.
Karen Bass is like, she's like got the Joker face on. And she's
Yeah.
like it's kind of like that scene from the third Batman movie where they're doing like all the mock trials and they're just making everyone walk on the ice.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like that. Oh, Karen Bass is the Joker.
And Gavin Newsom is like this aristocrat eating cake. He's the
Of
one that
course.
says he can get you a fake pussy if you're
Right.
transgender.
Yes.
This is a machine. If we want to burn this town to the ground, pull through that!
I feel so close.
You can do it, Spencer.
So in this meme of Marco Rubio, supposedly Marco Rubio DJ'd a wedding somewhere.
I
So-
saw that. I thought it was cringe.
So
I mean,
they
I'm not-
threw him in.
That's cringe.
But look,
Okay.
everyone's getting involved now. They're throwing tomatoes at the aristocrats.
I guess Marco Rubio thing's kind of funny just because there's the meme of like, him doing
Him doing
everything.
everything, yeah.
Yeah, so then it's like literally him DJing. So it's cringe, but also funny. It's both. It's hard to explain.
People love this. This really appeals to normie voters, I think.
Well,
There
it's
was
weird,
a
'cause
bunch of videos on this. They talked about this on the nightly news on
I
all
know.
local news stations in Los Angeles.
It's funny because I watched this and maybe you watch this and I feels cringy, but if you're a boomer, you're like, this is this is my jam.
I
If you're a
know.
Facebook boomer, you're like, oh my God, look at the AI and the Batman. It's so good.
I
And
know.
if it works, listen, if this works, if this gets Spencer Pratt elected, you have I tip my hat to you, sir. Okay. You did a good job with the Batman AI here.
I don't know if his campaign did it or if just someone did it and he shared
Probably just
it.
some random person.
There's Kamala Harris. The puppet, I think, is supposed to be AOC, right?
No, that's the other lady running in the race.
Oh, okay. She's a DSA puppet.
Yes.
Hilarious. Okay. And they got all brown people throwing tomatoes.
Smart.
Not one white person.
That's very smart. LA,
Where LA is worth saving it. Yeah, I didn't see one white guy. Was that
Yeah.
a white guy carrying a small brown children? A small brown child on his shoulders? Nah, he's Latino.
There you go. They knew, so listen, even though it's cringe, so whoever made this, they knew what they were doing. Okay, they're not violent; they're just throwing tomatoes, right? So they can't complain and go, "Oh, they're trying to, put violence on our back," right?
Yeah, they
Can't even
used
cry about
Batman, who famously doesn't use guns, right?
that. True.
I mean, he'll
true.
run you over with his car and kill like
Wow.
20 people on the freeway.
Listen, I mean, you got to catch the penguin, Adam. It's very.
I
Important.
know, it's important, obviously. Don't let the
Yes.
helicopter follow me,
Right.
might get away. Doesn't Batman have a helicopter? I'm sure he does. Come on, he's a billionaire.
He has a jet.
So everyone's talking about this. So, but we are going to watch the debate, which everyone's also talking about because
Right.
supposedly Kara Bass humiliated herself, and she pulled out of some town hall thing over her bad press. The combination of the debate and that there's some audio leaked. Some guy called her to warn her about the fires and recorded some of the phone call where she's saying, I'm going out of town. This is very important for me to meet with the Biden administration. Okay. Who cares if hundreds of people lose their homes in a wildfire that I wasn't prepared for?
That's not important. It'll be fine.
Of course.
It'll be totally
not.
fine, Adam. Everything will be totally fine.
That's what they always say. That's what they always think.
But we'll come back. So we'll tease that. We'll come back to that debate. Some wild things happen at the debate.
Some wild things.
Wild things. Okay.
wildfires.
I'm not going to say it, but maybe one candidate is, has
Burned
their
out?
shirt ripped off. Titties are flying.
Okay.
It's crazy.
So
This
here we
debate,
go.
though, also crazy.
For years, man, because these shootings and everything are going to keep happening. You guys are just going to keep acting clueless for where it's all coming from.
You guys are constantly saying things about how the president needs to get killed, but Republicans in general needs to get killed. You personally have said that Republicans should feel afraid of getting killed for going to any public events.
Conservatives get horny as to talk about the oncoming civil war and to talk about all the violence that's about to happen, that we're going to get even and blah, blah, blah.
I think you guys are very lucky that Republicans and people on the right who actually own guns and know how to operate them are not just as incendiary as you guys, are not trending every other day on Twitter for how we need to take somebody out on the left.
To successfully kill the president?
Whoa, that would be a crazy reading of that tweet.
Is it a crazy? I feel like it's...
Are you implying that I would want an 86-47 or whatever? That would just be insane.
All right, guys, welcome back to Bread versus...
Wow. I was trying to think, is it fair to call Destiny the Candace Owens of the left? Candace Owens just says incendiary shit to drive her numbers. And it seems like Destiny is in that same camp these days, right? This incendiary shit is just to drive numbers.
Yeah.
His personal numbers, not numbers for the DNC in any way, shape, or form.
I think it's both. I think that Destiny, yeah, he is saying very incendiary things to drive his numbers. I think he is also just his hatred for Trump, the Trump administration, is pathological. I think it has affected his psychology deeply. Because I remember it was even before Trump was president when the Supreme Court ruling kind of came in about what conduct could be considered under executive immunity and all these things. Like him and Pisco kind of just like when they're kind of like bouncing and echoing off each other in terms of like how scary this was going to be for like Donald Trump taking over the country. And I think that was really like the beginning of the end.
He said, remember I offered to bet him $1,000 that Trump would run for a third term, and he tried to weasel odds out of me. After he said,
that's right, I remember.
After he said categorically that Trump was definitely going to try to run for a third term. I mean, you're insane to believe that at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole Trump third term thing.
That was a very good move, Adam. He's like, categorically, Trump will run for a third term. You're like, oh, categorically, so you're willing to bet $1,000 on it, right?
Well, he's the one that always says, if you're not willing to bet on it, then shut the fuck up. That's Destiny's thing, right?
Right.
So look, if I'm willing to bet $1,000 and you're not, you should shut the fuck up.
I know. Yeah. I would say like with the Candace Owens comparison, I guess, yeah, I understand what you're saying. That is true. I feel like they feel different because he's like more in the normie space. I don't know if I say the normie space, like more of the
Candace
interacting
Owens
with
is like wine moms across America. How is she not in the normie space?
Well, maybe I'm using the wrong word. Like Candace Owens is like dipping into the conspiracy space, and like Destiny's like the opposite of the conspiracy space. Like whatever you want to call that.
Trump running for a third term seems blue and on as can be to me, but
you know what I mean? No, there's like he's not. I don't think he was saying like, oh, the guy. I guess it comes up right whether it was faked or not. Like it seemed very clear. And maybe this is a problem. I haven't watched a lot of Destiny yet. It seemed like when they asked Destiny in this conversation, do you think that the guy at the correspondence dinner was like staged? Like Destiny like 100% knows it wasn't staged and thinks it's not staged, but he doesn't want to say that because he doesn't want to like annoy his audience or something. So I don't know. Maybe he's dipping into the conspiracy space. Maybe this is old. Maybe this is like
you're
I'm thinking
convincing
of, like,
me
the
more.
old way, right? Yeah. Maybe the Candace connection is more apparent. Or becoming more apparent.
Conspiracy is where the clicks are, definitely.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to go there because all those people are fucking nuts. I don't want them to listen to us.
Yes.
I don't want them to know we exist. Those people are crazy.
The world, where we debate the big stories of the week with guests from across the spectrum. We've got with us today the right-wing YouTube star Blaire White and the liberal streamer Destiny, aka Stephen Bunnell. Guys, thanks so much for both of you for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we should start with a pretty sensitive subject, which I think we all have talked about and have been involved with directly or indirectly at some point, which is the rise of political violence. Of course, this comes a little bit has passed now since the third attempted assassination attempt against President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Blaire, I'll come to you first because you were actually there and had kind of a harrowing experience. What was it like, briefly? And then what's your initial reaction to it all?
Yeah, obviously there's an extreme overall increase in not just political violence itself, but the sentiment supporting it. And I was at the Hilton that night and I had just left right before the shooter came in. So I missed him by like only minutes, which is pretty scary. But I mean, I'm not going to overplay it. Obviously, I wasn't hurt. No one was killed. So that's amazing. But it is the point that we are in like the most heated climate that I've ever seen in my entire life in regards to politics. And there's a lot of things contributing to that. I'm sure we'll get into it. But, you know, it was scary. And it was also surreal to experience being there and then going online and seeing like how the rest of the world was, you know, quote unquote experiencing it, which was like obviously a lot of people saying it was staged or downplaying it. So it's a lot to get into. That's just my short little shootings are bad.
Yeah. So Stephen, your takes on political violence are sometimes clipped, sometimes reacted to. I'm curious, just lay it out for us. Do you condemn this assassination attempt? Are you against political violence? What's your actual take?
I mean, I think the tone is set from the top. I don't think we should live in a country where political violence is a thing that's happening, where people feel like it's necessary. But as long as Donald Trump conducts himself the way that he does, and as long as Republicans continue to give him a pass for it, I don't know how you can act surprised when the country continues in that direction. And
I 1000% disagree with that, especially in a situation where social media is such a democratic process. Like in a democracy, the tone is set from the bottom up. Right. And Destiny is a product of Candace Owens. They're a product of responding to what the audience wants. How is that a top down process? How is that a tone is set from the top? If you made the argument that Destiny is afraid to denounce violence. Why is that? Why doesn't he set the tone that he wants to exist? Why is he not doing that? I thought the tone was set from the top.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel both ways. I'm very agnostic about it because everything you're saying makes perfect sense, and I think is definitely true, definitely going on. We definitely see it in the pundit space where, I mean, this is what audience capture is. I think myself, and I'm sure a lot of other people before kind of the current incarnation, the current way in which social media is kind of set up. When I was younger, we kind of had this idea of like, oh, there's like a person who comes in and kind of corrupts an audience or indoctrinates an audience. And now it seems like it's kind of like a dance between the two. Someone gets an audience, that audience has like loud, unhinged people in it, and they sort of corrupt the speaker themselves. And then that speaker will like kind of go on that pathway, become audience captured. That kind of further corrupts, maybe some of the more normie people, the audience,
the moderates,
the influence.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's kind of like this like weird dance between a bottom up and top down process.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'd say it's like clearly one way or the other. I mean, they'd even, and I hate to say this, but they would say that, I don't know if this was true with like Hitler, but I would be curious to look into that. But I know people would say this about like Mussolini and stuff, with a lot of it was he was sort of just listening to what the crowd was sort of wanting, right? It was kind of like a bottom up process of A/B testing. So
yeah, people say that all the time, but that makes my argument.
Yeah. And as I was talking with Sam about this actually today, where it's kind of, I think in the left and right, it's a slightly different situation because the left, there's no like centralized figure. There's no like one person that kind of represents what the left is sort of at the moment, where obviously Donald Trump is the president. So he's going to just naturally by default be the more centralizing figure. And I do think Trump does have a significant influence because he's a president on the tone of at least how the right interacts in the country and everything. So
I don't think he would be the president if he wasn't articulating feelings that the general populace was having. I don't think he planted those feelings in the general populace. I think he capitalized on.
Right. But
which does make the argument that it's a bottom-up process.
Yes. But it's kind of like the way I described where it's like a bottom up, and then like there are loud people on the bottom who are shouting up to Trump and up to like really anyone, right? Up to any pundit. And then that person sort of adapts those positions, those feelings, and then kind of amplifies it. And then they do convince and they do influence more moderates or more normie people out there into those feelings, into those thoughts, by sort of being like articulating them and making it be like, this is, sort of like how everyone feels. And maybe some of it is that's how people feel, but they haven't really had those ideas or those feelings articulated. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it's so clearly like a bottom up or top down. It's this dance between the two of them. So I would say that both the crowd has responsibility, and then obviously the speaker has responsibility as well. Like Destiny has just as much responsibility in the conversation. If
he would never say that, obviously.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, and I think this is sort of where you can kind of, and I think
he would say he's the president. He has so much more influence than me. Obviously, I'm just a little YouTuber. I don't have any influence whatsoever.
I know, which he does, because this comes up in this conversation. I think Brad Palumbo. Shout out to Brad Palumbo, by the way, for putting on this debate. Brad's a great guy. He was on.
Yeah, he's been on a couple times. So
been on a couple times, yeah. But I think Brad brings this up is that like, if Destiny is going to say that everything is sort of this top-down process, and he's going to kind of point the finger at Trump, regards to the right, is Destiny not going to be responsible himself, at least for obviously not. The politics of the country.
He's going to be responsible.
But responsible for his own, environment, his own audience, and things of that nature, right? And he kind of dodges and won't get to that. But I do think that's what I'm saying. I think it's both. I think you have to. I don't think pundits can just sit around and be like, oh, well, I have literally no culpability or responsibility. I don't think Destiny and Hassan have no responsibility for the unhinged things that their audience say or do just because their audience captured, right? And so I say that that applies to everyone, including the president.
Yeah. Well, I do agree that it is both. You can't say categorically it's top down only, which seems to be what Destiny is saying. An interesting question is how much of it is top down and how much of it is bottom up. I think you could make an argument that the bottom up process, since it's the most partisan, the most virulent people that are really driving the conversation, that it's a small in numbers, but it's the vocal minority is what's driving the numbers for these personalities, maybe even going to the point of getting different political candidates elected. And then those people are influencing a larger number of people who are more tuned out, who are just kind of barely watching what's going on. So I don't know that numbers are a really good determinant, because it is about this democratic process of where people can drive the conversation through this bottom up process, which doesn't happen in a lot of places, obviously.
Well, I think the only reason that Destiny is framing it as like it's like 100% this top down process is just so that he can only complain about Trump and nothing. And like that could be the primary complaint. That like, so it's kind of, he's just kind of saying, I don't think he actually believes that. I'm sure you could find clips of him talking about, I remember him talking about this in the past, where he would criticize Hassan or he'd criticize Asman. He would criticize all sorts of, commentators because they would, allow themselves to be sort of audience capture. They'd allow the kind of the radical people in their audience to sort of like, run rampant and then reflect that back at the broader audience.
Yeah. Stochastic terrorism is what they call it, constantly.
We'll continue in that direction until Donald Trump decides otherwise.
But you agree that it's immoral and wrong.
But yeah.
That's good. That's
sure.
Like,
well, it's not good. It's worthless. It doesn't matter if what random YouTubers and everything saying. It doesn't matter for the hand wringing on it. It's like, I know you're not complicit in this, but like, I still go out and I do these events live, and the chances of me getting killed at some event are infinitely greater than some coward like Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles who sits behind a desk all day and sits there and makes excuses for Trump when he refuses to just say, hey, all of us should calm the down. And it's absolutely insane to me that people will run around and try to tone police every single person on the internet while the president conducts himself in literally the most unhinged manner possible. But it is what it is.
I agree with you that
I think you kind of lose. Well, the thing that's interesting to me about this conversation is they're talking like Blaire and Destiny and Brad. They're all talking to like different things, like, or different audiences in a different way. I feel like Blaire and Brad are talking to their own audiences in a reasonable way and just trying to be sort of like reasonably like an individual person about it. And Destiny's like not engaging on that level. He's engaging on this, like, it's kind of interesting because he's always saying like, oh, well, I'm just some random pundit, you can't compare me to the president or, blah, 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 blah. And yet this entire conversation, he's conceptualizing it and visualizing it as like, he is some sort of lieutenant or general in some culture war between the left and the right. He can't engage with this in any sort of individual level. He can only engage with it on the level of like grand strategy. So he's like, I'm never going to give any sort of, I'm not going to give anything to the right side in this conversation because that'd be giving up on the grand fight between the left and the right, between my side and the Donald Trump side, as opposed to just being like, yes, obviously, even if I think Trump bad, even if I don't like things that Trump are saying and think that Trump is, his rhetoric is very incendiary and getting everyone jazzed up, I, as an individual, and every other person as an individual, should be doing our best to be responsible for our own behavior and should be tampering down the temperature, as opposed to this attitude of like, well, Trump is unhinged, so therefore I get to do anything, right?
Yeah, I have to be equally unhinged to fight fire with fire.
Yes.
Is the argument.
Yes.
Which I completely disagree with, but.
Right. Well, we're in this hell world, and I said this before, we're in this hell world of politics where politics is all about not cucking out. Everyone is so afraid of cucking out. They're like, well, if Trump is saying if Trump isn't cucking out, then I can't cuck out. And then the Trump people are like, well, they're not cucking out, so Trump can't cuck out. Like it's just no one wants to actually be like a morally good or better person. It's like, no, we're all shit now, so we all just have to be shit now. Essentially, that's the argument that everyone makes consistently in these conversations.
Yeah, it's a vicious cycle, as they say.
Though I shouldn't say everyone, because obviously Blaire and Brad are not making those arguments. They're making the morally good arguments.
JMac gifted 50 gifted memberships, so welcome new members and thank you, JMac.
Thank you so much, JMac, for the 50 gifted memberships. There it is.
AK Batosai gifted 10 gifted memberships.
15.
So. 15. Wow. So we got a bunch of new members coming in. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Trump is constantly saying incendiary and unhinged things, and he has engaged in like violent and irresponsible, reckless rhetoric, like when he's saying different Democrats should be executed or treasonous. But I'm not sure I really see that as an excuse for political commentators to be flippant or irresponsible with their rhetoric. Just because it's much less significant than the president himself doesn't make it insignificant, Stephen.
That's a great point. And I would even say, I'd go further and say it's not insignificant or even less significant because it creates the environment. Like you have one political commentator will become popular by being more unhinged or crazy, and then everyone starts copying them essentially. That's exactly. Yeah. But if you say that's not acceptable and we're not going to do that, then that, I think that has a huge impact on shaping people's behaviors.
They only start copying them though if they're getting views, which is a total bottom-up process.
Well, I understand,
I can't escape it. I just can't escape it.
I know you're
like
you're
if they
right,
did it and nobody was interested, then no one would do it.
Yeah, but the problem is like, obviously, and I don't think you're saying this, but obviously, the individual pundits or whoever the talking head is, they have to have personal responsibility, or they should. They don't have to. They should have personal responsibility to be moral acting agents that will say, okay, I'm not going to do the morally bad thing for clicks and views.
They're not going to do anything for views. Yes, I agree. I totally agree. But I don't think any of these people are doing that at all. I can't. Of course you do anything for views. Oh my God.
Fine, but it's like the political violence today is not inspired by the left-leaning commentators. It's probably inspired by the hatred for Donald Trump and how insane he markets himself and how aggressive he is towards who he perceives to be his political enemies.
But isn't there some evidence that it is inspired by left-wing sentiment? Like the manifesto cited he liked that guy liked all sorts of blue sky influencers. The person who shot Charlie Kirk.
What was the biggest thing? What was first of all, the Charlie Kirk guy, born and raised in Utah. I don't think him. I mean, nothing.
What does that matter? There's Democrats in Utah.
Nothing is more conservative coded than having a secret trans girlfriend boyfriend. I'm sorry, like that. The idea that this guy was a left wing person because of that is insane to me. But all I'm saying,
that's a joke. But that's not like it's not really like objectively.
See, I can't take Destiny seriously anymore. Like I can't.
No,
that's completely ridiculous.
No, yeah, and we'll go over in a second. I'll just let the conversation play out.
There's a stereotype of conservatives that liberals have created, and they're like, "Oh yeah, look, this guy plays into the stereotype this phony stereotype that we've created, so therefore he must be conservative."
Well, this is what it's unfortunate because I do think that Destiny has the capacity to be. I mean, he obviously can be smart. He obviously can be a good advocate for certain issues. He was pushing.
He was a good advocate for Kyle Rittenhouse.
For Kyle Rittenhouse, exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, and it's unfortunate because he gets so debate brand, and not just individual conversations, but like in broader topics. And this is definitely one of them. In so much that like he knows. Come on, we all know that he knows that it's very dishonest for him to try to pretend that the guy who shot Charlie Kirk was conservative, or did it for any reason other than like left-wing reasons, right? We we know that he knows that, and yet because he's trying to make this argument, because he's solely focused on like everything has to be a top down from Donald Trump's fault, then he's going to have to twist himself into knots in order to try to pretend that's not the case with Tyler Robinson.
It just came out that the guy that started these fires in Los Angeles was influenced by the United Health shooter, which is a totally left wing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane to think. Not only that, they're reacting to a caricature of Donald Trump that the left has created. So it is the left-wing podcasters that are creating this caricature that people are reacting to.
Well, that was what was weird, sort of like the whole argument they made there, because Brad. It's funny because see Brad's face was like, "What?" Like, you know what I'm saying? He's saying because that's just basically saying, well, it's Trump's fault that people are doing violence against Trump and right wingers because Trump says crazy shit. So she's basically making like that she was asking for it argument.
Oh, yes.
Which, obviously if a woman is in a bar and she gets totally wasted and stumbles around, at night, in some poor area, right? And she gets assaulted. You're not going to say like, oh, well, the woman was asking for it, right? You could say, listen, obviously we're all individual people. We all have to have personal responsibility. The woman shouldn't have got fucking blasted, drunk, and should, you have to take care of yourself, right? In this world. But that doesn't absolve the person from doing the crime. You shouldn't do the fucking crime.
Exactly.
It's so weird, but people, for some reason, I don't understand in these situations. They can never just be like, yes, there's fault. There's always fault, all around generally in these situations, right? Everyone has to be responsible for themselves, but obviously people shouldn't go do crimes. Yes, Donald Trump shouldn't say fucking unhinged shit, and people should criticize him for saying the unhinged shit he should say, but that doesn't mean that someone should go fucking try to shoot him or shoot Charlie Kirk or some other fucking crazy thing like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't think what's the thing that's kind of depressing to me about our environment is that that should be the normal position. That should be the normal take on what's happening right now. And I think I haven't really been watching a lot of Blaire content recently. Maybe I should, because she says in this conversation, she's like, yes, Donald Trump says a lot of shit that I denounce, but that doesn't mean that you should go do crazy shit yourself. Like, why is that such a hard thing? It's the most obvious thing on the planet.
Yeah. Yeah. The left is predisposed to forgiving the perpetrator anyway. So that's part
especially
of the problem
when
as well.
Right. And especially when, like, yeah, there has been incidences, obviously, of right-wing violence, but at least it seems like in the last 4 or 5 years, it definitely seems like a lot of at least the violence that is being, that's like the big public targets, is a lot more left-wing violence against right-wing figures. So especially when that's the case, I think you do have to be reflective on that.
No, look, so many people don't even believe that's the case. They've just been infected with all of these memes about right-wing violence being 10 times more prevalent than left-wing violence. Like the left-wing violence is completely invisible to them.
Right.
True. It was a leftist.
Wait, what is the objective evidence?
Doesn't really matter.
What was the objective evidence for him being a leftist?
The fact that he didn't he on the bullets write a communist message on it? He obviously hated Charlie Kirk, who's on the right. That alone is indicative that he's politically opposed to him. He said that he saw a chance to take out his political enemy, and he did. The idea that he was a conservative, I get that it's like a tough position to be a leftist commentator. I don't know exactly what label you use, Democrat commentator, leftist commentator. It's a tough position to be in, to just acknowledge that, like, it's just right-wing podcasters and right-wing politicians, presidents getting shot at. But to say that he was a leftist is just cope. A Republican is just cope.
I'm saying
Candace Owens of the left. I'm calling it right now. They're even talking about the same fucking topic. This is Candace Owens grounds right here.
That's true.
That if I showed you a person who was born and raised in a blue-haired, septum-piercing lesbian.
So wait, before Disney gives his response, so he said, what was the objective evidence? And Blaire gave 3 pieces. She said
lots of evidence.
He said that he wrote, I don't remember exactly how Blaire worded it.
He wrote a communist song.
Yeah, he wrote, he wrote on the bullet anti-fascist rhetoric. He said Charlie Kirk was his political enemy, and that this was a chance to take out his political enemy. Okay, so let's see if Destiny actually responds to any of those points.
Household in a blue-haired, septum-pierced lesbian state for 21 years, and then he goes off and he kills a conservative, and over the past 6 months he has messages about Donald Trump or whatever. There is zero world where conservatives are like, oh yeah, he definitely got hardcore Republicanized in the last 6 months of his life. That would just never be the case. One of the guys
did you read the indictment, Steve?
So Destiny's entire, so this is so fucking weird. So he asked Blaire, what was the evidence that this guy was, left-wing motivated? She gives him 3 pieces of evidence. And Destiny's response is, well, in a hypothetical scenario where the politics were reversed, people on the right wouldn't agree. So therefore, what?
How is that objective evidence?
It's like such a crazy argument. It's like, okay, in a hypothetical scenario, you're imagining that your political opponents would react the same way you're reacting now, so that justifies your position.
Your political. They would have the same cope that you have right now.
Yes.
Of course, you would accuse them of that cope. Obviously.
Hypothetically, if Republicans hadn't eaten breakfast this morning, would they ask you about how you felt if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning?
So inconvenient for them.
Yes.
Unfortunately, yeah. Whether or not the guy was left wing or right wing, though, is besides the point. Like political.
Why did you contest it? Why did you contest it then? Why is it? This is ridiculous.
This is a very common tactic that Destiny people do, or they'll like someone says something, they'll make a broad claim, and he's like, "I'm going to ask you for specifics," and if the person can give you specifics, then you're like,
"Well,
it doesn't matter."
Irrelevant, yeah,
right. So it's like, okay, why did I give you? This was annoying too, and you kind of have to, if you're in a conversation with someone and they ask you for specifics, before you give them specifics, you should say, "If I give you an answer, will that actually change your mind?"
Oh, that's a good move right there.
Right. Because if you don't,
they won't.
They won't. It will be completely pointless if you don't. Yeah. So I looked up too, because I mean, I remember we talked about this at the time, though obviously, it's been many, many months. So, I can't remember all the things. But I looked up in the at least in the indictment and stuff. Yeah, the shooter wrote "Hey fascist" catch on the bullet. The shooter wrote Bella Ciao, which was the Italian socialist anti-fascist song, on the bullet. His own mother explained that over the last year or so that he had become more political and started to lean more to the left. This is what it says word for word in the indictment, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that he began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between the shooter and his father, who had very different political views. What does that mean, Destiny? In one conversation before the shooting, the shooter mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which the shooter said was a stupid venue for the event, and then they accused Charlie Kirk of spreading hate. When his parents asked him why he did the shooting, he said that Charlie Kirk was evil and was spreading too much hate. He said the exact same thing to his roommate and said that he did this because Charlie Kirk was spewing too much hate. Okay, so you look at all that and you say, obviously, this was a person who was motivated by a left-wing ideology.
Yeah.
And there's zero evidence that I've seen that it was anything else, right? Because the only thing you say is like, oh, because I remember at the time, people were saying, oh, well, maybe that they were a Groyper, right? Because the Groypers really don't like Charlie Kirk either. And, Fuentes had declared war on Charlie Kirk and all this other shit. But you look at all that and you're like, oh, you really think a Groyper's going to be like, oh, well, Charlie Kirk was spreading too much hate, too much gay trans hate, so I had to shoot him. Like, obviously, that doesn't make any sense.
He definitely wouldn't make that argument.
No.
He'd say he wasn't spreading enough.
Yeah, he would say he was cucking out to,
yeah,
brown
exactly.
people, right, and wasn't strong enough on the white race or whatever, right?
Yeah, of course.
And Destiny, I'm sure Destiny read the indictment and knows all this stuff too. So
probably read it on stream.
Yeah, it feels very dishonest to just kind of play this game of like, well, now that you said that, it doesn't matter actually.
Yeah, it's just partisan schlock now.
J-Mac, thanks so much. J-Mac, our circuit file for $20 says I'm behind, but has Brad pulled out the guys for all time's sake?
That would be great.
That
would just prove the Candace Owens of the left argument that I'm making. Because it was Candace Owens versus Blaire White, where the guys came out. Our third.
Is that why you thought of Destiny as Candace? Because you're like, it's all it's all circular. The simulation is repeating itself.
Further and further out there. I don't get it. Destiny must really need to get his bank account up for the legal entanglements he's been. Because he's basically selling his soul for this shit now, which I don't get. He always seemed like the person least likely to do that. Well, maybe not least likely, but he did. Even when he was helping or supporting Kyle Rittenhouse, it seemed like he was willing to go against his team, and that was a feather in his cap, right? He's not going to deny the truth just for partisan expedience. And now it's completely opposite. Like, look, we're 6 minutes in, and already he's spewing bullshit just for partisan gain.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I think when you look at where politics has shifted on the internet, especially like look at the direction, the trajectory of the left wing politics sphere. It's you either have to be a socialist, like a woke socialist, or you have to go in the direction of like Donald Trump is going to be king of America and throw all the brown people in jail, shit lib. Like those
Oh
are your
yeah,
two trajectories. So obviously he kind of went in that direction.
yeah. Well, we've noticed that. Obviously, you got to be super partisan to grow an audience. So, but look, we're not.
Yeah.
Neither one of us want to sell our soul for this shit. We're just interested in
No.
politics.
Violence is not good.
Is
I
it
agree with that.
though?
It absolutely is. Because what I'm saying is that, like, when you look at the political leaders on the left, AOC is not radicalizing shooters. Joe Biden is not radicalizing shooters.
Yeah, but this
Donald
is the
Trump
thing
is
I've
posting.
noticed.
Donald Trump is posting. Do you think that it's bad that Donald Trump says that he wants to execute, that 6 members of Congress should be executed?
100%. And if you think you're talking to someone on the right who is someone who's going to defend Donald Trump at all costs, that's not the case. I have criticized / attacked Donald Trump on an endless amount of things, probably more so than the average Republican. So I'm not looking at it as some false binary where because the president does something that's beneath the dignity of the presidency doesn't mean that there's not a personal standard we should all hold ourselves to. And I don't think you said earlier, like, I think you meant like it's useless or something, a word you used, useless, like your condemnation of it. I don't think so.
It is.
I don't think the words of influencers or people with platforms is useless. I think the idea that we can just kind of hand wave any responsibility that people like us have is just kind of weird. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a large audience. Your words permeate into the consciousness of people all over the country and the world that listen to you.
What was the
and
biggest
not to make
inciting
it about
factor for
you,
this last
because it's
shooter?
bigger.
The manifesto thing that
What?
this guy released. What was
I think when it comes also to political violence, it would make sense logically that you would see the political violence is going to be generally, not always, but generally probably more on the side that feels like it's out of political power, right? Like, so since Trump is in political office, you're gonna expect it more on the left, and you're gonna expect it less on the right because more people on the right are like, well, I don't need to do political violence because Trump's in charge. If they support Trump, obviously, there could be people that there's a lot of right wingers that don't like Trump for whatever reason.
Right.
And so so it's like I wonder, yeah, like in some hypothetical other universe, like if Trump was still as popular as he was, and he was saying all these, unhinged things, which to be fair, he's saying a lot of unhinged things about like, people should be going to jail for, treason and executed and also the crazy shit. Like if there was a Democrat in charge, like, I don't know, maybe that would spur a lot more violent attacks against Democrats and stuff. But then obviously you shouldn't be saying that shit. And I don't think you should be saying it as president, but it's just, it rings false to me that we have to sort of base whether we're good people, whether we're doing the right thing because someone else is doing something that we think is bad. If the only argument is, well, I and other commentators don't have to be unhinged, don't have to be, advocating for about violence or saying crazy online because someone else is being bad. Like you already know that every person knows, and I think they learn as a small child, that if you have to justify your bad behavior because someone else is acting badly, you know that that's wrong. Like every person knows that that's wrong.
Yeah. It's just an excuse. It's excuse making. But good for her for saying she's not in favor of Trump doing that. I'm not in favor of Trump doing that. Just it gives the destinies of the world an excuse.
At the very least, yes.
Yeah.
At the very least, yeah.
What was the biggest thing that he put in that?
Say that one more time.
What was the biggest thing that this guy kept talking about over and over again in the you call it a manifesto, whatever? It was like 3 paragraphs or whatever that got published by this last shooter at the convention.
Well, I guess the biggest thing is subjective, but what I saw was a lot of talking points that sound almost exactly like the things you hear every single night on CNN, MSNBC, leftist Twitter. Huh?
What were the talking points? What was the
Trump
biggest one?
Is a pedo,
what
rapist,
on earth
convicted.
is Trump going to do or say next? Well, according to our channel partners at Kalshi, people have thoughts about what words.
What is happening here?
Doing an ad read, they have a betting thing for based on what Trump is going to say.
What will Trump say this week, huh?
Yeah.
Do they have is it multiple choice? Can we get in on this bet?
Yeah, it's like, is he going to say windmills? Is he going to call someone a retard? It's all that, to quote, predicting market gambling
right.
nonsense.
You know who wins this every week?
Baron Trump.
Baron Trump. Yeah.
Exactly.
Words Trump might mention this week, with apparently people thinking there is a 61% chance that he'll say windmill, a 44% chance that he'll say autism, and a 41% chance that he'll say Caroline or Levitt, referring, of course, to his press secretary. But politics...
Where do we get all of the above? How do we get in on this? I need to bet.
You can make multiple bets.
Been more exciting, and prediction markets are making it even more exciting every day. Kalshi is the first CFTC regulated exchange dedicated to trading on the outcome of future events.
This just completely... I was thinking, wow, Brad is doing a great service by hosting this debate. And then he decided to run an ad read on gambling, on a gambling site.
Right.
These gambling sites are cancer. Yeah, exactly. It's so sad. People lose so much money on these gambling sites now. So, but whatever. Okay.
If you want to check out Kalshi today, you can use my link in the description or the pinned comment, or enter code BRADP to get $20 free when you trade $20 today.
How much do you think he made off this ad read? Probably like $5,000, $6,000.
I hope so.
How much money do you think poor people are losing so that he can make that 6,000? I'm not saying anything. It's usually like 20 to 1.
Now back to the debate.
Adam, I didn't want to tell you this, but I am going to do an ad read in the middle of the stream. I did get a sponsorship for Payday Loan Services.
Nice. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he called Donald Trump a pedophile.
Exactly. And who was the one?
Right.
Who were the people that obsessed over the Epstein?
Oh my God! It's the right. The right is the one that turned Donald Trump into a pedophile.
He's going to pretend that the guy at the White House Correspondents' Dinner who tried to shoot Trump was a right wing guy. Even though we all could, even though that guy is like the most cringe lefty Redditor vibe you could ever get from a shooter imaginable, he's going to pretend that he's a right winger.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Stuff. Who obsessed over it?
Destiny is proving that left wingers are just completely in the dark. They're just completely out of it. They live in a delusional world.
I think something else is happening. I think we live in a gaslighting economy at the moment.
Okay. So he doesn't live in that delusional world. He's just deluding the people around him into living.
Yeah,
I
think even
world.
I think the audience knows. Like, I think everyone's just gaslighting each other on this topic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you basically had, starting in like 2014-ish times that the left, when they had all this cultural power, peak woke shit was going on in 2016, all this other stuff, that they engaged in this policy of like massive gaslighting on the right, in the middle, and then the right's response to that, which is the response always in these sort of warfare, cultural warfare situations, is to adapt the enemy's weapons. So then the right kind of comes back, and then they start gaslight. They're trying to like counter gaslight the left by just kind of like hand waving away everything that Trump will say or do. And then, so now everyone's just trying to one up each other in terms of like the gaslighting, because they're like, well, you're gaslighting me, so I'm gaslighting you. It's kind of like it's like World War I. Everyone's just gassing each other, right? We need like a Geneva Convention to come in and be like, okay, we need to put down the chemical weapons. All right, we need to stop gassing each other up and just actually talk about what's going on.
It's never going to happen, unfortunately.
I mean, if we're talking past tense, it definitely is something that the right was onto first. But I would say at this point in the political timeline, and this is a recent shooting, I would say it's almost more so a leftist thing to be obsessed with it because a lot of right wingers hide from the topic now because they don't like how Trump handled it, and they feel like it backfired on them, which I agree with that. But it's clearly a bipartisan thing now.
No.
People do care about that. Yes, it is.
No, it is.
You don't think a lot of leftists are on social media and on television, some of them getting sued for it, for calling Donald Trump a pedophile? I mean, come on.
Getting sued, yes. Donald Trump and Kash Patel and everybody in this administration loves to sue everybody that exercises speech that they don't like. I do agree with that. However, this was an issue that was universally obsessed by conservatives and by MAGA. Every single person was talking about Epstein. You have Pam Bondi.
He donated to the Democratic Party. If you're trying to paint him as a right winger, that's
anybody's
so
right winger. What I'm saying is that there are no pictures of Merrick Garland handing out binders of the Epstein Files Part 1 to the most degenerated loser, wannabe influencer, journalist, or whatever on Twitter in the universe. Okay?
What does this have to do with anything?
Because Pam
I'm
Bondi,
sorry, guys. I'm going to bring it back here.
Wait, real quick. Because Pam Bondi gave these binders out, told people that more was coming, and then all of a sudden we get reports that Donald Trump is telling the FBI to censor everything, that he doesn't want it to come out. Then we get a law from Congress that Pam Bondi and Trump don't even adhere to, and now it's like, I wonder why.
What does this have to do with anything?
Why are the leftists so obsessed with this? Because Republicans created the entire situation, and to say now,
but do you deny that progressives have kind of seized on it as a pretty powerful talking point against the Trump administration?
No, I don't deny it at all. It's really annoying. I hate it. I think it's the dumbest talking point ever, and it's annoying as to see it happen. But Republicans have nobody to blame but themselves. And there's no how. In what world can I talk to other people on the left and say, guys, I think you're obsessing over this? And they're like, what do you mean we're obsessing over it?
It's kind of amazing.
So he's kind of making this unhinged argument where he's saying he's not even it's kind of sneaky because he's like not even necessarily, he's kind of saying that the guy is right wing, but he's also not saying the guy is right wing so that he can kind of defend that, you know, when he gets called out on it later. He's making this stupid argument where he's like, well, the right was the one who pushed the Epstein files. So even if this guy is left wing, if he's inspired by the Epstein files and goes after Trump because he thinks Trump is hiding it or something, therefore it's still the right's fault. That's the argument that he's trying to make, which is retarded, obviously. But it's not even really the case because I brought up the guy's manifesto here, and while he does call Trump a pedo and a rapist in the beginning of it, in the first part of it that he brings up, he says, "I'm not the," he says like, "Oh, should you turn the other cheek?" Right? He says, "As a Christian, should you turn the other cheek?" And he says, "Turning the other cheek is for when you're oppressed. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp." All right, who's saying that? I'm not the fisherman
Very
executed without
right-wing.
trial. I'm not the school kid blown up or the child starved or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Okay, so the idea that this shooter was motivated primarily, or really even seemingly at all, by the Epstein file stuff does not appear to be true, at least in his manifesto or his apology letter or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like, he's not going on and on about, kids in a basement somewhere, right? He's bringing up, immigrant detention facilities. He's bringing up, the people off the coast of Venezuela being blown up. He's bringing up, the Iranian kids that got blown up. He's bringing up all these other things. So it is very dishonest, obviously, for Destiny to sort of hyper fixate on this and be like, well, this is only because the right cared about Epstein, which also is weird too, because I mean, unless Destiny's position is that the Epstein files are just a big nothing burger and there isn't really anything there. So the right is wrong for even complaining about it in the first place.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing that you're able to somehow, no matter who it is shooting at Donald Trump, flip it into that person being either right wing, or you're trying to say it was like a consequence of right wing rhetoric. Like,
it's not amazing at all. If you have like a sequence of events and that time moves in one direction.
At the end of the day, the person who rushed into the White House Correspondents' Dinner, or the Hilton rather, had donated to the Democrat Party. That's on paper. That's just true. His manifesto was full of talking points that sound exactly to the T like everything I see trending on leftist Twitter, leftist TikTok every single day. Like, to me, it's the easiest thing in the world to just be like, yes, a leftist went in, tried to kill the president. That's bad. And it'd be the easiest thing to just move on. But we're in this situation where you want to twist and contort it into somehow being the right's fault. And at the end of the day,
but it could be a left-wing shooter. The guy was obvious. I just explained it. The guy was obviously left-wing,
but it didn't make any sense. And I know I'm understanding what you're saying.
One of the
it's just
biggest
not
motivating
true.
factors for the guy doing what he did was this obsession over the pedophile shit, which is a story that the Republicans obsessively pushed until every single person in the country was talking about it.
And that no one on the left cared about, until they realized it could be weaponized against Donald Trump. And since then, they have absolutely been the ones in the majority speaking on the issue.
I'm sorry,
okay, guys, I'm going to move us along here because we're getting bogged down. Sorry.
Yeah.
If you want to keep taking it back, if you want to keep going to the square root of everything, it's like it would be just as disingenuous for me to say that the Epstein thing started the operation because of his ties with Bill Clinton and mostly Democrat politicians. But that would be disingenuous. The reality is just now this happened, and you cannot try to twist and contort it to somehow being the fault of the people in the room. Not to mention, even if you just take Donald Trump out of it, I was in a room with a ton of people there that if something happened to them, it would have been terrible, and it would not have been their fault or the right TM at large their fault.
It's gonna be a rough 3 years, man. Because these shootings and everything are gonna keep happening. You guys are just gonna keep acting clueless for where it's all coming from and why it's happening.
Well,
okay, here we go. I guess.
So, Stephen, I want to ask you about what you posted.
There's also, it's very kind of, I hate to bring it here, but it's sort of reminiscent of the Palestine-Israel situation where there's always this, I'm not responsible for my actions because you did this thing in the past, and I can like forever react to these things indefinitely, right? And it's like, when are we going to take personal responsibility for our own actions? Okay, at our own rhetoric.
Never if you don't have to.
I mean, guess
that's the whole thing. That's the game. Like, the blame game is the number one game in politics.
Because he said, like, oh, it doesn't matter, even if the shooter is left wing, like it's still Donald Trump's
still right wing violence.
Right. So the right's fault. It's like, okay.
What you posted
are we clueless, or are you in denial that your words have consequences? And when I say you, I mean
9 out of 10 of the largest protests. 9 out of 10 of the largest protests in U.S. history have happened under this president. It's like, oh, I wonder why. It's like 20 shutdowns now into this. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. It must be the liberals. Like, yeah. But anybody have to think about yourselves.
So, Stephen.
Well, okay, hold on. The biggest, I'm assuming, I could be wrong. I'm assuming the biggest protest that happened under Donald Trump was the BLM protest, which had nothing to do with Donald Trump at all. Is about local policing and was built entirely upon a lie on top of that.
Yeah, perpetrated by the media.
Mm-hmm.
To this day, perpetrated by the media.
Right.
You about something you posted on X after the shooting happened. Riley Gaines tweeted out, "Stop trying to kill our president," with periods in between each time. You quote tweeted it and said, "I have never agreed with this statement more in my entire life." That tweet now has 1.6 million views that you posted there. What did you mean by that? Like, are you suggesting
stop trying to kill the president? What do you mean?
But do you mean, is there like not the double meaning there that you want them to successfully kill the president?
Whoa, that would be a crazy reading of that tweet.
Is it a crazy? I feel like
are you implying that I would want an 86-47 or whatever? That would just be insane.
Well, you might get indicted for that, and we'll talk about that because I obviously disagree with that indictment. But I just wonder, again, ceding to you the point entirely. That
there is it's unfortunate too. Like, this is what I'm saying. We live in this gaslighting economy. Like, everyone in Destiny's audience knows what Destiny meant when he posted that.
Yeah, he's saying stop trying. He's saying actually succeed.
Right. Everyone knows that. He's saying it in this, obviously wink, wink voice on this thing.
If Trump did the same thing, there's no way. He would lose his fucking mind.
Of course. And it's unfortunate because, like, Brad is a reasonable guy and he's trying to be reasonable with Destiny. And it's like,
mistake
taking
number
advantage of that, obviously.
Yeah, mistake number one.
To just be very, as dishonest as possible, to be like, oh, I would never advocate for violence. What do you mean by that? Of course, I would never say such a thing, right? When it's the most obvious thing on the planet.
This is why whenever I'm in these debates, I just laugh. I just laugh. It's just laughable. It's laughable that people are trying to pull this gaslighty shit over on people.
Mm-hmm.
No one's buying it. No one believes it except for your gaslit audience. Look, they don't even believe it. They're like just there to cheer on the gaslighting. Oh, good one.
Michael Doberman, thanks so much for the 20 Canadian. Look at this, Adam. We haven't got this in like 4 months, but I'm glad we finally got one. It says A-Team reigns supreme. Well, there you go. I'm glad you finally got one after 4 months.
Adopting my joke.
Yes. Your joke?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I came up with that joke, Adam. What do you mean?
No.
This is the gaslighting economy. I can just make things up now.
I can always come up with the good jokes.
That I share, that Trump is...
Well, look, I share it with you. I'm glad that you did it. It's correct.
Wildly reckless, and that his words are much more influential and important than yours or mine or Blaire's. Couldn't you maybe not troll in the aftermath of a shooting?
When the president trolls in the aftermath of everything? I thought it was all just trolling.
That's just whataboutism. That's two wrongs make a right.
It's not whataboutism. It's the president of the United States sets the tone, and I'm not going to be tone policed by people that don't seem to give a fuck about what the president of the United States is saying or doing. So it's such a stupid, silly argument, I think.
Whenever, I'll just say really quickly, whenever I see people act like everything comes from the top, the president always sets the tone. Like it's kind of as glorifying and like deifying of the president as people on the right who think that he's like the second coming of Jesus. I actually don't think he has that much power. I think that the collective consciousness of the people in the country also majorly set the tone. And all we've seen in recent years is on leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc., which matters. I know you guys, I've noticed you guys tend to make it about just the politicians, like because Hakeem Jeffries or AOC isn't necessarily saying things that incite violence. It's like you guys like to ignore that every day it's trending on Twitter with like hundreds of thousands of likes, millions of views. But like you guys are constantly saying things about how the president needs to get killed, but Republicans in general needs to get killed. You personally have said that Republicans should feel afraid of getting killed for going to any public events. If you guys think that that doesn't matter because you guys aren't in office, I think it's just delusional. You guys have arguably way more power in terms of setting the tone of culture. You guys have always owned culture, and that's why we're in an assassination culture right now.
Stephen, I want to give you a chance to respond if you want to explain those comments that you made, because those have been taken.
Is that if you just accept Destiny's framing and say everything's a top-down structure, then on a smaller scale, Destiny is responsible for any unhinged people in his audience, any violence in his audience, by making these tweets. Anything comes out of this, right? He has to forever, whenever someone does some sort of violence, he has to be like, oh my god, were they like a fan of mine, right? And he's going to be responsible for it. Like this idea, like it's just so this idea, like, oh well, because Trump says this, I have no, the gloves are off, right? Like anyone could just be unhinged, which I don't even think is going to work. It's hard for me to imagine that, in 2028, or even in the midterms, 2026, 2028, like, are people really going to be like, oh, I want the person for president, I want the party, I want the Democratic Party to go in the direction of who was like the most unhinged person, who was the one that was saying that, Trump should be killed. That's the person I want to represent me in the Democratic Party, right? Is that the direction that the mainstream of the country is going to go?
Doubtful, but who knows now? I mean, things are, I don't know about the whole Jennifer Welsh thing. That thing just mystifies me. So it's all just for him to get a larger audience on YouTube. That's why this is all kind of that's why it's really all laughable. All this stuff about politics and philosophy, it's all nonsense. It's all just to drive better audience engagement. That's why he's doing all these things and saying all these things. His whole content is complaining about Donald Trump being unhinged all the time. Yes. Like that's what he does. Yeah. So I don't see how you can say, oh, constantly complain about Donald Trump being unhinged, and then you yourself are just as unhinged, and your argument is, well, because he's unhinged, I can be unhinged. Well, then why are you complaining about it?
Right.
Stop complaining about it.
When that's the exact argument that the right was making the entire time for Donald Trump, saying everything he was doing. He was like, well,
it was a joke.
Well, yeah, the left is completely unhinged, so we need, Trump to be the bull in the China shop. We need someone unhinged to kind of come in here and fight back. Like this is always the argument that everyone always makes to sort of escalate any sort of situation. It's like, well, it's not my fault. I'm just reacting to this other person.
Yeah. Destiny wants to escalate.
People that you guys get mad at are the people that your own media figures show you. Do you guys manufacture outrage like nothing? There's a reason.
See, that's a meme too. All these things, they're just accepted uncritically about the right. All the left does is put this stereotype out about the left or about the right. The left has this stereotype that it's manufactured outrage, that the Republicans, all they do is come up with wedge issues. They're not real issues. It's so insane. And just, it's boring. It's fucking boring. Get over it, guys.
Why?
People who shoot places up? That's who we're mad at?
People on the left who say crazy shit will be people on Twitter that are nobodies that you guys will screenshot an account and then obsess over for the next several months or years. Okay? You guys will find whatever random comment you can on
Twitter. You're not a nobody, Destiny. You have an audience.
Right
and even a nobody who goes viral has a huge platform.
That's great.
But do you want to address the comments you made about Republicans?
Yeah, I'm not talking about me. I'm saying
he basically tweets out that they should assassinate the president to his huge audience. And he's like, you guys just obsess over meaningless comments. Just one little fucking tweet that doesn't even mean what you think it means. And you obsess about it.
Well, and it's always, it's so stupid too. Cause it's always like, Yeah, it goes back to what I was saying. Like things are always memes until they're not. Like you could have everyone say like, "Oh, I was just memeing when I said that you should, do X violence against some person," right? Until someone actually does it, then suddenly it's not the meme. And that's the way it always is. It's always a meme. It's always a meme. It's always a meme until the person actually goes and fucking does it. Then you throw your hands up and go, "Well, I was just joking."
Ugh.
That when Donald Trump is saying things that are insane, when all of your largest media, Matt Walsh and Tim Pool, are saying the craziest things constantly, and then you guys go, well, what about this random Twitter account? And you guys all get super mad about that. Nobody even knows who this is. You guys manufacture, what was that whole, the Sydney's?
Because
let me finish.
look at the actual real-life ramifications.
Steven, sorry, Blaire, let Steven,
Wait, who's he? Destiny's not a random account. What, is he calling?
Yeah,
he's like acting like he's a random account.
Steven.
The whole Sydney Sweeney thing is a great example. This is manufactured outrage. Nobody on the left was talking about this, and then a whole bunch of right-wing people found some random left account and made it sound like it was some huge drama issue on the left. It's insane. Even the
wait, what?
That's some Nazi propaganda.
There
was a million TikToks about it. What is he talking about?
Yes, there was a million TikToks about this. There was a bunch of articles, a bunch of mainstream articles about the jeans ad. The idea that like, oh no, they just found some random person that nobody even cared about whatsoever. This is completely untrue.
Yeah, no. He's just lying. He's just a professional liar now.
Oh, it's sad.
Comment of mine that you're bringing up right now, that's great. Even the comment of mine right now that you brought up of conservatives need to be afraid, that's the thing that you saw on Jesse Waters, or that's the thing that you saw right-wing Twitter run with.
I did not see it on Jesse Waters. I saw it on Twitter from searching your name this morning.
Yes, you didn't see it on my stream, okay? Because if you listen to even a minute of me talking,
you didn't see it on my stream. I searched your Twitter feed. That's how I saw it. Yeah, but did you see it on my stream? I'm much more responsible on my stream.
He's not though. That's where he was cheering for about the fireman getting killed at the Trump
I know.
rally.
This is so ridiculous.
about that. My issue is that every time a politically violent event happens, conservatives get horny as to talk about the oncoming civil war and to talk about all the violence that's about to happen and that we're going to get even and blah, blah, blah. And my comment there is that when left-wing people talk about political violence, generally speaking, it seems like there's like a healthy sense of fear, which we should all have. We shouldn't want to live in an assassination environment. But every time there's a killing, conservatives seem horny as to beat the war drums on it. And I think there's no healthy sense
when
of fear.
Luigi Mangione took out the...
So this is a very common...
delusional.
This is a very common floundering technique where he's like trying to just change the topic, right? The topic was about this, his tweet, right? His tweet where he's advocating for violence. He's directly advocating for violence. Maybe you could say it's implicitly advocating for violence, but we all know what's going on there. And he's like, well, let me try to change the topic to this topic about, oh, the right is always horny for violence. And you're like, what does that even mean? It's like, well, because Tim Pool has been saying that there's going to be a civil war in the country that somehow translates into people calling, people on the right were actually been calling for violence this whole time, which I don't think is true. And that is a very, very weak and poor argument and completely distracts again from Destiny's tweet. And he's kind of trying to make it like he was doing some sort of like big brained satire of like, he's like, oh, I'm just like doing some sort of reaction to the right wing being horny for civil violence by promoting violence in my own tweet, which makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of people lusting for the Civil War.
Healthcare CEO, you want to talk about horny? Every leftist woman in America
every single
wet
person,
her panties over that and still is collectively.
You think Ben Shapiro's comment section is full of left-wing people? That was everybody.
Well, we can look at polling, Stephen, and the polling does show that is more of a left-wing phenomenon.
For Mangione, I'm pretty sure there was decent bipartisan. I'm sure it skews a little bit more on the left, but I'm sure there was decent bipartisan support for him shooting and killing the healthcare exec, which is not good.
If you look at the polling, it is more profound among left of center respondents.
100%. And at the end of the day, like, I'm glad you guys can so always point to things Republicans are saying, and I'm never going to. You could list a million things that you find inappropriate or incendiary that a Republican says, conservative says, and I could go on the list and condemn it with you very, very easily because that's how I feel.
Doesn't matter.
It's interesting how you guys are constantly pointing to things conservatives are saying, whereas we can sit here and constantly point to things that leftists are doing that actually results in shots being fired and people actually getting shot. So it's not equal. The idea that this is a problem on both sides is equal. The idea that people continue to say it is, and yet it's not any leftist podcasters getting shot in broad daylight in college campuses. Thank God. It's
you guys
not
won't even
Biden.
acknowledge.
It's not Biden who was shot at 3 times. Thank God. Is it 3 or 4? I mean, you're losing count even of how many times Trump's been shot at. So you can talk about words all day, and words do matter, but then you have the real life consequences and manifestations of those words. And to pretend as if there's an equal playing field of violence going on, I think you guys are very lucky that Republicans and people on the right who actually own guns and know how to operate them are not just as incendiary as you guys, are not trending every other day on Twitter for how we need to take somebody out on the left. I think you guys are very lucky. And I think if anything, you guys really push it when you do incite all this stuff. And it's not just you, because we don't need to make it just about you, because it's clearly not. It's people like Hassan. It's, what was her name? Not Brianna Wu.
The tone in this debate is completely unequal as well. I get the sense that Blaire means it when she says, thank God there wasn't assassination attempts on Biden. When Destiny says that about Trump, oh no, he wants Trump assassinated. Like, no, everyone knows it. Everyone understands that. So it's just the differentiation is right here in front of our eyes in this debate.
Yep.
Even though Destiny is doing his best to deny it, he endorses it.
Yeah, of course.
Taylor Lorenz had a whole thumbnail about how someone needs to do it and like circled Trump, clearly, insinuating assassination, hundreds of thousands of views. It's clearly an issue. And to deny.
Can you imagine if, like, when Obama was president?
Oh, yeah.
There was
totally.
like a hash. Well, I don't know if even Twitter was around, but if there was some sort of like social media, like early social media campaign of like, well, somebody needs to take Obama out. Somebody, that'd be like a hit. Like, what?
Yeah,
crazy. The FBI would be involved. It'd be like this whole thing. There'd be like a million articles about it. Like, oh my gosh, it's the resurgence of the KKK in America. They're all advocating to take out Obama with violence.
And to deny that, I don't think that you have anyone's best interest or the country's best interest in denying it.
This is just a very unserious approach. This is a child's approach to politics and the environment in the United States right now.
And you're serious by being in complete denial of what's actually happening?
Denial.
Let's let Stephen respond.
The gaslighter is the one who's saying, oh, it's such a child's approach. The guy having a temper tantrum is the one saying, oh, this is a childlike approach. The guy lying about everything is saying, oh, this is a childlike approach.
My morality is that nanny nanny boo boo, stick your head in doo doo. I can do anything you do to me, okay? Or I perceive that you do to me, or I perceive that my political opponent does to me.
Right.
That's not childish morality, okay? Or that's the adults say. The adults in the room say that if someone else is a bad person, I get to be a bad person. That's adult level morality, all right?
That's 2-year-old morality.
I thought we all learned when we were like 3. Okay. I thought, isn't this what our parents tried to instill us when we were 3? They're like, listen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if everyone else is doing a bad thing, little Sitch. Okay. If all the kids are smoking weed or driving drunk or stealing cookies from the cookie jar, doesn't mean you can do it. I thought that was like something that they all, every parent tried to instill in their child.
2 wrongs don't make a right.
Maybe that was just me.
Look at the country where the president and your political party tries to be as maximally inflammatory at all points in time in the most egregious manner possible, and then when people on the left respond predictably,
this happening to Democrats and leftists? I don't want it to. But why isn't the results that it's constantly happening to you guys? It's happening one way.
Name me 2 things that Joe Biden said that incited hatred in your heart, where you're like, God, I can't believe Biden said that.
Bring up the MAGA Republican speech. Bring it up. I mean, he called half the country racist and basically said that they were endorsing Nazism.
Mm-hmm.
What a fucking joke.
I can't even think about what Biden said or didn't say. He was barely alive. He was a vegetable. You guys voted in a vegetable that sat and didn't actually say or do anything for 4 years.
The past 2 weeks that are like, holy shit, I can see somebody wanted to think about this. That's crazy.
You hone in on people who are holding office and you completely ignore the entire culture and the consciousness of the collective around you.
This is not even this isn't a real conversation. This is not real.
All right, guys, I'm going to move us along to the next point here.
Biden's whole campaign was based on the Charlottesville lie. The fucking Charlottesville lie.
Well, definitely. Destiny's, I don't know if you've seen, he's all on
Destiny
this,
buys into the Charlottesville lie now. Of course he does. Of course. Of course he does. Yeah.
Well, if
the whole country has woken up to it, and now Destiny's like, nope, totally happened.
Here's your, I know since Destiny likes hypotheticals so much, here's our hypothetical, okay? If in 2028 some, super radical socialist, Hassan lover gets nominated and they're, just kind of like left-wing Trump in terms of their rhetoric, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, there's all this violence that starts, happening against him, right, from right-wingers. All these arguments that Destiny is making, they're all going to disappear.
Oh, of course.
Away.
Yeah.
Right. They're all going to totally disappear.
Vanish.
Yes.
Now in the moment and you don't want to address it. You can look specifically at Joe Biden or specifically at Trump. I'm trying to say expand your mind a little bit. Just look at the masses. Look at what people are actually thinking, because these shooters are coming out of the masses. They're coming from random, radicalized leftists. They're not coming from people in office. So what are those people being filled with in their head? Are they following streamers who associate being Republican with being worthy of being victimized of violence? Are they following accounts? Are they listening to things on CNN about how Trump is verifiably a pedophile and all these things?
Yes.
It matters what's going in their heads and why the outcome is they think they can go in with a gun and take out the president or someone around him.
So,
and
Steve,
again,
I want to get Stephen's opinion on the next question here, which is essentially one of the most frustrating things about the kind of right wing for me has been they start with a trait that I share, which is like distrust of establishment institutions and media outlets and all of that. But then they quickly go into the tinfoil hat brigade land. And so that you could get into all the different things they pushed over the years. But I do suddenly detect a bit of an uptick on that from the blue side of the aisle, like people suggesting that the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting was staged. Do you think it was staged?
I don't know. I lean towards no
know?
on stuff like that. But like the issue is that in the past, I could give good reasons to defend why things like this would never happen. All of those reasons have been explicitly attacked and destroyed by the sycophants that are filling the White House right now. So in the past, if somebody would ask me, is it possible that the entire FBI would rig some type of investigation against a president or something like that, right? Like the what was the name of, I don't even know the actual name of the thing anymore, Crossfire Hurricane or whatever, right? We got a whole analysis and a report of that. And my perspective on a thing like that is that, are there some political biases that could potentially permeate some organization that could make people lean in a certain way or look, a different way at things? Like, yeah, 100%. But could somebody do like a top-down conspiracy? There are way too many people involved. You just can't realistically do things like that with the intelligence community. However, now we have an FBI where Kash Patel has personally gone through like FBI agents that were involved in investigations on Donald Trump and fired them. We are having like loyalty tests given to people to make sure, look at even for federal judges that are sitting before the Senate confirmation committees where they're refusing to acknowledge that Biden won the 2020 election.
Yeah, that's
how the
joke.
Can I defend my institutions and say that you should trust what these people are putting out?
But you still acknowledge there's no evidence it was staged, right? There's no evidence.
There's no evidence that it was staged. No, but before I could say beyond a shadow of a doubt, it's just not possible to even do something like that. The amount of people involved, it just wouldn't be possible. But now you've got a president who has pardoned people for seditious conspiracy, all of the 1600 J6ers. You've got Tulsi Gabbard telling Congress that she wasn't even really involved in the targeting of Iran. I don't know what the fuck how am I supposed to tell somebody there's no way this could happen when every part of our institution has been attacked and destroyed and undermined by the president of the United States?
Because you start from the premise that there's no evidence that it's staged, first of all, and is there evidence?
No, there's no evidence that it's staged, but typically the place you would start from is like, well, the place that I would start, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I'm being pedantic. The place I would start
from
is
like Occam's razor, right? The most likely explanation is that there are millions of crazy people out there, and some of them do really hate Trump and want to kill him.
For sure.
And we can see this. The most likely explanation is that one of them showed up with a gun and tried to kill the president.
Most likely, 100% I agree. But the place that I usually start from is like, is it possible? What are my a priori?
I mean,
here,
it's
right?
It's not impossible, but I feel like that's not where you usually start with conspiracy theories. You usually start with the reasonable explanation and then demand proof and explanations of the conspiracy.
Sure, but depending on the type of conspiracy we're talking, unfortunately, we just never get all that information, right? So especially when it comes to like government coordinated stuff, it's like, is this even possible? If it is possible, then we kind of go from there. I would agree with this shooting. There's no reason to believe that it's a conspiracy or that it's set up.
Blaire, I'm sorry, I will bring you in 1 sec.
I would agree with you there, yeah.
I do think Destiny is like a twister champion. Okay. I've never seen a man so so committed to twisting and turning to somehow be like, listen, I believe that it wasn't a conspiracy and that the shooting was a like actually crazy person wasn't staged. But let me tell you why, because the Trump administration is so bad that I could just completely be wrong and actually it is all staged.
Yeah.
It's like the most ridiculous answer ever. It's so crazy. He just can't say, no, I don't think it was staged and it's silly, right? And it's because of his audience. Well, I think it's his
exactly.
hatred, but it's because of his audience. Because there's a lot of people in his audience that do think it's staged.
That want to believe that or want to gaslight people into believing it.
Yes.
So he's got to be on board with them.
And so the way you deal with that is you say, well, I mean, maybe I don't, but here's all the excuses of why, Trump administration's bad. So therefore, if you actually think it was staged, it's not your fault. I'm not going to actually say that you're wrong or dumb for thinking that.
Yeah.
I just want to, I think you're what you're saying right now is so reasonable, but then why do you like tweet stuff where you said, for example, I have it here, 33% approval, perfect, send another assassin, make him collapse in the hall, though, play the sound effects for 5 shots.
It was a Truman Show guy. It was a good tweet.
Okay, listen, I know maybe you're just being funny.
Look at Brad here. He's got a tweet for everything. Good research, Brad.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not funny because millions of people actually do believe it's staged and do believe all this stuff is fake, and then they no longer take political violence seriously.
But Brad, because Destiny's not in office, he
just said that was base, that they don't take political violence seriously. I guess that's just part of the meme, too, right? It's so because like this was always a thing that Destiny would complain about with like Fuentes and other people, is that they always hide behind this like veneer of what's a joke and what's not a joke.
Yeah.
And I guess he's just now adopted it for himself.
The irony test.
Yeah.
thinks his words have absolutely no power and no consequences.
But I think they do. Obviously less than Trump.
Right. Because you have common sense. So like, I know that when I speak, if people, there's consequences for what I say. People are inspired to do things because of what I say. And that's the same for Destiny. So that's why personally, I would never say anything like that, especially when we're on our 3rd or 4th assassination attempt in general. So things do, there's domino effects, there's consequences to actions, including words, and you don't have to be in office for that to matter.
So you don't feel bad about tweeting stuff like that? It's all just memes?
I think it's funny. If the Republicans aren't going to conduct themselves in a serious manner, I think you should laugh at them for it, yeah.
But so it's like, again, we're with that 2 wrongs make a right. Let me ask you this. If there was a civil war in this country and the Republicans started raping women as part of the war, would your response be that Democrats should also rape women as part of the war?
No, I would say we shouldn't.
Because you have objective moral standards you should hold yourself in your conduct to, right? But you seem when it's just rhetoric, obviously that's not the same as, but I'm trying to test your principle here.
So here's the issue, and I know this doesn't stick because people just don't want to understand this or whatever, but I don't give a fuck, okay? There are actions that we do that are good because as part of being a human and living in a society, we understand that when we all do these things, generally speaking, they all benefit us. When we talk about things like and murder and theft, you could say that like the action itself is not good for whatever reason you want to argue. And then, sure, I would agree with most of these, but also because who the wants to live in a society where everybody's murdering each other, stealing everything and raping everybody? It's not good. These are horrible societies to live in. So there's reasons why we all adhere to these moral principles. But if you construct a society such that one side can constantly violate the rules and then cast it as though that's not what's actually happening. And then when the other side tries to say, guys, we all need to stop doing this particular thing, which gives the impression that it is a two-sided problem, there's no morality in that. This is the equivalent to that civil war happening and then somebody saying, well, shouldn't we turn the other cheek and just let them win? Of course not. The most Christian person in the world would say, well, of course we should fight back. Because in that case, rolling over and allowing the other side to destroy you, there's no morality in that. There's no virtue in that. And so this is why, and I'll do it here because you know what, Brad, because I respect you, because I believe the things you say. But like on Piers Morgan, if I'm surrounded by a bunch of soulless conservatives, I'm never disavowing violence because the only thing they do is they take that disavowal and they go, look, the left acknowledges that it's their problem. And then they continue to stoke the flames on their end. Yeah. We're on a one-way track to destruction here.
If your argument is that people stoking violence in the populace is going to lead to violence, and one side is perpetrating far more violence than the other side, wouldn't that mean that whatever side is perpetrating the violence is the side stoking it? I mean, that would be based on your thesis, right?
Right.
So it seems like this idea that right-wingers are stoking a lot of violence and no violence is coming to fruition makes the argument that they're not really stoking violence.
Yes, right.
I mean, Trump saying unhinged shit, is that really going to lead to violence? Him talking about people being hanged for treason is not really a rallying call to get your guns and kill these people, right?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Like I said, everything's a meme until it's not. So,
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I think Trump has lucked out on that front because a lot of the people who maybe could be activated by that rhetoric aren't, because Trump is literally in he's the most powerful person on the planet, right? So like if you're just some random person, you're like, well, why do I have to do it? Trump could do it himself.
Well, they did
So.
make that one lady's life a living hell that they accused of rigging the votes, and I think it was Chicago.
Yes,
Trump
that's
called
true.
her out with the suitcases. I mean, that's a tangible case where people really just fucking, she had to move and shit, which is
But that
bullshit.
goes into
It's totally
and that goes into what I'm
bullshit,
saying, because all that harassment was when Trump was out of office, because they felt like, well, she's the reason Trump lost, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that
So,
goes to what you're saying about the power dynamic.
Right.
It does it also goes to what everyone is saying about the irresponsibility. But look, Destiny just doesn't want to own up to the irresponsibility of the left. He doesn't want to do it.
No. Well, in his argument, like I'm thinking of his like broader argument, the broader example he was using about like, people find this war. It's kind of ridiculous, and it doesn't really address what Brad's point is, because it's like, okay, that'd be like, well, in World War II, the Nazis are, genociding Jews and gypsies and all sorts of other people, right? So should the American army's response been like, well, listen, they're, we have
need
to fight the way they're
the
fighting.
Germans. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just genocide
round
the
up all the
Germans, right?
Germans in America and just gas them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, was that the correct response? Obviously,
No.
that would not be the fucking correct response to any of this shit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because the whole thing is like, when you're fighting these fights, and this is even just the buy into Destiny's framing, which obviously I don't agree with, but just when you're fighting these fights, you always have to provide the positive vision of what you actually want the future to be, because if you don't, you're just going to replicate the same negative future you're fighting back. It's just going to be with different politics.
Yeah, what you gotta put out what you want to achieve.
Right.
That's definitely not happening in this situation, right?
No, of course not, right? And as you said, right now, obviously the violence is primarily targeting right wingers, so
yeah, that says it all right there.
That. Yeah.
But look, he's denying that. Any main case that you want to pull out, he's saying, "Oh no, that's actually a right winger. That's not a left winger. That's right wing violence."
And per his point, his Piers Morgan point, where he's like, "Well, I can't go on Piers Morgan and denounce violence to a bunch of partisan hacks because they're just going to clip me out of context and blah blah." My response to that would be, well, then don't say this unhinged shit on X. Like, if you don't want to have to go on Piers Morgan and say all this other shit, then don't, advocate for violence on X, which, like, that's why he's doing it. Would Destiny have ever been on Piers Morgan if it wasn't for his tweets advocating for violence? No, of course he probably not been on Piers Morgan, right? Those tweets got him on Piers Morgan. So why would he ever stop doing it? That's like that's why this conversation is kind of like the whole, like, kind of laughable, really, is that everything that Destiny's talking about and doing, he's just doing it for his own financial gain, right? He can couch it all he wants. Maybe he's even convinced himself. Maybe he's Eric Cartman believed, lied to himself to make himself believe that there's some sort of grand philosophy justification for acting unhinged. But at the end of the day, it's just because it's what's helping him make more money, right? He went through this. He almost got fucking canceled. He went through this thing where, he gets accused of all the sex pestiny shit, right? And it looked like for a while, people were like, oh my God, is this going to be the end of Destiny? Well, I guess not. As long as you just, go swing hard enough against Donald Trump, right? That can make everyone forgive you for any sort of wrongdoing.
It's so sad.
What I would say is that at the end of the day, you should strive to be a good person and uphold yourself to moral standards.
I understand you're saying that, and what I'm telling you is
do.
it's not a good person to sit there and give the other side ammunition to use against your own political
Condemning
side.
evil
to pretend
listen.
Yeah, but Destiny, every time he puts one of these pro-violent tweets out, that's what he's doing. He's just giving political ammunition to the right. That's what I'm saying. He's just full of shit. This is all just for his own personal gain. Everything else is just nonsense. All this philosophy he's giving is all just a lie that he tells himself to feel better.
Yeah, he's giving him cover.
Of course.
There is zero ammunition that I would feel I was getting right now for you to be like, shooting are bad, like assassination attempts are bad. Just like you can sit here and ask me to condemn a million things that Trump has done. And because I have my own individual principles that I hold to a higher, obligation amongst myself to actually stick to, I'm not going to abandon those just because you're sitting in front of me and we disagree on XYZ policy.
Blaire,
I think that's kind of ridiculous.
I'm so sorry, but I would just add also that, Stephen, I would feel that it actually gives Republicans and conservative media more ammunition when you don't disavow a shooting on Piers Morgan, for example. They use that as proof. Look, all leftists are crazy, even though that's obviously not representative of even your full scope of your views, let alone the entire party. Aren't you giving them ammunition by doing that?
No.
Blaire doesn't have an audience that is forcing her to endorse political violence. Destiny does. That's like the huge difference here. Right. Destiny's audience is standing behind him and saying, oh, you better endorse political violence. Our backs are against the wall and these people are fascists. Blaire is not in that same situation. Brad is not in that same situation. So it's very easy for her to be magnanimous and say, oh, I condemn political violence. But Destiny can't do that.
Because if it wasn't me, they would find a one follower Twitter account, and then they would say the exact same thing, right?
Destiny again is a one follower Twitter account now. Destiny's that one follower Twitter account that everyone found.
Well, I don't know if you know the classic defense. If I wasn't doing the bad thing, someone else would do the bad thing. So therefore, it's okay for me to do the bad thing.
Right. Yeah. And conservatives would find it and highlight it.
Yes.
And Destiny,
the president as someone who's Minnesota lawmakers were murdered by a Republican shooter. It's impossible.
Destiny,
there's just no purpose. We're on a track right now. It's not going to change. This argument is retarded. This is just a deeply unserious argument. I'm sorry. This is not. You can't have one political party that is constantly stoking the flames internationally too, by the way, and then pretend that if Democrats at home just
see, this is just what. Where are Republicans constantly stoking the flames of violence? Where's this happening? What's going on? What's he talking about? Trump made some comment about some people should be hanged for treason, right?
Right.
That one comment is the entire Republican Party stoking political violence now? This is fucking crazy.
Kept, disavowing that eventually we're going to get back on path. Conservatives love the violence. You guys love it. You invite it. You're horny for it. You're excited for it. That's why I said there needs to be
Yeah, see, this is just fucking lies. No examples for it. Just dream world delusions here.
Healthy fear in this country.
Why does polling show more support for political violence among liberal Americans?
Because conservatives
why?
Don't consider alligator Alcatraz or Trump threatening to jail his political opponents as political violence. What was this poll that I...
Oh, yeah, alligator Alcatraz. That's really going to get the school shooters going, isn't it?
saw a while ago. Actually, you're so right, Brad. I'm not being sarcastic. There was a poll that I saw where I think liberals ranked higher than conservatives, and it was something along the line. I wish I could remember the exact thing, but it was like, is it ever justified to use political violence or to kill an opponent or something like this? And I think the liberal part of that poll was higher than the conservative part. But the reason why is because when conservatives think about killing people, they don't consider it political violence. Who were the people that were constantly saying the tree of liberty needs to be watered by the blood of patriots? Who was constantly spamming the don't tread on me and my Second Amendment right is to defend from a corrupt government? They don't consider these things in the vein. You're going to tell me that Second Amendment loving conservatives don't believe in a healthy sense of political violence?
Government, albeit like I think a lot of conservatives have like a little bit of a fantasy in their head about defending themselves from a tyrannical government with their personal firearms, but to pretend as if that's the same thing.
Wouldn't that be
as political violence as actual people at Trump rallies dying and getting shot? To pretend as if it's the same thing as going in and trying to assassinate the president is insane. That's not the same thing.
Okay, so there it is. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. This is why it's
easier.
I mean, this argument is, first of all, it's a stupid argument because for two reasons. Number one, when you ask someone, do you support political violence?
Mm-hmm.
Most people, doesn't matter if you're on the left or right, 99% of the population they interpret the words political violence as should a person who's not part of the government go enact some sort of violent action against someone for political reasons, like a terrorist action. That's what people think when you say that question.
Terrorist action or assassination. Yeah, exactly.
Some sort of terrorist
action. They don't
think
of alligator Alcatraz.
Right. They're not perceiving it like, well, if the government does something authoritarian, do I support that action? Right? Is that political violence too? Right? That's not what people think when you're asked of this fucking question.
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, that's not. I don't think when those people that were on the far left, when it was like 20% or 25% of the far left respondent of the young far left respondents said that they were in favor of political violence. Do you think that's what they thought? Were they
No, of course
thinking
not.
under the Trump administration, oh yeah, I'm in favor of the government stomping on my, the boot on my neck? Obviously, that's not what they're thinking about, right?
Yeah.
And then the other thing that's stupid too is that when people, even if you don't ask these questions, whenever people answer these questions on polls, they're always thinking about it in the context of what's going on, right? They're thinking about it in the current climate. So like, yeah, in a hypothetical situation where, I don't know, you have some Zoran Mamdani or AOC or Hassan is, God forbid, president of America, and they're rolling out the re-education camps, right? And you do the poll in favor of political violence, and Hassan has implemented China style social media scores for all people depending on how well they support communism. Yeah, you might get different respondents all of a sudden about who's in favor of political violence. Obviously, right? But what the poll shows is how people feel in this current moment at this current time. And that's important. And it's kind of ridiculous from the Megas argument, like, well, it's true that like people on the right have always had this idea that maybe at some point, they'll have to use a Second Amendment solution if the government tries to take over. Okay, but what does that mean? Doesn't mean they're advocating for it right at this second. Doesn't mean they're advocating for it right now. I don't see people, right wingers running around. Even after January 6th, it wasn't like, yeah, you had the January 6th piece of shit people, right? But it wasn't like you didn't see all these people, rebel against the government and try to like assassinate Biden or something when Trump lost the election.
Not at all.
This is why it polls so lowly on conservative. They don't consider that political violence. It's something different. This is more noble. It's more righteous. That's not political violence. It's self-defense from the government.
Well, I'm going to move us along here because we have gotten bogged down in this, but I also think there's some valuable points that we fleshed out. So I do appreciate the spirited conversation.
Disagree. Nothing valuable.
We've talked about
here.
All of this rhetoric in this conversation about this. I do believe has an effect of desensitizing people to violence. So I've been kind of disturbed to see, and I want to get both of your thoughts on this trend across TikTok and other platforms as well. You have this rise of users essentially using the audio of Charlie Kirk's assassination, of him literally dying, as a transition sound for outfits for prom and other things. So here's the headline: TikTok pulls all known viral outfit videos using Charlie Kirk assassination gunshot audio. But for a while, these were going viral and a bunch of young people were doing it. I want to play you guys a sample. I'll probably change out the music in post-production so it doesn't actually show the sound, but you guys will hear it and we'll discuss. Listen to this.
It's disgusting.
It's horrible.
I mean, they could have just... I mean, did they know they were using that? How would you know if you just looked up some sound effect or some sound effect was going around? Was that deliberate?
I'm sure. Well, what he just played wasn't the actual sound effect. But.
Oh, they blurred it out, or
yeah, he replaced it for the post.
Oh, he did. Okay,
right.
I don't get to hear the sound effect.
No.
Okay.
It's terrible. I see some conservatives on like Twitter trying to like find these young women and their names and cancel them and find where their parents work and get their college offers rescinded. And I don't support any of that because Blaire, my read on this is these women, or most of them, they're 16, 17, probably most of them are not like hard leftists who actually are glad Charlie's dead. They're probably people who are just totally desensitized, and it's been turned into a meme, and they've, had to do school shooting drills, and they've seen so much violence that they just didn't realize how
Stop making excuses for these bloodthirsty bitches, Brad. What the fuck? These bitches need to be found. I don't endorse any of this shit. I think this is straight up accountability culture. These people are bloodthirsty bitches, and they should be fucking slapped around a bit. I'm in favor of them getting slapped around a bit. Metaphorically, obviously, with whatever social measures that you can put upon them for being bloodthirsty bitches. The fuck?
Profane that comes across and how insensitive and inhumane it comes off.
Right.
So I don't think they're all necessarily evil, but it concerns me that young people are this desensitized.
Unless they're slapped around socially, how do they know they're not doing? How do they know they're doing anything wrong? Right? I don't understand this argument here, Sitch.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yeah, That's
What'd
okay.
you say?
I'm saying these people are bloodthirsty bitches, and they
okay,
should
that's
say they should get some sort of ramifications for their bloodthirsty actions. So, and Brad is saying, "Oh no, they're society has done this to them." It's a very leftist argument that he's making. They're not to blame. Society's to blame. No, fuck you. They're the ones that did it, Brad.
I would err on the side of they're just a couple young, dumb bitches who don't know the gravity of that.
Yeah, look, and when people fuck up, you got to show them, hey, look, you fucked up. Here's the punishment for your fuck up.
I do find it disgusting. I don't agree with like going and trying to ruin their lives or young women with the rest of their lives ahead of them. That's
just a little bit of their lives, okay? Not all of it.
A bit much for me. But I think the point is proven partially by that, obviously, that people are super desensitized to it. I mean, we have a great example right here in Destiny. I mean, to be honest, like, obviously the litany of things that you've said around political violence is indicative of the fact that you are yourself desensitized to.
Don't make excuses, Blaire. What is this? Why are people making excuses for this shit? He knows what he's doing. The fuck? Don't blame his desensitization. It's insane. It's his fucking fault. He's a bloodthirsty piece of shit, and you should call him that.
Yeah. It is
Not
annoying.
say, oh my God, society's done this to you, Destiny. No, you did this to yourself.
It is unfortunate that no one's conversation brings up that like Destiny's just doing this for money. He's just doing this for his audience.
Yes, yeah. He has a bloodthirsty audience that he has to satiate, and the way he satiates it is like making violent rhetoric about conservatives, and they feel justified in doing it because they've made this caricature of conservatives that they're all racist, greedy Nazis that deserve what's coming. Destiny sees himself as Dexter. He is a serial killer of serial killers. Okay? That makes him the hero in the story. And if you're saying, oh my, it's just desensitization to violence. No, that has nothing to do with it.
I'm desensitized to it as well. I think we all are. Like it's.
Dude, look, that Charlie Kirk thing, I'm not desensitized to it. That disturbed me. That disturbed me deeply for a long time. So I think this is complete bullshit. This is not natural born killers, okay? We're not in a 90s movie here. This is fucking real, and it's abhorrent. And these people should suffer. This is accountability culture. They're doing this shit. They're lying to people. Like, there should be some ramifications for this kind of behavior. Social censure. Something needs to happen here.
Even in this last shooting and incident, it's weird. It's almost like despite the fact that I was physically near this last one, it still didn't shake me as much as like the first one when I was just seeing it on Twitter. So that's how I knew like, oh, wow.
Well, look, because this one was failed. Trust me, if the same imagery unfolded in the Charlie Kirk situation with anyone involved, we'd be having a much different conversation here. This guy, it's like what he did was laughable. There's a comedic element to this because it was such an epic failure. But if he had succeeded, we'd be right back in the Charlie Kirk days, those bad old days again.
I'm way too used to that. But that's where it comes down to the only solution to that is the individual responsibility that everyone has as citizens, and then even more so as commentators, to lower the tone, to lower the pressure, to say like, hey, we can't go down this route, because when we go down this route, yeah, it's cringe to be talking about civil war and all this, but is this not how things like that start historically? They don't just start with everyone.
Would you acknowledge that Trump as the president, he never will, but he should lead by example on that?
Absolutely. And that's not difficult for me to say at all. Like the amount of things that Trump says that I, on a range from roll my eyes at to feel the need to publicly condemn, like it's a lot of things. I don't like, the way he disrespects, Christianity often in his words. I don't like the way that he will dehumanize Democrats as much as I am not a fan of Democrats. Like, absolutely. But the difference is I'm not going to pretend as if only Donald Trump's words matter, as if citizens on a regular everyday level don't matter, and then even more so commentators who are speaking to hundreds of thousands to millions of citizens.
Destiny, are you bothered by people kind of having this desensitization to violence in these videos, or do you not care?
Doesn't care.
Like again, they shouldn't, but I don't know how to have this is like a real conversation. Like if you
I mean, maybe you're dissociating or maybe you're like going through it, but it's a real conversation.
It's not. This is not a real conversation. Okay.
Okay.
So,
well, then why are you here?
Because I love and respect Brad.
Okay.
No, he's there for attention, obviously.
Attention, audience,
attention.
Money.
Yeah. Desperate.
I appreciate it.
Well, then you shouldn't say that the conversation that he set up isn't real.
Sure. That's the thing too, because he came and weasel out like you can make can't make his like dumb argument like, oh well, when I'm on Piers Morgan, I can't say what I really want to say because the evil, mean conservatives are going to clip it out. It's like, okay, but you're not on Piers Morgan. You're speaking to Brad and Blaire, both who are trying to be very, very moderate and very anti-violence in their position, and agree that Trump is saying a lot of things that are fucked up, and you still won't even, take the olive branch or reach any sort of moderate position whatsoever in what we're talking about.
They don't want an olive branch.
I know.
How can look? These people are Nazi pedophile rapists. Sitch. What's the point of an olive branch?
Well, he can't. I mean, also he can't, because the second he acknowledges any of this, then he gets raked over the coals for all the unhinged posts that he's made. Right. So he's literally in a position where he physically cannot actually agree to any of this like actual reasonable takes, because then he'll have to defend his unreasonableness.
And he'll have to change his behavior or be labeled a hypocrite. So
right.
Set the conversation up, so have some respect.
Eventually, the American people, the American people will eventually figure this out, or not, and we'll all blow each other up. Okay, when streamers are fighting, or when you're a YouTuber or an influencer, if I were to turn on my stream today and I were to start making a whole bunch of sexist or racist jokes, then I think that eventually my community would become racist and sexist. They just would. You can see it immediately. And when a streamer ever gets called out for the behavior of his audience, people will very quickly look. Yeah, I know it's hard to explain how the real world works.
So you don't think people are becoming more violent or desensitized to violence because you're putting that out there? You just acknowledge that if you were being racist, your audience would turn racist.
Yeah, what do you think happens when you go out and say that the guy who died in Pennsylvania deserved it? Right. That right wingers should be afraid. What do you think happens then? What a dumbass.
Correct, but I'm not generally making like I'm pretty careful with my community. We talk a lot about political violence. We talk a lot about
what oh my god, we got a next video. This is the insanity is too much to take here. Too much to take, Sitch. I can't handle this.
He's very. This
was a guy that implied a bunch of children deserve to die in a flood because they were in a conservative state. This is a guy that's very careful with his community.
Yeah, but he said that on Twitter. He didn't say that on stream, Adam.
This is
okay.
This is insane. You don't think his community follows him on Twitter?
Let's take a pause.
Why are you making excuses for Destiny?
We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to this. We're at 36, 35 here. Okay.
Oh no.
I think this is interesting because he talks about he's being very careful with his community here. Well, actually, yeah. Wait, let me play it out before. Wait, hold on.
If you were being racist, your audience would turn racist.
Correct, but I'm not generally making like I'm pretty careful with my community. We talk a lot about political violence. We talk a lot about what our stances are on it. Believe it or not, my community watches my stream. They don't just watch the 20-second clips that you guys get off to when you see them on Twitter floating around. Because I do think a lot about that. Because when I see a shooting happen, one of the first things.
Okay, so 36, 35. Okay, so as you said, his audience knows, right, that Destiny is very against violence because they don't just see the clips, right? It's just the evil right wingers that are bringing up this point. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if you saw this. Here's an interesting video.
I want to address a couple different things.
This is a video that Destiny put out himself on his own channel from 2 months ago. Destiny's head mod confronts him on his rhetoric. Let's just listen to like the first minute or so of this video.
I want to address a couple different things, and I feel like I have like two main things that I want to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like they're going to overlap multiple times. So I feel like we should just lay out a couple of things that we agree on, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Actually, can we agree that the issues that are in the subreddit aren't just happening in the subreddit; they're also happening in the Discord.
Can you tell everybody what the issues are?
Yeah, so yesterday I think Destiny referred to it as like kind of school shooter vibes going on, as far as how people are talking in a way that makes people think that like not just radical and like I'm so tired of people saying like, well, Trump did radicalize me. You should be radical under Trump. I'm talking about radical as in like gonna cause violence in a way that isn't what everybody thinks it is kind of way. Like when I hear radical, I'm thinking of like somebody who is out of their mind and just like going after people like in a violent way.
Okay.
And I'm worried that that is what is happening, is that we are having people become radicalized in a way that isn't good. In the subreddit, I've noticed it more, but I also see it like in GGG chat. A lot of times they say like the vote.org thing, I think is like one of the like memes right now around like a way to like get around TOS kind of stuff.
A way to say that phrase again?
To like get around TOS.
No,
like,
wait, what was the phrase?
Saying, like, like the vote.org thing.
Oh.
I think is like a current meme in the GGG chat.
Okay. That's not good. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I understand what you mean though.
See, so my thing.
So we have one of Destiny's head mods comes on and tells him that his entire chat, his Discord, his subreddit, he's becoming very concerned with the amount of violent rhetoric that is being tossed around in Destiny's community, including Destiny apparently himself at one point said that there's a lot of school shooter vibes going on. Okay. So
wow.
It's pretty interesting that this was just a couple months ago. Destiny has this conversation with his head mob that he uploads himself, or his editor uploads, and then now when he's talking to Brad and Blaire, he's like, listen, my community, they know, right? They know that violence is bad. They don't just see the clips, right? They know that that's a bad thing and they shouldn't actually be talking and doing any of those things.
All because he's very careful with the community. That they don't get any mixed messages from him, right?
Right.
They all know exactly what page he's on when it comes to violence.
Right.
Violence against the enemy.
Mm-hmm. And even have it in the chat window right here. Someone says, I said DGG had a Fed posting problem. So this idea that like, oh, you know, his audience, they're just so different from all the memes. Like that doesn't seem to be the case.
Fed posting, that's very right-wing coded.
I know. Okay, you go back here.
Yeah, like, rough. You guys get off to when you see him on Twitter floating around, because I do think a lot about that. Because when I see a shooting happen, one of the first things that I think about as a content creator is, how would I feel if this guy came from my community? Would this be a happy thing for me, or would I be like, ooh, I don't really like that? And basically every single time I've seen one, or every single time I've seen one, I wouldn't want this person to come from my community. So we usually do talk about it. There are jokes that I've made in the past. I know that you guys love to clip or whatever. There's one where I'm running around in like Modern Warfare 3 or whatever. I don't know, some battle royale game where I say something like, oh, we got to genocide all conservatives, blah, blah, blah. And I know that the conservatives have been running around with this one recently. This clip is 7 years old. Nobody was killing each other for political violence back then. I would make that same joke.
Well, it's like edgy gamer talk. Sure, well, you didn't mean that literally.
Correct. But I wouldn't make that same joke right now because people are literally politically assassinating each other. That's just not a joke that I would make right now. Like, oh yeah, we should go kill all. I just wouldn't, because I would be uncomfortable with it. Because if somebody kills somebody, you know, in 2 weeks, I don't know if that comment would be the thing that sent him off.
I mean, he made a joke again about the guy who got shot at Pennsylvania and died. He made a joke about the kids that died in Texas. I don't buy this. He would make
that joke today.
Yeah. He made a joke that he thought someone should kill the president. So I don't know what this, suddenly now we're in the whiplash territory of like, oh, listen, I would never make a joke like this today.
Things are too serious now.
I know. What is happening? This is
the gaslighting portion of the thing.
Yeah.
Being said, again, there's going to be a predictable response when the guy at the top is constantly making jokes about it, is constantly inciting and stoking the flames of political tensions here and abroad, constantly engaging in violent speech in the most unhinged manner possible, such that, like, when you look at the environment around, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, what are you going to do? Like, shit is Like nobody would go in every other part of the world where people are adults. You recognize this. A manager doesn't go to a shift and then look at this employees messing around and go and correct every single employee. You fire the supervisor. You say, why aren't you controlling your shift? Nobody looks at any culture and says every single individual in that culture needs to hold themselves responsible. You look at the huge motivating and influential factors. And right now, Donald Trump is a person who loves violence. He loves it. And
I mean, where no one's going around looking at every individual person. They're saying, yeah, look at some of the key factors. And Destiny, I hate to tell you this, but you're one of the key figures on the internet left at the moment. Okay.
Yeah.
Take some responsibility for yourself. It's weird because he keeps vacillating between trying to take responsibility, trying to duck responsibility.
And he bathes in the attention related to it. And it's just amazing and exciting and awesome for him. So why would you expect the culture to look any different?
But so I don't deny for a second that he is a massive cultural influence, but I feel like you ascribe almost a totalizing power to him when a lot of these phenomenon have been playing out over the last 10 years, including when like Joe Biden was president. And,
What are all of the insane political violent things that you think would have been inspired by? I feel like the joke was that these were
well, I
boring
didn't say
4 years.
inspired by Biden, but I was saying that the unhinged nature of things and the desensitization to violence and all that, it didn't just start November or January to when Trump was first inaugurated for a second term.
Inaugurated for a second term?
Yeah.
No, I agree with that, but I think that when you look at Nixon, okay, and you look at is it the Saturday night or Friday Night Massacre when he started firing everybody? The reason why Nixon did that was because Nixon was operating prior to that as though he was a criminal. He thought that he broke the law. He thought that he was going to get completely f***ed up for it, and he started firing people because he didn't want the consequences. And then when he resigned because he thought he was going to get impeached, and then Ford pardoned him because he knew he was being criminally investigated. That was the expectation back then. Today, Donald Trump acts as though the law doesn't apply to him. And when you look at things like, say, I don't know, conservatives hate to talk about it, but look at like January 6th. What was the expectation there? That as long as we're doing things for Daddy Trump, everything's going to be okay. And it was. He pardoned all of those people. So when you have a president who's giving a pass to people to be violent in his name, and then we're like, why are people being violent in the United States? Yeah, obviously. What do you mean? No shit.
I mean, that's a valid point that you send a terrible message when, for example, Trump specifically pardoned in his pardons for January 6ers, Blaire, included people who violently attacked cops. You are sending a terrible message.
And the difference, then the difference I would just like to highlight here is I'm not sitting here saying that Trump is not guilty of inciting things. The difference is the other person here on the panel thinks that only Trump's word matters, so much so that he can't even have a conversation about culture in general, the temperature in general. It's all ascribed to just Donald Trump, which is as delusional as the people that worship Donald Trump as the, end and all be all of goodness. People who ascribe only that the world is just completely screwed because of Donald Trump, people are only doing bad things because of Donald Trump, that's just as delusional to me.
So I want to bring in the next story here that relates to this is that the Trump administration is actually trying to indict former FBI director James Comey.
You mean indicted, right?
Well, they did indict him. You're right. Yeah, no. And they're actually trying to make this a thing. This all traces back to an Instagram post where he had posted seashells that spelled out 8647. Here is a clip of Acting Attorney General Todd Blank describing this indictment and why they pursued it.
District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2, same day, May 15th, 2025, that the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years.
This shit is ridiculous. Totally fucking ridiculous.
I know. It's totally insane.
He posted a picture of shells that spelled out 8647.
Yep.
And 86. I mean, that means to kick out of an establishment because someone's drunk.
Yeah, or to remove something from the menu. Or
to make it into a death threat is just ludicrous.
Yeah.
This is the perfect example of Trump cucking. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's insane. This is because he
Mhm.
wants to go after Comey for some other reason. But it looks terrible.
So where I'm coming from on this is I think it's insane. I think it's a crazy indictment. I do agree we should all try to tone
Hey, stop copying me, Brad.
down our rhetoric. Yes, the president, but also everyone. And the whole 8-6 thing is ambiguous enough that I understand why, for example, Comey took down the post and said he didn't mean to convey violence. And like, I wouldn't be out here saying that right now, but it also, like in the restaurant industry and even just in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, has a clear nonviolent definition as well of just remove or get rid of. So it doesn't meet the legal standard of a true threat, not even particularly close. You just have them prosecuting their political enemies for like Instagram posts they don't like that are objectively, at least in my opinion, First Amendment of protected expression. I don't know. Stephen, do you worry about getting indicted next? Are you going to be posting 8647 just to bait them, or
I mean,
are you
in the wake of the Charlie Kirk shooting, that conservative clip that Blaire has seen clipped by other conservatives went mega viral. My YouTube got demonetized over it, and there was a report in I think it was called I don't know, it was like the Minnesota Tribune, but apparently there was a person sitting behind, I think it was Stephen Miller, texting either Vance or the White House chief of staff. I think it was Vance, and I think Vance was talking about how they were looking to indict they wanted to indict 2 Florida influencers for comments made about Charlie Kirk. I'm like 95% sure that one of those 2 would have been me. So yeah, it's a thing that I worry about, but I mean, conservatives are never going to say anything about it. You know, it's all just kind of like memes and jokes, and the president has the right to indict whoever he wants. So yeah, I mean, it's a horrible, I don't know what other commentary I could have on that. It's a horrible thing.
I've actually seen a fair number of legal conservatives, even both the Fox News legal analysts, Andy McCarthy and Jonathan Turley, both came out swinging against this. So it will fall apart, but it's stuff like this where...
I mean, they got a way better case against Destiny than they do against Comey. Because Destiny was spewing violence. That could easily, I think a jury would interpret it as violent rhetoric towards the president very easily. Yeah.
Blaire, I mean, you and I both came up in an era of Republican politics where it was all about free speech, all about the First Amendment. I feel like they turned against that.
You can't advocate for violence. The First Amendment doesn't protect you against advocating for violence.
No.
Yeah. Inciting violence is not free speech.
Right. That was
shut
why
the fuck up.
That was why the framing from when, the peak woke shit was always every
of course, is
thing
violence.
was an advocation of violence, right?
Yeah.
Like every pushback, every disagreement with something woke was an advocation of violence.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
and
You
the thing
don't
with
get my
Comey is
pronouns
obviously-
right. That's violence.
Right. And the Comey thing is very reminiscent of that too. But then you kind of get in this backwards problem too, where it's like Brad's going to bring this up, and Brad and Blaire are going to say, yeah, that's bad, and Trump is, completely wrong for doing that. This is infringement on speech, and he's being cringe and cucked and all this other stuff. And Destiny is going to obviously agree with all that or say it's worse than that. And then he's not going to give any ground, or moderate his own, position or his own side or anything.
Which is
whatsoever.
1,000 times worse. And I mean, if you put his statements in front of a jury, they are going to say, of course he's advocating for violence.
Right.
Put that tweet up. They're going to say he's advocating for violence.
Yeah.
A lot quicker than I expected.
Yeah, I'm not on this train of we got to get him for the 86, 47, whatever. I don't think it meets the legal standard of a death threat or even an incitement of violence. I think it's, again, on a personal level, I would not post something like that right now. Maybe even ever, because I also grew up you probably remember, you're on the same age as me. There was also a time where, if you even kind of said anything that could be remotely misconstrued as a threat against the president, it was kind of seen as be really, really careful. And that's really kind of loose now. So I don't agree with the indictment. I don't like it personally.
Yeah. And I also think it's just too difficult to ignore the partisan hypocrisy of Jack Posobiec said 8646 about Joe Biden, and he's not getting.
I didn't even know that. Yeah, and that's and I will say also, I would rather see people Epstein's associates indicted before this. Like, there's a lot of people I would rather see time and resources spent on going after than this. So, don't like it.
Yeah. Well, I do just think it sends a totally contradictory message that we're going to be going after our enemies. It's our turn now, and when, especially when they campaigned against the weaponization of government, feels like they've done a lot of that. I want to talk about the Supreme Court.
The weaponization of government against conservatives. That's what they campaigned against. Come on,
Right.
Brad.
But we have this weird situation where it's like, it seems like, I think the real argument that Destiny wants to make, I don't know if he would ever say it directly, or at least that he feels, is that it's like right now you have, Trump wants to weaponize the government. I think, obviously more than it's already happening, right? I mean, he obviously, besides the Comey thing, besides the lady, the poll lady thing, besides trying to get the Fed chair thrown in jail, he put out multiple posts and keeps talking about how he wants the Justice Department to go after more Democrats, right? Which, so he's the president. He wants to use his power to go after his political enemies and throw them in jail, right? Very, very blatantly. And so it seems like Destiny's kind of response to this is like, well, since the left doesn't have the power to do that, I guess, what do they just advocate for violence? Is that like the left-wing version of this? Because Trump wants to use the government to throw people in jail wrongly, that therefore the left's response is to just respond with violence?
Ugh. That's where we're at now?
Yeah, it's not a good world. I don't want to be in that world.
No.
We shouldn't really be advocating for that world at all.
No.
And I think the fact that Destiny and all these other people are either advocating for violence or soft advocating for violence, it actually, all it does is it just makes it so much easier for people to defend Trump's actions. Because the thing, like the number one thing that people always defend is always try to defend order. And they always use like violence as the excuse for order. Or I should say unrest and violence against people as the excuse for kind of doing, large crackdowns on order.
A little bit, because this is a big subject of discussion after a very controversial ruling about the Voting Rights Act and its a modern day interpretation that was handed down. But now you have Democrats, many of them have for a while now clamored to pack the Supreme Court, to add additional justices specifically to skew the ideological bent of the court and remove it as a meaningful check on their power, what they can do when they retake control. And now apparently even the leaders of the Democratic Party are open to the idea. So here is Hakeem Jeffries being asked about court packing, and here's how he responded. Listen to this.
In the new Congress, we're going to have to do something about this Supreme Court. And let me be very clear. Everything is on the table. Everything to deal with this corrupt MAGA majority that is issuing political opinions that are designed to bolster the prospects of the Republican Party, and we will not allow them to succeed.
So President Trump responded to this by calling...
What do you think of Hakeem Jeffries? I don't think we've ever talked about him.
I mean, I've never really liked Hakeem Jeffries, so.
He does. It seems like he tries to have the same kind of mannerisms as Trump, but I never have seen him say anything remotely funny. Trump is very funny. Yeah, right. Trump's trolls are comical, and Hakeem Jeffries seems like he's trolling in the same kind of way. He's saying the same sort of incendiary shit, but none of it's funny. None of it's remotely funny, which I think is a grave miscalculation. Well, look, it's probably appealing to Democrats. That's why everyone's blowing smoke up his ass, but. I don't know that it will have wide appeal. When Trump has some plausible deniability when he's saying unhinged shit that has like a tinge of I'm joking in it, right? Because it's comical. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries has any of that.
Well, Trump has like this. Trump is like South Park. He gets like magical pass for some complicated reason.
Yeah, totally.
Weird.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So. Which obviously that the unhinged pass doesn't, pass to other people.
No,
right?
No.
Like Hakeem. I haven't really been following Hakeem enough to have like an opinion about, him saying all these things.
He says crazy fucking shit.
The one I see the most that's like trying to emulate Trump is Gavin Newsom, is like trying to be like, left-wing Trump.
Right. I can't take Gavin seriously.
And it was funny because like all the, I've said this before, all the far left people, they used to fucking despise Gavin Newsom. They hate him. He was a corporate Democrat. He was a moderate Democrat. They hated him so much. And then as soon as he starts, being very insulting to Trump and Republicans online, he's sort of like emulating like the Trump way of doing a social media post. They all start changing their tune and they start talking about how awesome he is just because he's fighting. Like that's all they care about. Oh, well, he's sticking it to Trump. And it's kind of sad. This is like the environment, I guess, that we're currently existing in politically.
It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Boy, Hakeem Jeffries kind of looks like a Muppet.
But I mean, what he was saying here is,
Muppet
what he's saying here
eyebrows.
that they're going to pack the courts. They want to try to pack the Supreme Court.
Yeah, he's saying everything's on the table.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, they're like, look, we lost the court battle, so now we're gonna. It all began with Obama. Obama getting denied that court pick.
Yep.
Opinions that are designed to bolster
an EQ individual. And pointing out that he said the Supreme Court is illegitimate. Trump writes on Truth Social, after saying such a thing, isn't he subject to impeachment? I got impeached for a perfect phone call. Not sure that's quite how I remember it, but okay. Where are you, Republicans? Why not get it started? They'll be doing this to me. I mean, Destiny, members of Congress can't, in fact, be impeached. That's not a thing. I would have hoped that Trump would know that.
It's pretty retarded.
I mean, you can hope, but I mean, you're gonna be hoping for a
like, why aren't they
time.
impeaching this guy? Like, what are you talking about? Oh God, it's depressing. This is very depressing.
But it is concerning to me, and that's ridiculous that he's trying to get someone removed for saying this. But I mean, do you support packing the Supreme Court? Do you agree that this is a MAGA Supreme Court? Because that's not my read on it at all.
I think the Roberts is just completely and totally unhinged. Reading the leaked papers that I think were published in the New York Times for kind of the start of the whole shadow docket business, that was just unbelievable to me. Unfortunately, I haven't read the last opinion yet. I don't have enough alcohol in my house at the moment to go through a whole 90 pages authored by Alito, because holy Christ, that's going to be inducing. But some of the decisions and some of the completely contrary reasoning that have come from this court are just astounding to me. You'd have to get
into. But do you acknowledge they've ruled against Trump on tariffs, against him on deploying the National Guard? There's like 40% or so of the rulings are unanimous. There's actually a lot of bipartisan consensus, and it's not a partisan court.
I mean, Hitler killed
You might disagree
Hitler.
with them.
I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Yeah, there have been things that even this court has not ruled in Trump's favor for. But I mean, like, they basically axed part of the 14th Amendment. They gave Trump immunity, the president, from all crimes. It seems like they give.
So we've entered sort of, maybe this is the Canis Owens. We've entered the conspiracy realm where there's nothing that can be used to disprove the position, right? It's like, well, here's all the times the Supreme Court ruled against Trump. It's like, well, it doesn't matter because they've ruled with him in other cases.
Yeah.
So therefore, they must be his stooges. As opposed to, I mean, the Supreme Court is just very conservative at the moment and has a lot of very conservative views on things, right? I'm pretty confident that on the birthright citizenship, they are not going to rule in Donald Trump's favor. But I guess it doesn't matter because, they're still going to be in Trump's pocket anyway, according to Destiny.
Yeah, I love the Canis Owens reference.
Him a pass.
Well,
on
they didn't
a lot
give him.
of behavior.
That's not. They didn't give him immunity from all crimes.
They did.
That's an oversimplification
It's not.
of
They
the
did.
ruling.
They did.
They said that the exercise of core presidential powers, you have immunity for. But there's things
without
that
defining
you don't
what
have
those
immunity for.
are, and leaving
I mean,
the definition broad enough that essentially anything could come under that.
It'll all have to be fleshed out, but it's just so when you're demonizing the Supreme Court as a MAGA court, even though there's this vast ideologically diversity on it. I mean, actually, the Supreme Court is one of the only institutions in America that is running relatively well, like much better than Congress, much better than the presidency. And yet you have Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries, but even to his left flank, the people that are saying, stack it with judges. How do you fight somebody like Trump, who you say is authoritarian, with authoritarian suggestions of your own, like packing a high court, Steve?
I think that there are really good reasons why the Supreme Court should be reformed. I think that we should have at least one judge per circuit. I think that makes sense. And I think that we should have some kind of term limit on judges so that we have a more regular appointing of judges by the president. I think it's really weird that
What kind of assault rifles are those that Destiny has in the background hanging on his wall? Is that like 3 assault rifles there?
Yeah.
And some handguns.
He's just a Second Amendment supporter, Adam.
I guess when you move to Florida, you can do that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
President could have 0 and the next could have 4. That seems to be really silly.
But that's different from court packing.
I agree. I think that to the chagrin of my more left friends, I don't think I would necessarily be in favor of like, let's just throw 5 judges on the court. I think I would be in favor of a wink wink court packing, but done as like a part of a larger like court reform package, basically. Like, yeah. Also, to say this is not a partisan court, there are 9 votes on the Supreme Court, and Republicans get 2 free spaces on every major decision. That's kind of crazy. Okay, that's a little bit
I think
crazy.
I would be much more open if your argument is that Alito and Thomas are like MAGA justices. I would be much more open to that.
Well, yeah, no, they are. That's what I'm saying. But like, you get 2 freebies. You have
but what I'm saying is Neil Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, John Roberts, they're all independents, and they do not just do whatever Republicans. In fact, I see so much hate from Republicans for those justices. Blaire, I'll bring you in here. Sorry.
Yes, like one of the things that Trump has been bitching about the most is that, you know, so many aspects of his agenda have not been able to go through because of the Supreme Court. So to pretend as if it's a MAGA court, I don't really agree with. And I also agree that it's one of the few institutions that I have like a little bit of faith in currently still right now. Hakeem Jeffries, like, I mean, he is low IQ in my opinion. Like the reason he was even going off about the Supreme Court because he was saying that Black people had their right to vote taken away in Louisiana. I mean, it's completely insane. And it's also, just to kind of tie it into the rest of the topics we've been going through here, like that's also the stuff that, like, I'm not going to sit here and say that's a direct, inciting of violence or anything, but when you create like a climate and a culture where people really genuinely think that their basic fundamental rights are being taken away even when they're not, you create this sort of like air of desperation that kind of sounds a bit like the manifesto from the shooter at the White House Correspondents' Center, like this sort of like other world they're living in where all of their rights are being taken away and everything's coming crashing down, and they may feel a desperation to do something. I'm not going to say Hakeem was directly inciting there, but I think that overall, I don't like the sort of like, we talk about the extreme things Republicans say that Trump says. I also don't like the extremity on the other side where it's like gay people are getting thrown in camps, Black people can't vote anymore, women are losing their right to vote. Like all those things create this climate that I also don't want to live in because it leads to other things.
Because, Stephen, like sometimes when we talk about this extreme rhetoric, and I think progressive commentators have a point about this, they say, well, it's not Democrat elected officials, it's just commentators and TikTokers. But when it comes to this kind of thing, it very much is Democratic elected officials who make hyperbolic doomsday rhetoric, like they're doing Jim Crow 2.0, like they're trying to get rid of the 19th Amendment with the SAVE Act, like they're trying to stop married women from voting. These things that have very minimal basis in reality and are obviously hyperbolic. And I agree, they're not like actual incitements of violence, but they are bringing up the temperature, which, yes, I understand you're going to say Trump does even more so when he calls people traitors and treasonous and says they're going to destroy the country and all that. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's right for Democratic leaders to do it.
This is what I would say, okay? If I go to an event, okay, and some conservative guy, shows up, and he manages to sneak up on me and he punches me or whatever because of the shit that I talk online, I would be upset, but I would get it, right? I'm a very inflammatory figure. I understand that's the speech that I engage in. Somebody might show up in real life and want to, beat the shit out of me or whatever. I get that. I accept that to some extent. Obviously, I report it to the police, but like I'm choosing to engage in the way that I do, understanding that this might be the result of what happens. If you're worried that Democrats are fear-mongering, and then on the other side of that, Donald Trump is talking about revoking the citizenship from people in Congress that he doesn't like. What the fuck am I supposed to say about that? Like, yeah, Democrats are going a little bit far on the other side, but like, holy does Donald Trump not literally give them the easiest layups in the world for this? And nobody on the Republican Party seems interested in contradicting him here. So,
do you think the flip side of that also, though, is that because Democrats and progressives cry wolf all the time, that when Trump actually is saying crazy shit or it actually is getting a little dystopian, the public has been desensitized to that because people were marching over the Handmaid's Tale outfits in the first term over relatively benign things.
Yeah, you're preaching my song. Yeah, I complain about this shit for forever. People have been calling Trump a fascist for 500 years, and I think it's the stupidest thing in the world. But now, I think in this term, 100% Trump operates in almost an indistinguishable manner from a fascist who is trying to leverage whatever tools he can in our democratic republic, and to bend him in his favor. But it kind of loses any point of saying it when people have been calling him a fascist for a decade. I mean, I do agree with you there that there was way too much of that for too long. But liberals,
I mean, he still is, but he
autocorrect.
still is also constrained by various checks and balances.
No, he's not.
He is abiding
Barely.
by.
The Supreme Court has blocked like multiple things he's tried to do.
Yeah. So the tariffs would be an example I would use, right? And that they kind of blocked it in one way, and then Donald Trump immediately re-levied basically every tariff at a slightly lower percentage because he stated another way to do it. Right. This is not a meaningful check on power. The tariffs that he did do for a year.
Check. Trump is seething about having to return the money and about
that's fine that Trump is seething. He's not returning the money. I don't know where you got that from. That's funny, but I don't think we're ever getting that money back. So that means that Trump. What does it mean when the Supreme Court rules against him? They're essentially saying that this action was illegal.
The leftist is saying, "Oh yeah, we really need to pay those corporations back. Oh my God, we overtaxed the corporations."
Yeah.
The fuck. I don't think we're ever getting that money back. Apple's never getting it back. Costco's never getting it back.
But I think the corporations have a good shot at probably getting the money back, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, of course they are.
Yeah, not us.
Cool. When I do something illegal, I would go to jail for it. I would imagine. If you do something illegal,
that's not how it works. Biden lost at the Supreme Court for his student loans being illegal and other things.
That's very true. And for that, we can have conversations about the shadow docket. We can talk about preliminary motions because it's interesting that when Biden wanted to do.
Why do people talk to Destiny?
This is very silly. Right?
Do we need to get to the end of this? Can we move on to something else? Look.
We can watch the mayoral debate if you want to move on. Yeah.
Yeah. My bad faith, patience is worn thin here.
Okay, that's fair enough.
It's just all performative ignorance and gaslighting. Yeah.
Right.
The only people who are interested in this kind of stuff are people who delight in being ill-informed about everything, so that they can live in their partisan dream world.
It's true.
Yeah.
Let me read some supers, though.
Which is super unfortunate, but...
Yeah. We're going to watch this is very kind of hilarious, LA mayoral debate with Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt and Nithya Raman, the Democrat Socialist of America candidate. PC for $10, thanks so much, says, Happy Mother's Day. That's right. Happy Mother's Day. How do we not start the stream? Happy Mother's Day, everybody. To all the mothers out there that we know are watching right now. The perfect, you know what the perfect gift for Mother's Day is? That's right. It's membership to the Sitch and Adam.
Don't say that. Oh, that's so bad.
That's what your mom wants more than anything else. Make sure you buy her a membership.
Don't listen to him, guys. Get your mom something nice. Get her some flowers.
Let your mom have access
to all the emotes. Get her some flowers and some attention, some love.
Let your mom have access to all the amazing motes. Okay, in the chat here. So.
Stop already.
Okay.
If you I will ban you if you get your mom a membership to Sitch and Adam, okay?
Right.
Get your mom something good. Give her some love and attention from you. Get her a kitten. Moms love kittens.
That Dark Kenneth, look at that. Thanks so much, That Dark Kenneth, for 37 months. Being a Frugal Seeker says, one of my favorite debates was Destiny versus Blaire debate. Wonder how the two are going to compare. Haven't watched, but seems this was more heated.
This was terrible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kristen Brand for $5 says, every time I heard of radical, don't think people with crazy ideas. Instead, I think a guy with a skateboard do a trick and say tubular. We've moved on. It's darker times. Philip Cogans, thanks so much for 40 months for being a Frugal Seeker, says, I think this video is genius and shows how AI can bring about the democratization of political ads. Oh, that was the Batman ad. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Christian Ball for $5 says, any chance you guys will go over the Virginia redistricting case? Lots of lefties scream about it. Probably not.
The redistricting case?
Yeah. I
am curious how it's going to play out. It seems like all the states are going to be gerrymandered now in completely the wrong direction. I think they should do gerrymandering, but they should do gerrymandering according to the party affiliation. So if the state is is 40% Republican and 60% Democrat. They should apportion so the districts are 40% Republican and 60% Democrat. And
Right.
that's the way it should go. That's the only way, because the technology to gerrymander is just getting easier and easier to do.
Yes.
So the only way to make it fair is really to make sure the party representation is there. But representation based on race is fucking cancer, and we should be moving away from that. So the whole idea that black people are Democrats, that meme needs to be squashed.
Yeah. No, there was also a recently there was I didn't read it, but there was a state Supreme Court, the Virginia State Supreme Court had some ruling that harmed the Democrats' map that they were trying to put out there. So everyone's doing the gerrymandering redistricting fight now.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
But no, you're 100% right, and it's very annoying. I really don't know. Like, I know what the solution is to gerrymandering because I think it's exactly what you said. I don't know how it's ever going to get implemented, unfortunately, because it just to get the political will to really implement that, just it seems like it'd be very difficult
to introduce some sort of
accomplish it.
fairness into our political system.
Well, because essentially you're going to have the political party that's in power is going to have to agree to terms that would harm its ability to maintain its power.
Right.
Which
yeah.
I mean, it's not impossible. That's definitely happened before, but it's also going to have to be done by state basis. So.
Yeah. I guess you'd have to do it at the federal. Why couldn't you do it at the federal level? You could do it at the federal level.
Well, you'd have to. I don't know if you'd have to change the federal law pretty dramatically. I think to give the federal government the authority to write. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I mean, the states are in charge of executing the elections, but there is federal law around elections. Right. I mean, the presidential elections are in the Constitution.
The weird thing is, and I don't know if this was a good idea or not. The weird thing is, like, basically the federal government was able to implement a lot of control over states via civil rights legislation in terms of, like, when you had the southern states that were doing things that were obviously blatantly racist, like segregation and, trying to disenfranchise black voters and all these other things. But I don't believe there's really any political protection based on like political ideology. Yeah, political
That's
affiliation.
a tough one, isn't it?
And it's kind of like, on the one hand, you're like, maybe there should be. On the other hand, you feel like, well, what about people that have like wacky political, like, where do you draw the line exactly? So I don't really know how that would all work out. It is an interesting conflict. I'm not really sure how we're going to deal with it.
Yeah.
Kristen Brandon for $2 says, anyone watch the John video on the quartering?
I watched the Willie Mack video on the quartering. I watched some Brittany Murphy videos on the quartering. Or no,
I saw the Willie Mack one. I didn't really like the Willie Mack one, honestly, because the whole quartering situation is, the drama of it. If you don't really know what's going on here, I guess the quick breakdown is the Keno Casino guys accused. I don't know the legitimacy of this whatsoever. Okay. So I don't know, but the Keno Casino guys accused the quartering of having like an open relationship and some guy fucking his wife. And so, of course, people were making fun of the quartering and saying he was a cuck and the guy was a bull and all this other stuff, right? I don't know if any of that's true. That was the accusations that were being thrown around. And Keno Casino was like really going after him for it. And so then it seemed like Jeremy, in response, was flagging Keno Casino and trying to get them banned off YouTube and threatening them and saying, like, I have connections at YouTube, making all sorts of like cringe, like, I have connections at YouTube who will get you a channel banned if you don't do what I want, right? And all this stuff came out, and he's trying to get Keno Casino kicked off of YouTube and all this other stuff. And so people have been shitting on him all over it. And I don't know if you saw, there was some new, even Baring kind of turned on the quartering and dropped some.
Yeah, because
DMs.
Baring and what's the other guy? They did a podcast together. Count Dankula.
Yeah, exactly.
And Quartering did a podcast together for years and years and years. So now they're catching heat for Quartering's drunken escapades.
Right, and it seemed like Quartering maybe like deleted their podcasts.
Oh, I think people are flagging their podcast because of his, as
is that what's going on? Yeah. Well, the channel was like gone or something.
It's like if you went and did insane shit and people started attacking us, I'd be like, hey, what did I do here?
It's like this whole drama spiral, like massive thing, and Quartering getting all this heat. Quartering rightfully
he
should get
just
all this heat.
deleted his ex, but he's deleted it before and come right back again. So
he also recently was getting criticized. This is pretty crazy too. He went to I don't know why he did this. He went to the Renaissance Fair and he was like walking around with his like phone and he kept commenting on like women and like creeping on them.
Now, how recently was this? Because I was
recently.
like, oh my God, this is some idiot thing I might have done when I was like 20.
People were talking. I assumed it was. I saw the video. I assumed it was recent. I don't know if it was like some old thing, but I'm assuming it happened recently.
Look, if we make comments about women's looks who are in media, who are public figures, but to go to the Ren Fair with private citizens and start basically filming them and commenting on their looks.
Well, listen, there's a
Get
difference
the
between.
fuck out of here. That's insane.
There's a difference between like you're on an internet show and you see a picture of someone and you're like, oh,
they're in a movie or in a television show or they're an influencer. Right. Yeah.
They're literally walking around a public place, like creeping on women.
Yeah. Nobody asked for this.
Oh, it was weird. I don't even know why he thought that his audience would like this. Like, what the fuck's going on there too? So I was like, this is weird.
That was totally insane to me. I went to Disneyland recently and I saw a bunch of people going around Disneyland now. I guess there are these channels of people who just live stream Disneyland content to children who are like, oh my God, Disneyland, right? They probably make millions of dollars.
I'm sure they make tons of money. It's a good idea. Yeah.
But it's like, they should ban that shit from the park. What the fuck?
Right.
I'm not there to be on public display for some live streamer.
Mm-hmm.
Evidently Jeremy was banned from Ren fairs now over this, which good riddance.
As he should be.
Get the pervs out of here.
Yeah.
He said, you can go look all you want. Don't live stream it to your audience.
And he's live streaming it, making like creepy comments and shit about this, like, oh, and there's like mothers with children. He's making comments about the whole thing was fucking weird and creepy.
Yeah.
And he posted that he's taking a break from social media. That's why his X account's gone. Okay.
He's taking a break from live streaming women and children at Ren Fair.
At least, that. But no, but the reason I didn't like the William Mack video was because, like, talk about all that weird shit, but then like, it's one of those things that when people get when people start getting dogpiled on, like instead of just talking about like whatever the dogpiling thing is or whatever the thing is, they'll like, oh, let me like dig back into everything that they've ever done or I want to criticize them for. So he's like going back. He's like, oh, he talked about Brie Larson too much. I'm like, okay, what? Like really? Like, oh, I don't give a fuck. Yes, the Quartering complains about Brie Larson. Like that's not really relevant to what's going on now. So I didn't like that. Like half the video was just about all this old, Quartering was too anti-SJW. I was like, okay, it's kind of irrelevant to the.
I don't think you can ever complain too much about Brie Larson, but that's just my personal take.
Like that's fine. Whatever. Who cares? So.
Yeah. No.
But all that Quartering shit's crazy. I haven't seen John's video about it though.
Right.
Cullivar, thanks so much for the $5. Says, come on, guys. We all know Destiny is Hassan's bottom down.
Oof.
I said Ray for 5. SGD says, if Trump was a bottom up president, he would care a lot more about gas prices, Epstein, and corruption. Adam can't say he's bottom up only for rhetoric.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think Trump does care about all those things.
I do. Yeah. I think I think obviously he cares about gas prices.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's trying desperately
to open the straits and get out of the Iran situation.
To change the gas prices. I think he tried pretty desperately to get Epstein out of the news and everything. So I just wasn't successful at it. Cullivar for $5 says, Adam, did you know Sitch is Sammy's bottom? It's in Red Supremes. There you go.
Really?
She wishes.
Is that true?
She wishes, yeah. She wishes.
Be nice to Sammy.
Bro.
You can beat up on Sitch, but be nice to Sammy.
I'm always the nicest, okay?
Oh, okay.
Always the nicest. There's been all these
talking to Cullivar, but you're
well, it's bad because
protesting too much, as they say.
There was some YouTuber singer guy who like murdered his girlfriend that all the people have been talking about.
The Tesla trunk case.
Yes, and then because of that, like Sammy's been watching all these. She's gone down like the female path of listening to true crime stuff now. So it's like every day, it's kind of good
She
for me
doesn't
because
want to
every
end up in the trunk of your Tesla. Can you blame
yeah,
her?
like it's kind of good and bad for me for it because every day she's like simultaneously like, oh, you can't murder me, and then on the other hand, she's like, oh, I keep hearing about all these horrible relationships, and our relationship's good, so kind of gives me like points for not being a crazy psycho.
And if she's comparing it to men that have killed their spouse and like,
It's pretty easy, right? Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Such a low bar for you to
It's
achieve
true.
greatness.
It's true. I like it. I love it.
As
Listen
long as
to
I
more
don't
true crimes.
murder you. Yeah.
Yeah. Lord Mick the Bait, thanks so much for the 45 months. Says Destiny's Son matches the hypothetical scenario perfectly. LMAO. That's true.
I
didn't
was
even think
thinking the
about that.
exact same thing.
Good
You would think
point.
Destiny would know
It's a good point. Top
about
down
how
there, yeah.
kids try to differentiate themselves from their parents by being
Right.
the opposite political affiliation.
Orichi Kitsune for $10 says, hasn't Destiny repeatedly said his parents are Republican and shitty people he now hates? Or is that an act and he's secretly Republican by his own logic? That's a
Yep.
great point. That's a great point.
He is secretly Republican.
Metalworks for $10 says, I hate how Tiny does a good job criticizing the far left and is probably only live with largeness of voice online advocating against working with them, but then acts insane when it comes to MAGA. That's why it's sad. He could have positioned himself as like a reasonable lefty, and that is not the direction that he went, obviously.
I don't think you can really, there's a ceiling for that kind of content, and Destiny hit that ceiling and wanted to go higher. So he had to pivot, as they say.
Mm-hmm. Culvar for $5 says, I would pay large amounts if the response to Destiny was, quote, hypothetically, let's say you were in a sexual assault lawsuit. Hypothetically. Philip Cogans for $5 says, Tyler Robinson is the same person who 10 years ago, he'd show up at an ISIS propaganda video and we'd be asking how he got radicalized in 6 to 12 months. True.
Yeah. Online radicalization.
Culver for $5 says, Adam, you're wrong. Destiny has said on many occasions that he wants to first win. Truth is only useful when you can win with it.
Which is terrible. It's a terrible attitude.
Yeah. Ian for $5 says, keep in mind, Sitch and Adam, that Destiny's the sort of person short, fat otaku wants to emulate. Is that true? I hope that's not true. I don't think that's true. I'm going to hold that hope for Dev. I don't think Dev wants to emulate Destiny. Righteous Indifference for $5 says, worth noting Destiny was decent friends with Turkey Tom, who got the verified scoop on Tyler Robinson's motivations. So he's being intentionally dishonest. Yeah, was that ever confirmed? I did watch the Turkey Tom video where he talked about the guy who was claiming to be Tyler Robinson's friend. I don't know if that was ever confirmed by someone else to actually be accurate or not.
So you say he's just going or the super chatter says he's just going after Turkey Tom because he's mad about the previous
he's saying
engagement.
He's saying Destiny's being even extra dishonest because someone he knows personally, had all this information saying that, that the shooter was very left-wing, politically motivated. Right. That's, Turkey Tom's video was about, one of their friends was talking about how he would always argue about things becoming more and more and more far left, sort of, about the whole situation, which makes sense. Obviously, he's dating a trans person, so.
But Turkey Tom also made the video about Destiny having CP on his computer because the girl was underage when she sent him the video.
That is true. So I don't know. Maybe they're not on good speaking terms anymore. I don't know where they're at the moment.
Right. Yeah. And he was kind of cornered into releasing that information. Otherwise, it would look like he was protecting someone who was doing underage shit.
Right.
Which you can't really, obviously, you can't defend that stuff. People are going to come after you.
Maybe the Turkey Tom information is extra why Destiny doesn't want to accept the truth. Christian Baller for $5 says, Destiny's deflection to Trump's behavior is the exact same as Hassan when someone's critical of him. And he says, there's a genocide in Gaza.
Yeah, it's always Trump. Until Trump cleans up his act, I can't do anything. My hands are tied.
Yes, true. Living in Suggs Wall temporarily for 36 months says, gambling addiction. He's got the little, the no meme. Super chat addiction. 3 years go by quick. Well, thank you so much for 3 years of support, baby.
Yeah, no, thanks. That's great. You think it's fair to frame Destiny as cucking to Trump, since he really can't do anything until Trump cleans up his act? He just is forced to cuck to Trump.
Yeah, I think if you think about someone 24/7 and all your behavior is based on that other person's behavior, it does feel like you're cucking to them, right?
Right, yeah. Every time he advocates for violence, he's cucking to Trump.
True. Lord Stark for 49 months says, if Stephen were to try and conquer America and write a document explaining his motivations, it would be the Manifesto Destiny.
I see what you did there. That was good.
You did, dar. Tobin Russell for 2 hours says, why would anyone debate Destiny in our day and age?
Yeah.
For the views. QB Madre for 25p. Thanks so much. It's interesting that when left-wing pundits are called out, Destiny says they have no influence on the temperature. The moment Destiny points to right-wing pundits using tweets, suddenly it's a root cause. Very interesting.
Don't you love that contradiction?
Jeff McIntyre for $10 says, I always compare Destiny to a computer with a fast CPU and lots of RAM, but it can only run terribly programmed buggy software. Wasted potential.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Well, we say partisanship makes you stupid.
Yep. Messy Stan for $10 says, left-wing commentators encourage violence that affected the higher echelon of government. Hassan literally advocates for violence and got Mamdani into a seat of government that froze people to death.
Yeah, that's a sad state of affairs right now. People are bloodthirsty. People are thirsty for violence. They haven't really experienced. It's interesting that they framed some of the debate as being desensitized to violence when it really seems like it's the opposite. It's that they really haven't experienced violence, real violence, in a way that is tangible for them. I think the Charlie Kirk stuff is, it's like a video game to them. They don't really experience it. Charlie Kirk is like just a personality on the internet. They don't see him as like a real person. If they experience that real violence in their daily lives, I think they'd have a different attitude towards it. What do you think of that?
I think you're right. I think you're completely right. We're all privileged.
Yeah, very privileged.
Yep. MQT One Wheel for 2 hours says, wasn't Jay Jones elected? Enough said. Oh, that is true. That guy was elected. Yeah. That's pretty disturbing. Beard Master for 5 Canadian says, it's a bit hard to find anything spicy said by Biden when Trump has said more than his first week than Biden in 4 years. Yep. Raymundo Sandamurithi for $2 says the left sees Trump as amplifying states' violence. Yeah, and they can make that argument, but it's like, again, it's like, so is the argument just it's okay to do political violence because you have to fight back? You have to fight the state's violence with political violence. It's weird. Like if Destiny wants to make that argument, he could just make that argument, but he's kind of trying to have his cake and eat it too in the situation.
For every alligator in Alligator Alcatraz, they have to assassinate some political influencer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the argument?
There you go, right? Oz the Dark Horse for 10 months says Destiny's giving a masterclass in logical fallacies. True.
Do you know this meme? The $10 meme here?
Wigan for $10 says, but Adam, what are the oranges for?
What is this meme? I think it has something to do with quartering.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Who knows? Chat. What is the orange meme?
The Rooster for $20 says, Sitch bemoans the not cucking out nature of today's politics when he's the worst perpetrator of it. I've been following his channel from the beginning, and one of the consistent things is Sitch's pathological Trump hatred. I don't know how. Well, first of all, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure. Like, even if someone has TDS, that has nothing really to do with the whole cucking out nature of politics. So I guess he didn't understand what I'm saying. That's number one. But number two,
that's like a non sequitur right there.
Right, it's a non sequitur. Number two, I don't know how you could watch this conversation. I don't know how anyone could watch this conversation of Destiny, and you could come away with it thinking I have a pathological hatred of Trump. I think you can only think that if you have a pathological love of Trump at this point. If you could watch Destiny and think, oh, I'm in that camp.
Sitch constantly surprises me.
I know.
I think that the meme that Sitch is distraught over Trump, I think is way overblown. We always cover stuff, and I think, oh, this thing that Trump did is going to make Sitch very angry, and he oftentimes isn't angry, and maybe even endorses it. I mean, the whole Iran thing was kind of in that realm.
Well, you have to remember. Listen, it's funny because, and Sammy likes to say this every time. First of all, how could I possibly have TDS if I'm literally marrying someone who's a huge Trump supporter? This seems contradictory. But and Sammy likes to say this all the time. She's like, listen, Sitch, you have to remember, if it wasn't for Donald Trump, we wouldn't be together. Because that's how she found my content. And I'm like, you know what? That's true. That's fair. That's a good point.
You owe Donald Trump a big thank you.
I do. I gotta send him a thank you card. I gotta invite him to the wedding, actually.
You should buy some Trump coin.
I should. Yeah.
You can give it to Sammy for a wedding present.
There you go. Hayden says the orange meme is making fun of the quartering stealing content for his YouTube shorts. Ah, okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What's that have to do with oranges?
I don't know. Righteous Indifference for $5 says Destiny's problem is not he makes jokes, it's that he makes jokes and then defends them as legitimate points, said, including saying kids deserve to die.
That's a great point.
I think it's sort of, he does have the kind of duping delight where he like gets off on saying something crazy and then trying to figure out some wacky way to justify it. And then
That's
have his
psychopathic behavior.
Yeah, and then have his audience, agree with it. So Kristen Brand for $2 says anyone thought on gas prices? I mean, they're terrible. I'm assuming they're even worse for you.
It's gotten to the point where I see gas below $6 and I think that's cheap.
Like, thank God.
Is that not insane?
That is crazy. I mean, where I'm at,
I've seen like $6.99.
Yeah,
I've seen $6. We're pushing $7. I haven't seen $7s around, but look, we aren't even in the summer driving season yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm anticipating $7s. There's going to be a lot of electric cars sold.
Kristen Brand for $2 says thought on Ben calling Tucker and Owen the new left. Oh, I didn't see that. Tucker, oh God. Tucker and Candace are so, they're so Tucker's so, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that everyone could just see how insanely dishonest Tucker Carlson is.
Oh, I know. Oh my God.
I've been saying this for years. I'm like, he's the most dishonest like political commentator I've ever seen. All these people are like, no. And now that he's finally like, well, he's doing it against Trump. Some people are like, oh, okay, I guess you were right the whole time. QB Madre for 125p says, I wonder how Destiny would react if someone defended Hassan endorsing the Houthis with, quote, why hold him accountable? He has no influence compared to Trump. That's a good point.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Stella Fedora says, how do you respond to, quote, comedy is legal now?
Well, as long as it's not inciting violence.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to know more of the context in the specifics that someone's talking about. But I mean, there's a difference always between like, a comedian's making a joke this is what, like, that whole thing's kind of dishonest because comedy either serves just the purpose of saying something wacky to make someone laugh, or it does have some sort of like messaging behind it, right? And the whole like it's not even worth engaging these people. It's kind of why I said like Destiny's doing like the gaslighting thing. His audience, like when the person says like, hey, people should stop trying to kill the president, and then Destiny says like, I agree with this completely. And then when he's asked about it, he's like, no, what, me? I'm not advocating for violence. I just mean they literally shouldn't, right? And then he's going to kind of go back and say he was just joking about that. He was just joking about the kids dying in Texas, all this other stuff. Like, he knows what he's doing. His audience 100% knows what he's doing. There's literally no reason to, like, if someone's like, oh, they're just, comedy's legal. Like, I would just walk away from the conversation. That person is just lying to your face. They're just lying to your face, and they know that they're lying to your face. There's no reason to even talk to them. They're just lying.
Yeah.
Messi 10 for $5 says, why shouldn't Trump weaponize the government against them? They are deleting people in the country. I still remember people being shot by the Dems. Well, you should weaponize the government. It's not weaponizing the government. You should use the government against people that are inciting violence and that are actually going out and doing violence, sure. But going after the Fed chair going after fucking Comey because he put fucking seashells on the beach. Going after pollsters, going after people that are not doing the things is just fucking stupid and retarded, obviously. Like
seashells on the beach is one thing, but we don't know what the Fed chair did, so we never really got the evidence on that.
Well, they haven't provided any evidence that he did anything wrong.
No.
So it's one of those like we're going after him to try to find if he did something wrong situations, right?
Yeah,
so,
but he could have overspent.
He could have done something, but
yeah.
they don't know that they had that information that would have been presented from the beginning.
Right.
So
the seashells is just ridiculous on the face of it, though.
It's just you can't get into sort of like NPC mindset of just, well, everyone on the left is like in one team and everyone on the right is the other team, so therefore any action against that person is justified. Because if you go down that, I mean, that's you're just on Destiny's team at that point. Because that's Destiny's whole argument is like, well, you can advocate for violence against the right and do all these other things because they're on team right, and team right is Donald Trump, and everyone's part of the big, one team group. And so one attack on them is an attack on everyone. And that's how you get into sort of the socialist collectivist mindset. So you got to fight back against that if you actually believe in being an individual. Still provide R says members of Congress can be expelled by 2/3 vote from their House per Article 1, Section 5, Clause 3. Different process, but still. Well, there you go.
Impeach
them. Armageddon for Twitter says, Adam, you better vote for Spencer Pratt.
I mean, it sounds like I likely will.
I'll listen. I would just send me the vote. I'll write in for you. Okay.
Will you?
I'm sorry. It's illegal. I'm just kidding. Jokes are legal now.
My whole household and neighbors too.
There you go.
They delivered some ballots for my neighbors to my house accidentally. You think I should send those in?
Yeah, you should. You should. Yeah.
Think I'll get caught?
No.
Good.
Jim is fired up for $5 says the same presidential immunity is stopping Trump from going after Biden. Obama not going after past presidents is a good thing. Cough, cough. Biden. To some extent, yeah. To some extent. Hayden, big deal thanks so much for giving the one gifted membership. That was for Mother's Day. Thank you, Hayden.
I hope a mom got it.
Rusano Kairyu for 9 months. If this money equals freedom, thanks so much. Says, oh wow, Adam seems awfully familiar with gerrymandering. I just got here. Can I recap the past 7 months of shows?
Well, we talked about gerrymandering none at all. So
yes,
that's a new topic.
Chacos, thanks so much for $20. Says Sheep Detectives is a better movie than it has any right to be. Highly recommend you go see it. Support so we can get more movies like this. Maybe review it on your media channel, ATM Brains.
That's hilarious because my wife was trying to get me to go see. She's desperate to see this Sheep Detectives movie, and I told her, "Oh no, fuck you! I'm not getting trapped in a movie theater with this Sheep Detectives schlock." So, but maybe I actually will go see it now that you've recommended it. It seems very terrible to me. Did you see the previews for it?
I did not see the trailer for Sheep Detective. I don't know anything about the movie.
Especially when there's Mortal Kombat to go see. I'd much rather see that, but
okay,
maybe I'll go see it.
I'll watch the trailer, make a decision. See Hugh Jackman talking to sheep.
It looks terrible. Oh my God, it looks so terrible, but maybe it's good.
Recent Kyrie for $2 says the quartering more like mundane Matt too. It's weird how many people just go into that pit, right? It's never a good pit. It never works out for them. You think they would learn that, but
it's just
alcohol's
it's
bad for you. Okay.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't get drunk on live streams. That just seems like a recipe for disaster, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't. I try not to talk about my family a lot because I don't really want my family to be targeted subject of the internet's ire. It seems like Jeremy would get that, would understand that. I don't know, a lot of weird shit going on with this one.
Drug abuse is a real thing.
Do you think it's a drug abuse thing?
Oh yeah, he's just getting fucking lifted out of his mind and making poor decisions. Probably.
Okay,
that's what's going on.
As soon as if I do any drugs, I'm like, the last thing I want to do is get on a live stream or be like on the internet. It's
right.
Like, I'd rather be painting or going to a movie or hanging out with friends or playing some games or, I mean, there's a million other things to do. Jumping
Everyone's
on a live
got their
stream.
own things. Okay. Some people like to get drunk and paint. Some people like to get drunk and post bad things on social media.
It's just embarrassing.
Harrison Dill for $5. Thanks so much. Says USA should get rid of delegates and count every vote for the candidates.
Yeah, I think maybe that's a good idea.
What are you
Everyone
saying?
said like Democrats would always win, though.
Yeah, he's saying get rid of. He's saying go to popular vote. So. Yeah, I mean, you still need to have districts for House representation, so that wouldn't really solve gerrymandering at all. Risuno Kairu for $5 says, do you expect him to make a comment? Do you expect him to make comments on the man, Sitch? That would be gay. Sometimes you got to be a little gay, okay?
Who is
Insensitive for $10 says, Jeremy blamed the podcast channel going down on flaggers, but it showed removed by an uploader on the channel, plus the Rumble got nuked too, so he's just blatantly lying. It definitely seems like that. And even, I think as Metatron brought this up in his video, it was a good point. It's like, even if it wasn't him, why is he threatening? Like, you shouldn't make those threats, right? So then it's like, okay, you make all these threats and then the threats happen. Then he's like, oh, it wasn't me. It's like, okay, well, seems unlikely, but still. Amoeba Sheep, thanks for 50. Knock Knock says, week 8 of pregnancy. Look at that. Baby is the size of a raspberry. All major organs formed. Husband shot down the name Satan for some reason. Thanks anyway.
Well, look, it was just a suggestion, but
I'm glad
you guys mulled it over.
Right. I'm glad. What is it? What is with women that watch the stream that want to name their child Satan? What's happening here?
Come on. It's just a meme now. Having some fun. Well, congratulations. I'm glad things are going well.
Risuno,
always nice.
Kyrie, thanks so much for $5. Risuno says, Sitch, don't let her control your life and tell you what you can and cannot do. If you want to murder her, you do what you need to do. I don't endorse it. That's terrible.
Do what you need to do, but I don't endorse it. Look, nobody's endorsing it. Sitch, don't you touch Sammy.
Terry, I would
leave
never.
Sammy alone. You can
Risuno,
take her to every racist restaurant in Los Angeles, but you don't lay a finger on her.
You're never going to let that go.
Of course not. It's too funny.
Risuno Kairu $5 says, Adam, quote, they haven't really experienced real violence. Destiny. Adam and Sitch are literally demanding giga hyper right-wing Trumpian violence. That's true. That is what we're advocating for.
Oh, yeah. We're huge supporters of violence here at the Sitch and Adam
Well,
show.
no, I'm not supporting violence. I support giga hyper violence. Okay.
It's different.
Right. Messi Tenor for $5 says, people like him were the architects that got people deleted. They should be accountable for actual public officials like him. That they're not a nobody. Who's the him? Who are we talking about? I don't know who you're talking about.
You got to stop with this him. Just
Are you
throw a
talking
name
about
in
Comey?
there.
Comey's not responsible for that. What do you mean?
Comey would help. Trump would help. Destiny would help. People like Destiny were the architects that got people deleted. Well, I agree. There should be accountability for. Okay.
I think they should go. I think they should go back into all these people that do this violence. They do need to do these full investigations. I would have more confidence if it wasn't Kash Patel, I guess. But they do need to go back and do full investigations and try to figure out, what is actually radicalized these people. And if there are people like, any of these pundits that are responsible for saying all this unhinged crazy shit.
I thought Cash's days were numbered. What happened? He's still around?
They probably are.
He's still hanging in there?
They probably are.
Give me a date. When's he gone?
Val Mary for $20. Thank you so much. Says the Ren Fair video was a few years old, but the Corey's response was to say everyone was pearl clutching, that it was normal behavior. This drama has been a wild ride. June the King's video is long, but worth the watch. Or John the King's. Oh, yeah. I didn't watch it. I saw that. That's the one that's like 3 hours long or something. So it's
like, that's not normal behavior.
Yeah.
A grown-ass man perving
Well, he
out
said it's
at
a few
Ren
years
Fair.
ago. It's not like he was a kid or something. He's a grown-ass man with a child and a wife. He's doing that.
I don't think he has a child. I think the quarter
He
is
doesn't? I thought he did.
childless.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. He's been married for a long time. Okay.
Right.
So, regardless. Living in Sex Walton related, thanks so much for the $5. Says, Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. Those who wish to qualify for next year could leave an application with a picture by the vent at Stug's place. There you go.
Oh, wow.
You want
You're
to
looking
become
to
a mother next
mother
year?
someone up, huh?
Yeah. Chaka, thanks so much for the $10. Says, Adam, go see it. It'll make your wife happy. And I'm spending extra to emphasize this. Well, look, he's $30.
Yeah, no, look at this. You're practically paying for the movie now. Now I feel obligated to
There
see
you
it.
go. Adam, if you don't watch it, maybe you'll lose a general. Sitch, if you do see it, maybe you'll gain a new soldier. Oh,
Chances are good I'll go see it. I was just worried of getting trapped. You know those movies that you walk into, Sitch, and about 20 minutes in, you're like, what have I done? I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm stuck here.
Listen, you sit in the back and then you can pull out your phone and you can just scroll on Twitter the whole time.
I left Little Miss Sunshine. I didn't understand. Like, oh God, that movie annoyed me so much.
Really? I didn't.
Yeah.
I've only seen it once. I don't remember being annoyed by it.
Little
Back
Miss
whenever it
Sunshine
came
was,
out in like
was
2000 and
just fucking
whenever.
ridiculous to me. I was like,
Okay.
this has got to, this can't be serious.
Really interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh well.
Thanks so much, Death by Slot, for $2. Says, I think the left wing philosophy and morality exists so much within a conceptual framework that when someone actualizes it, left wingers have a hard time accepting that person as being a like minded because they never do it.
That's a good point. That is a good point. They're like, this is right wing behavior. They have to be right wing.
That's an interesting point. I don't know if I agree with it. I think it's all just them coping and lying. Honestly.
Well, there's probably some people that do who are like, this is left wing people are empathetic. They would never, they're all anti-violence. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, maybe that applies to like boomers and shit. Because there was a time where like the idea of like the far left was, the bleeding heart hippie. It was like, oh, I can't step on a bug, right? But
yeah,
I mean, anyone who's a little
flowers
bit
in
younger,
the barrels of the guns.
Yeah, exactly. But anyone's a little bit younger. I mean, that hasn't been a while. That hasn't been the stereotype or the thought of the left, at least the far left, for a while. So
no, now they're all unhinged, violent lunatics, ready to kill your healthcare CEO.
Yeah, but it's weird because they try to like have the same visual aesthetic, but then be like unhinged about it, right? Yeah, you think of like I remember back in the day the weird queer looking people walking around Evergreen College with like dyed hair and bats looking for Brett Weinstein.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, okay. So something weird's happening here. Dr. Diller for $3 says, well, gang, loved it to be in chat, but unfortunately, I will be bored out of my mind if I don't save this show for tomorrow. So have some money instead. Well, there you go.
Thank you.
Fondue for $10 says, I guess Destiny would steal the wallet in the car with an open window. So much for morally berating Vosh years back. True. Probably criticizing Vosh for having that sort of justify the means attitude. Fondue for $6 says, Trump saw the shells and imagined the same number as the MS-13 tattoos.
Nice callback.
Maybe that's a nice callback. Maybe someone sent picture of the shells, the Trump, and it had the MS-13 like written in the sky above it, and he's like, "Look, he did the thing."
So it's a secret message. That's what the death threat came in.
Right. Fondue for $6 says, "Will Sitch be the first data point on the phrase never ask someone with TDS the politics of their partner?" Yes, exactly.
That's a meme now.
That's the meme now. Okay, let's watch some of this this debate here.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
The whole time I'm reading through super chats.
I gotta pay attention to the super chats.
But now, right when we're gonna click the video.
No. I'll wait for the boring part.
No, you go to the bath. You go to the bathroom.
So, Mayor, this is for you. I know that you have apologized.
All right, it's boring already.
For being out of the country during those.
No, I'm listening.
Wildfires. But still, there are plenty of people who believe that the city let them down. The Los Angeles Fire Department, for some reason, didn't have a strike team or a brush unit where there had been a fire just days earlier and had been reports it was still smoldering. That appears to be inexcusable. LADWP had a reservoir that was dry. The fire hydrants went dry. So based on that issue alone, articulate for us why you should get a second contract as the mayor of the city.
Absolutely. I do like your local news guys, Adam. They're
coming for blood, right?
They're out for blood. They're like you fucked everything up. Why should we elect you again? What the fuck? Are we crazy? Are we retarded? What's happening here?
Karen Bass, are you retarded? Why do you think you deserve another term when you're fucking retarded?
Yep. Obviously, look, both the female candidates decide to come out in pink.
Mm-hmm.
They have a conversation beforehand.
Oh my God. Yeah, look at this.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. You know, when I took over as mayor, LA was definitely facing an awful lot of tough problems. And obviously, January 7th was horrible. And as I have told you before, it was one of the worst moments of my life to not be here when my city needed me. And it didn't matter where I was or why I was away. To me, it reminds me of like if you're away in a family.
I like that she's like, it doesn't matter where I was or why I was away because it's like embarrassing to her. And
Yeah.
Don't concentrate on that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
She was at some Biden party, right? Some Biden function.
Is it even really clear what she was doing in Ghana? Like she made she said like she was representing for Biden, but that like was never really verified if that was true.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she was in
Dang, I'll
Ghana,
check.
but she was
Yeah.
the Biden administration asked her to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Member is in an accident. But I think that I deserve a second term, and I'm going to fight for that because we have made significant progress in a variety of areas. For example, homelessness was going up year after year. And under my watch, it is the first time we've had a decrease in street homelessness. While it went up in the country, 18%, it came down in Los Angeles, 17.5%. I have expedited the building of housing.
So I looked into this because I was like thinking like, is this true? But she did say something that's very sneaky if you caught it. She said street homelessness, right? And what she means by that is that there was not an 18%, that number. I don't know. She just pulled a number, came out of somewhere.
There was a massive increase in actual homelessness.
Right. There's a 4% decrease since last year of like people that were homeless living on the streets by them doing countings of encampments or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But when I was looking at the numbers, they said that overall California as a state has the most homeless people in the country. But then even per capita is number 6 in the country. So I don't know. The idea that Karen Bass is, they're doing a great job here on homelessness just seems pretty silly.
It's the warm weather. You can sleep out on the sidewalk all night and not even get cold.
Well, it's also, I mean, that is probably part of it, but it's also just because they're so lax on enforcement.
Yeah.
They just let
that
people
too.
sleep out there, obviously. So they're going to do
that too.
Because our number one issue in this city is affordability. And one of the main drivers for affordability is housing.
Right. So let me follow up on the fires,
Sure.
though. One gets the
Yeah, these drug addicts, they're really going to get into housing. They just need housing prices to come down. That's all they're waiting for as they're shooting up fentanyl on the corner.
Of course. And also the pivot away from the fire question to housing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
impression based on what we saw that you prioritized wages and benefits, a hike in the salaries of the firefighters union over the operations budget. We saw those pictures of those engines that were inoperable because they didn't have enough mechanics to fix them.
Well,
was that
we're going to give all our trans firefighters raises. But unfortunately, we don't have any fire trucks for them to drive around in. But look, we have the most inclusive fire department in all of America.
Mm-hmm.
Mistake? Explain that decision.
Let me just say, first of all, the primary problem there was that the chief sent home 1,000 firefighters. We actually had fire trucks with not enough firefighters there. So yes, there were fire trucks that were broken, but there were also fire trucks that were out of use.
Fire fucks. Okay. And now her Tourette's is acting up.
I know.
Look, if you were being accused of being a retard, would you make your hairstyle into one of those retard helmets, Sitch? Do you think that's a good idea? What do you think?
What's she gonna? Yes, I mean, she bumps her head a lot out. She needs protection.
What's up with the retard helmet hair?
Yeah, it's not great.
All she needs is a chin strap.
Use because she had sent the firefighters home. You are correct. There was supposed to have been deployment and pre-deployment in the area. That did not happen. But the same way that LA was not prepared, neither was the county.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Bass, Mr. Pratt, this question's for you. Your desire to run for office for mayor of Los Angeles, really born of your own experience. You lost your home in the fire. You lost your neighborhood. How does that really color your view of what needs to happen at this point? And how does that help others moving forward?
Yes, thank you for the question. To the Mayor Karen Bass's, the 1,000 firefighters that were available, but there was no engines for them because of the $17 million that Chief Crowley had asked the mayor for 9 weeks before, and Mayor Karen Bass denied it. So they may have been available, but they didn't have the equipment they needed. Not to mention Janice Quinones, who Mayor Karen Bass put into her position of power at the LA DWP. She drained both of these reservoirs that these firefighters needed to put out these fires. A lot of people will talk about climate change and hurricane force winds. The winds in the Pacific Palisades never reached higher than 40 miles per hour. For those first 6 hours, they didn't go above 27 miles per hour. So without those two reservoirs filled with 117 million gallons and 5 million gallons, these firefighters had to fly all the way to Malibu and Encino to get water. So that to me is the most dangerous thing that the mayor put us up against.
Mr. Pratt, a follow.
And those reservoirs were empty for months when they just needed some little cheap repair done. Such incompetence.
Up here, though, what would you do moving forward that would make this better 2 years from now if we face the same situation?
Well, first off, as mayor, I will never drain the reservoirs that we need for wildfire protection. There's this conspiracy now that they're empty, that they were for drinking water. But if you research it, they were actually made for wildfire protection. As mayor, I'm going to add 20 dip sites all around the communities connecting to pools. So God forbid the water system goes down again. These dip sites that will be connected to individuals' pools will fill up for the helicopters to have water.
Mayor Bass, you have a response to that?
Yeah, absolutely. He's saying several things that are completely inaccurate. First of all, there was one reservoir that was out of commission. He is correct. 1 million years ago, it was for wildfires, but over the last 30, 40 years, it's been for drinking water. He talked about the winds. That is just completely inaccurate. If that were accurate, then the planes would have been able to fly. And so the winds reached close to 100 miles an hour, and the planes were unable to fly. So if there were reservoirs, if that reservoir had been open, it would not have worked. We had two other reservoirs totaling 8 billion gallons that were available, but could not fly.
Yes, she mentioned me. So she's an incredible liar. Everyone on their phones, Google it. 40 weather stations in the Pacific Palisades. It never went above 40 miles per hour. She is referencing the Altadena fire.
I have to interrupt you. No name calling,
She just
please.
lied, though.
Yeah, but no name calling.
She called me a liar.
I don't believe she did.
She said
I did not hear that.
This up. I did not.
We're not going to debate the issue. We have a question now for Councilmember Rahman.
Okay, I sent you a tweet to bring up here.
Didn't he say she was lying? I don't think he actually called her a liar.
No, he called her a liar.
He said she's lying.
But he said she's like a tremendous liar.
Mr. Pratt. She's an incredible liar. Yeah, everyone.
Oh, look, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
She's a tremendous liar.
Yep.
Wow, I like this guy. I was hesitant when I thought he just said she was lying. Now that
you're lying.
Now that I know that
right.
He actually called her a liar. Now he's definitely got my vote. What do you want? What am I bringing up here?
I sent you this tweet. This is CBS News put out this tweet fact checking Karen Bass here.
Oh, okay.
Which is pretty fascinating. They're like, this lady
got off
full of shit.
Is this like a lot of lies? Oh, okay, good.
What's about that exchange they just had?
Here we go. 2 minutes.
Yep.
LA's first mayoral debate got off to a heated start.
She's an incredible liar.
No name calling,
She just
please.
lied, though.
But a few exchanges caught my attention because they touched directly on a year of reporting I've been working on the LA fires, being published by Simon & Schuster next week. So let's fact check some of what was said, beginning with the wind.
The winds in the Pacific Palisades never reached higher than 40 miles per hour. For those first 6 hours, they didn't go above 27 miles per hour. He talked about the winds. That is just completely inaccurate. If that were accurate, then the planes would have been able to fly.
Weather modeling reviewed for my reporting shows winds in the Palisades during those first several hours of the fire were in fact under 40 miles per hour. Planes could and did fly. The stronger winds intensified later in the evening, and that distinction matters because the earliest hours of a wildfire are often the most critical for containment. Second, Mayor Bass's trip to Ghana. She addressed this directly.
It was one of the worst moments of my life to not be here when my city needed me. And it didn't matter where I was or why I was away.
But according to multiple sources with direct knowledge of the emergency response, it did matter where the mayor was. My reporting found Mayor Bass knew about the dangerous weather before leaving for Ghana. Communications to emergency managers described her as only being, quote, out of state. And while she was overseas, her office continued posting on social media images and videos that appeared to place her in Los Angeles. Sources told me the lack of clarity created confusion during the opening hours of the fire. Fire Chief Kristen Crowley did not initially know the mayor was even in Ghana, and according to sources and records reviewed for the book, after Bass was briefed by the chief on the growing fire, she still attended a cocktail reception in Ghana and did not respond for more than an hour to messages from Los Angeles officials offering and asking for help during that critical stretch of the fire's expansion. This isn't about politics, it's reporting. And as the fire becomes a part of the mayoral race, voters are likely to learn a lot more about those first critical hours.
Liar! Lying!
Wow. Very bad.
Ouch.
The reason, and I kind of looked at this more because I was curious, like the reason that she was so secretive about the trip in the first place was because she had made some campaign promise like that she wasn't going to be out of state. So she had she was violating that campaign promise, and that's why she was keeping this trip on the DL.
She tried to play hooky and got caught.
Yep.
Wow. What a loser.
I have to interrupt you.
We can skip the other ladies' answers.
Yeah.
Boring. But I will say, I'm glad that Spencer Pratt was calling her out on the lies. But I think his solution, I don't think that would work very well, because the problem wasn't just the lack of water; it was that the water pressure was fucked. So you kind of have to do you'd have to build some. I don't know if you have to redo like the entire infrastructure, or you just have to build some sort of pump system or something at the source end to fix the water pressure issues. Just having more water wouldn't be the solution.
But if the reservoir was filled, the water pressure would be different, because obviously the more water in the reservoir, the more pressure you have.
Yet that's true.
It's up
and
in the
I looked at
I
looked at there was a report that came out about the fires. Now I don't know, someone could maybe say that the government's lying or something, but the government put out, they were saying that if the reservoir had been fixed, it would have been a 15% increase in pressure. Which would be good, but they
still too low.
Still too low, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now the reservoir thing though is crazy too, because it said that the tear in the reservoir thing happened in early 2024. And so the fact that it took them over a year before they fixed this is obviously pretty insane.
Yeah. Do you remember how much it cost to fix?
No.
I mean, I thought it was in the tens of thousands.
I'm sure.
Which was like ridiculously.
Oh,
cheap.
It was cheap?
Yeah, I thought it was like 50,000 or something like that. I was like, holy shit. Yeah.
I don't remember.
When you're talking about a budget of millions, you're like, well, maybe they should have prioritized that.
It said, so the initial repairs, so what happened was they saw some damage and then they drained it to do the initial repairs. And the initial repairs, they were only $261,000.
Okay.
But then when they were doing that repair, or sometime after that repair, they noticed that there was some larger repair that they also had to do. This was after the fires, I believe. And that repair cost $19.5 million later.
Holy shit.
So.
So
that's pretty crazy. If they took them like over a year to do a $200,000 fix on something, on a water reservoir in fucking California, of all places.
Yeah. And that's like maybe a quarter of the value of those homes.
Right,
Those
right.
$2 million homes.
We cannot shrink our department.
Councilmember Rahman, you have 30 seconds to respond to that.
You know, I've supported multiple budgets, thoughtful budgets that maintained and sometimes even increased the size of the police force. I did vote against a big contract, a contract that gave the police union more money than the city had. A contract and its knock-on effects, which ultimately led to the city having $1 billion budget deficit last year, that led to us having to cut essential services across the entire city. If you're wondering why your streetlights are out on your block and the Bureau of Street Lighting is telling you that it's taking a year to fix a streetlight, that's why.
Councilmember Rahman, thank you. Mr. Pratt, there were 100 LAPD officers working with the feds today. Your response to what went down in MacArthur Park?
It's unbelievable. I hope we have the FBI, the DEA, the CDC, the ATF. The more resources we can make the streets of LA safe with federal money, amazing. I talk to thousands of moms a week. They do not feel safe in the street. No matter what these crime statistics are telling anybody, it's not how people feel on the street. There's a difference between people reporting crime and feeling unsafe on the street. And with Councilwoman Rahman, people are more concerned about getting stabbed on the street than the lights being out. So I think Mayor Bass funding the police was important, actually.
Mr. Pratt, I have a follow-up question for all of you here.
He did mention me, so do I get to respond to that?
Just a moment.
Okay.
This is a response to some of that. Langer's Deli, which...
Oh, also, so that woman, Nithya Raman, she, when she was running in like 2020 and stuff, she was in favor of defunding the police.
Oh my God.
And now that she's running for mayor, she's like she's trying to walk it back.
I got it.
Even though recently, as they were talking about, she voted against, increasing the budget to pay for more police officers in Los Angeles.
That wasn't super clear.
Yeah.
As you all know, is a staple of downtown Los Angeles, is asking all of you on the stage right now to end the Needle Run giveaway program. So my question, Mayor, first of all to you, yes or no? It's run by the city-run needle program.
Right.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Councilmember Rahman?
No.
Mr. Pratt?
Absolutely no needles and pipes for drug addicts on the street, ever.
Got it. I'll take that as a yes.
Sorry. So,
go ahead.
You have 30 seconds.
How can you... the priorities... Your priorities had to be so fucked when you're like, okay, we have to allocate money to help our city, to fix our city. We're desperately needing money. We need to clean up the drug problem. We need to clean up the homeless problem. There's crime. There's, all these blight problems. There's all sorts of problems. All these things, all these expensive things, right? You need to deal with. And you're like, listen, we need to allocate our money to making sure that drug addicts are using clean needles. It's just, that is such a hard sell to me. How to get people on board with that program, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Listen, I hate to say it, but there's some dark comments you can make about, well, maybe I won't even say it. I won't even say it.
well, I did want to say in response to this question that the way you address homelessness, the way you address people living on the street is by bringing them off the streets and indoors. I think we need to absolutely invest in shelter. We need to invest in services. We need to actually get people off the streets for people to be safe. That's what I've done in my district. We've had a 54% reduction in tents and encampments in Council District 4 just over 3 years. And I'm very, very proud of those results. That's how you achieve real public safety outcomes. That's how you ensure that the people of Los Angeles are safe.
So, Mr. Pratt, the chief of police said the other day that he doesn't think we're going to have enough officers for LA 2028. Now, the federal government's responsible for security for the Olympics, but LAPD is part of that. Plus, you have to patrol the rest of the city. Hiring more officers is expensive. It's extraordinarily so in many cases. What is your strategy for getting more people, recruiting more officers and paying for them?
You know, it's more expensive than hiring them is overtime, because that's what these salaries for the fire department that everyone's complaining about. Everyone's understaffed. So first off, I'm going to bring hiring back to the LAPD. Right now, the LAPD is hired by the same people that hire sanitation, and we need to bring it back like it was 20 plus years ago so that police hire police, and we need a 10-year plan. It's going to take 10 years to get to the 12,500 officers that we need, and that needs to be a priority. Our sheriff's partner, they're the same size. They have $1 billion more budget for the same size. So this idea that Councilwoman Rahman keeps saying that the police department is overfunded, public safety should be our #1 priority. And we're going to find all this money when we stop her useless open bed plans that actually doesn't put drug addicts in these housing that we're spending billions of dollars. And we're going to actually start checking where this money is going. Not to mention, when you get rid of all the drug addicts off the street, the police won't be responding to the drug addicts all day long.
Thank you. Councilwoman, you can respond.
Everything really, everything really flows from public safety. You can't have a city that functions if it's not a safe city. You can't have you have businesses have to come in and they have to bring other people in to spend money on the businesses, to build, build homes, build apartments, open stores, do all these things. And none of that can even remotely happen if there's not safety. It's so weird because it's so basic. If you don't have safety in your town or your city, you don't really have a city. It's just going to slowly die. And that's what's happening. And I think that's what's happening in LA. And that's what's happening in a lot of these cities across the country. Is this toxic leftist idea of bending over backwards for homeless people and criminals and just letting them basically control the city.
Yeah, it's sad. Pathological empathy. And they all want to talk about walkable cities. You know what makes cities walkable? Zero crime.
Yeah, there's a video, and I'll play it, where there's this father, and he has to walk his kids to get to school. He has to go with them because they have to walk past a homeless encampment, and he's afraid of their safety.
Yeah, that's totally ridiculous.
And it's weird because because it's the empathy element is weird because it's there's this empathy for criminals, there's empathy for homeless people, but there's no empathy for the people that are playing by the rules, the people that have jobs, the people that have kids, the people that are just trying to exist normally in society. Shouldn't the empathy be for those people first and foremost?
Yeah,
and the people
think.
that are there's a much small the amount of people that are playing by the rules and having a job and doing those things is so much bigger than this tiny percentage of people that are doing crimes and are causing problems in the city. And yet that tiny percentage is causing problems for everyone else and fucking everything up for everyone else.
Yeah. It's pathological empathy. They can't help themselves.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm very callous about the situation, but my thought process is you can have homeless shelters. You should have, you should have homeless shelters that are available to people if they want to go to them. You should have drug clinics that are available. But if the people don't want to do it and they die on the street, then, fuck them. I'm not going to pay for needles, right? And if they're gonna, refuse, to get off the street, then you literally have to put these people somewhere. I think you have to forcibly
institutionalize them.
Yeah, I think you have to forcibly institutionalize people if they refuse to get off the fucking street. Why the fuck is it everyone else's problem? Why does everyone else have their freedoms, their rights, their city infringed upon by criminals and homeless people and all this other stuff? Okay, if they have an ability, if the city's dedicating resources to try to help these people and they refuse help, then fuck them. I'm sorry, but that's just the way you have to be. You have to be very callous about this and just say, fuck them. If they refuse to help, then just institutionalize them, just throw them somewhere.
Yeah. Word.
Thank you, Councilwoman Brandman. So you've said, even last night you said it, that you're okay with the current staffing levels at LAPD. My question to you, people say that's just ridiculous, it's not enough, we need more officers. My question to you is, what do you tell people especially victims who say the city has let them down.
Yeah, and I think this is a very real issue. The city's most important response is public safety. It is so important to me. I'm the mother of young children. The safety of people in Los Angeles is absolutely essential. But that's why I think we have to start getting honest with people about how we're actually going to respond to public safety needs. How will we make sure that when they call for help, someone picks up the phone at 911 and someone comes when they call, the right person comes when they call. Right now, we have not built out that system because we have funded more police officers, but haven't been able to hire. Our police force is actually shrinking. We have shrunk right now.
So no more officers?
No.
Stay the same? What are you saying?
I would love to keep it the same. We have funded them more. The police force has been shrinking. So let's get real about how we actually deliver public safety outcomes. I'm going to work as hard as
That Derek Chauvin shit. If you were a cop, I'd be thinking, why the fuck am I a cop? Why am I risking my life, risking my freedom by being a cop? It's if there's trouble hiring, there's no mystery to me why there's trouble hiring, especially in this environment where everyone thinks cops are just racist pieces of shit. Who wants to be a part of that? Who wants to be risking your life for that kind of work? I mean, it was one thing when the community was behind you and it was considered to be kind of like a heroic public service job that there was a lot of respect in. Now it's just like, oh my God, infinite downside and no upside at all.
Yeah, of course. And she kind of snuck it in there where she said like, oh, when people call the police, they have to make sure they're calling like the right person. What she means is she wants those like the health people that come out, right? Instead of you don't want the police to come out when there's someone who's like acting crazy. They want some sort of like social worker to come out.
Yeah, someone who's going to get killed.
Right. That's what she's advocating for. Though she's trying to sort of like moderate herself. So she has to kind of like not say it while also saying it in order to appease her Democratic Socialist base.
Yeah, these policies are for stupid people, by stupid people. It's so ridiculous.
I can to maintain our police force where it is, but we also need to make sure that we build out responses that can actually take call load off of LAPD. So many calls that are coming into LAPD do not require armed officer response. Let's take call load off of them.
Thank you,
and let's
member.
make sure that police can come when people call.
Your time is up. Quick.
That's the thing. You totally don't know if it requires armed response until you get there and find out how crazy the motherfucker is.
Yeah. And I think it's very insidious for her to also kind of frame it like call load. I'm trying to help the police officers. I'm reducing their call load. It's like, okay, that's great, right? Yeah. So some social worker gets fucking shot because you're reducing the police's call load. Because you're right. Like, how are you supposed to, like, when they call and say, oh, someone's acting crazy, right? Or someone's having some sort of like mental health issue. What are they supposed to do? Oh, well, how dangerous is it? Like, should I send the police? Like,
yeah,
how's the
you're
person
supposed to assess that?
Right.
I mean, look,
absurd.
If it's dangerous enough that you're calling the police, there's probably some violent component to it, right?
Right. Or a fear of a violent component.
Yeah.
Here, wait, we're going to come back to this, but let me jump to this for a second.
This encampment came right here like 2 months ago.
David Alexander right now won't let his 3 kids out of sight.
This encampment came right here like 2 months ago.
David Alexander right now won't let his 3 kids out of sight. To get home from Esperanza Elementary, they walk and hopscotch right by this growing encampment.
Would you ever let your kids walk?
Yeah, it's working great. What's up? Do you not see it?
No.
He's walking past a homeless encampment. Okay. I paused it now, so.
Through that sidewalk alone without you?
Boy, I'd die before I do that. Never in my life.
This encampment may sit right under this safe school zone sign, but we caught an older kid putting his arm around a schoolmate as they passed by. Even adults step into the street to avoid carts and huddled over sidewalk residents.
I've seen syringes, I've seen bottles of alcohol.
What really bothers them is the stench, which they describe as smelling
like poop.
Alex Athenian is a paralegal whose office is right above the tents.
And they just
Oh my God.
And, you know, they're aggressive.
What's frustrating to Alex and parents is that in 2022, City Council passed Municipal Code 4118, which says no person shall sit, lie, sleep, or store personal property within 500 feet of a school.
So the woman that's speaking, the DSA woman, she voted against that, even though it passed. Nithya Raman voted against that bill. Just to keep in mind, this is her political.
Yeah,
situation.
she's in favor of the homeless people who want to shit on your fucking sidewalks and harass your kids for change as they walk by to school.
Yeah,
These people.
I know.
I'm in favor of institutionalizing the politicians that are letting this shit fly. No, I'm serious.
That's true. They should have to live with them.
This is what, when Trump talks about hanging these people for treason, I'm like, that sounds like a pretty good idea to me.
No.
Look, this stuff is infuriating. This stuff is totally infuriating.
Mm-hmm.
I'd investigate sat down with Superintendent Alberto Carvalho.
I cannot accept homeless encampments near schools.
But who would not speak to us on camera about this encampment is City Council member Eunices Hernandez, who represents this part of LA. Her office tells us an upcoming fence installation is the long-term solution to securing this area. And we are pursuing more durable, long-term solutions and real pathways to housing for residents living outdoors. Mayor Karen Bass's office.
Look, she cares more about the people on the streets than she does her own constituents. Why are people voting for these pieces of shit?
Yeah. Well, I mean, so if they say, oh, well, you're not supposed to be here, but then the police know if they arrest these people, they're just going to be let out. They're not going to bother.
Of course. Look, the cops are in a no-win situation. They're like fucking, they got to go down and do the paperwork and release them right back to the homeless encampment.
Office says it will coordinate with Council District 1 to find immediate resources to house those living in the encampment.
Look, and it's so infuriating because these people are giant pieces of shit, and they're like,
and a good evening, everyone.
Our solution is to buy them a free home. We're going to spend millions of your tax dollars to get them a fucking house.
Right.
Oh my God. These people. These fucking people. No, I mean, it's no wonder people are more pissed off.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I sent you the next post to bring up real quick.
When people call.
Your time is up. Quick reply, Mayor
Yes,
Bass.
let me just say that unfortunately my colleague has.
What?
So I sent you an next post to bring up. It's someone asking Nithya Rama about this, and her response is pretty obnoxious. Or Spencer Pratt actually put it up on his X account. We don't have to listen to his response, but just the clip is pretty.
All right, ready? 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think a kid's going to be safer because a tent is 500 feet away from a school. You know, it just doesn't.
Crazy Councilwoman Nithya.
Oh my God.
Can you believe what an insane response? Oh, if the tent is right next to the homeless encampment is right next to the kid as they walk to school, whether it's 500 feet away, I don't see there's going to be any difference in safety. What an insane response.
Yeah.
God. If this person wins, Adam, I'm sorry.
It's over. Yeah.
No.
We're going to be looking for places in Florida. We're going to be hanging out with you guys.
Yeah. Look at that, baby.
I know.
East Coast.
How's your speed, your K1 speed going? What are your tracks like out there in Florida?
There's a lot of tracks out here. Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay. Let's go back to the debate here.
Contradicted herself because on the one hand, she says that if you pay officers what they need, then we're going to bankrupt the city. And then on the other hand, she doesn't understand that, frankly, we have to pay the officers, had to give them a raise, had to expand recruitment because officers were going to other cities. We were not competitive. We have to make a decision. And frankly, my job as mayor, my number one job is to keep LA safe. And we can't keep LA safe with the size of the department we have now.
Thank you. We're going to talk about
LA's got to be the worst fucking city to work in, too. Like, there's so many better places where it's just not like a fucking cesspool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, cops have a lot of options in Southern California.
homelessness. 4 years ago, when we did a debate, it was the number one topic. It is right up there again. This is an issue that continues to challenge the city. Homelessness, many residents say the homeless in their neighborhoods make them feel unsafe. They feel the homeless have more rights than the residents do. So these are 2 yes or no questions for each of you. Right now, getting off the street is voluntary. Should that change if a bed or a shelter is available? Mr. Pratt, we're going to...
It should change if a better shelter isn't available. Like, I don't know why that is the criteria. We need to get these people off the fucking streets.
Yep.
Yeah. So if a bus is available, we should get them off the streets. Okay.
Yep.
Start with you. Yes or no?
It's illegal to live on the street. So,
period.
Yes, everyone needs to go inside.
Okay, Mayor Bass.
Everybody needs to go inside. Making it illegal and arresting people is not the way to solve this problem.
Ms. Rahman.
Yes, people need to go inside. When they're offered shelter, they go inside.
You don't get an opportunity
It is illegal.
to say no. So it's unanimous here. Next question. Do you support the ordinance that restricts encampments in front of schools or daycare centers?
Say she shouldn't let him walk in that, because what she's saying is the question was, do you force the people? And it
She's
sounded like
saying no. Yeah.
both of them were saying no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they're like, well, Karen Bass is like, well, it shouldn't be illegal. Well, then how do you force them to do it? What do you mean? There's no legal mechanism to force them to do it. What are you talking about?
Mayor Bass, I'm going to start with you. Yes or no? Ms. Rahman, yes or no?
I support keeping our streets safe. I did vote against the structure of this particular ordinance. And it is because, at its best,
it's a yes or no.
It does not the way this ordinance was structured.
It's no.
It does not keep. It does not keep our children safe. It does not keep our children safe. No,
Mr. Pratt.
It doesn't keep.
There's no reason this woman should be talking. The only reason she's in a place of prominence in California is because she's a brown woman.
Yep.
And people are trained in California to shut up when the stupid fucking idiot brown woman is talking.
And the socialists. So it's really hitting it.
Yeah.
It's a simple yes or no question, Mr. Pratt.
What I was saying is she's fighting because she doesn't think there's a difference between 1 foot or 500 feet for kids' safety with drug addicts with machetes in front of schools.
Yes or no?
Of course, we do not want encampments in front of schools, parks, daycare.
Okay,
I don't want vehicles.
Mayor, you had talked about inside safe.
Yeah. Oh, so here's the article. Well, so I showed you the clip. That was the clip for, not seeing a difference between 1 feet, 500 feet. There's this article. Nithya Ramna declared defund the police. Now she says Los Angeles shouldn't lose more cops. 2 days after her surprise entry into LA's mayoral race, Nithya Raman staked out her position on public safety, saying she doesn't want the police department to lose more officers. Quote, we need to maintain the size of our police force and grapple with the fact that even the size of our existing police force is not enough to respond to 911 calls in a timely fashion, she said in an interview on Monday. Raman's statement represents a considerable evolution. Do you like that?
Oh,
evolution.
wow.
From 2020, when she became the first person elected to city council with the support of the Democratic Socialists of America and, quote, defund the police, she declared at one point during her campaign. As a city council, yeah, exactly. As a city council member, Raman has navigated a tightrope on the issue, responding to the wishes of her DSA supporters, but also other constituents concerned about crime. Just 3 weeks ago, she voted against the hiring of 170 additional police officers sought by Mayor Karen Bass, a former ally who is now her opponent in the June 2nd primary.
It's insane because they end up spending more money with less cops because they all get a shitload of overtime, and the overtime is ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Spencer Pratt said. He said you're just paying them extra for overtime.
Yeah.
You're just losing money at the other end.
Yeah, it's dumb.
I mean, God, fucking Democrat. I mean, the fact that a Democrat socialist, this is the problem too, is like, and this should really be a fucking lesson. I don't think it will be, but this should really be a lesson to the very dumb moderate Democrats who keep putting up with these fucking Democrat socialist types and all the keep trying to appeal to the far left. Is like, look what happened. You try to appeal to the far left and you get Zoran Mamdani. You get primaried and get, Zoran Mamdani. You try to appeal to the far left and like you have this woman, trying to get rid of Karen Bass. Like these people are just going to they're just going to parasitize your movement. They're going to infiltrate it. They're going to try to suck the life force out of it. And then they're going to try to supplant you the moment they can.
Yeah.
They're not your allies. They're not your friends.
No.
Name. First off, I just want to say, Councilwoman Robin acts like she doesn't have any authority with this homelessness. She was the third most powerful person in city council. She runs the homeless housing thing. She acts like this is just Mayor Bass. First off, inside safe.
My God. So she's getting rich off of this homeless shit. Holy fucking shit. If she runs any of these nonprofits, all those people are getting rich off this homeless situation. They just want money funneled into their NGO so they can get some fat fucking salary.
I like to say inside safe makes all of us outside.
He said she ran
the government like oversight of it.
I'm not sure.
Person in city council. She runs the homeless housing thing. She acts like this is just Mayor Bass. First off, inside safe. I like to say inside safe makes all of us outside unsafe. The reality is no matter how many beds you give these people, they are on super meth. They are on fentanyl. The DEA statistic says 93% of this is a drug addiction problem. Nithya, Councilwoman Robbins' plan for treatment first. I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people do not want a bed. They want fentanyl or super meth. These ideas cost us over $400 million to house for 70, 3,000 people for $400 million. This is an absolute failure for both of them. They're a team.
So
look at Karen Bass with her shit-eating grin. God, it's so infuriating. I was sitting there smiling about this. Oh, he's delusional. They're just nice people on hard times. These people.
Well, I think Karen Bass is smiling because he's like, oh, he's attacking, the other lady. So he's happy about that. But
well, look, she's smiling too. The other lady is.
Yeah.
It's crazy. They don't think this exists. They think, oh, they're just, it's a mom and dad who fell on hard times. It's not. These people have never been in a crack house before.
Right.
They don't know the situation.
Councilmember Rahman, you have 30 seconds to respond.
I want to just say to everybody who's watching today, you're going to watch today as Mayor Bass and Spencer Pratt attack me because they want to run against each other in the general election. Each of them thinks that running against each other is what's going to help them win. And they don't want to run against me because my ideas, which are based on real results in my district, which are based on real data, a real analysis of the system, and a focus on accountability and using every dollar as effectively as possible, which we have done in my district. I want to take this citywide.
You said it took $400 million to house 3,000 homeless people, and that's
good data.
That's good. That's an effective use of money. Really? All right. I don't know about that.
Is why this is happening today.
Councilmember Rahman, you were out of time. I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds to respond to this. Mr. Pratt, I'm going to start with you, and then I'm going to go to Mayor Bass.
First off, Mayor Bass and I are definitely not working together. I blame this person for burning my house and my parents' house and my town and all my neighbors down. I am not working with Mayor Bass. Second off, if I wanted to run against anybody, it would be the council member who is terrible. Mayor Bass has at least been a mayor for almost 4 years and has, as she talked about earlier, all the unions endorse Mayor Bass. You think it's easier to run against the incumbent mayor with all the unions or a random city council member who's been a failure for 6 years? I would much rather run against Councilwoman Rahman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pratt. So
that was
thank you very much, Mr. Pratt.
That was great.
God, he's just fucking torching them.
That was great. Look, and she's still got that shit-eating grin on.
I know.
That was hilarious. Low blow. Thanks, guy.
Yeah. And also just like, this is how that's so fucked. But yeah, you're gonna be working with a lady that you think is responsible for your house burning down.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. God.
I'm glad that he threw that in there.
Yeah. Though I guess to be fair though, I don't know, maybe that other lady will have a better chance than Karen Bass just because I would imagine that is there any way that Karen Bass can win after the fires? Like it's gotta be over for her,
my
right?
God. You don't no. Look.
No, you think so?
I would not be remotely surprised if she wins. There's so many people in LA that are like, the rich people's houses burned down. Fuck them.
Oh my God.
Yeah. They're zealful over it. They're like, oh yeah, those rich people. Don't ever let them rebuild. Fuck them.
Jesus.
I'm voting for Karen Bass.
Okay. Maybe he's right then.
Karen Bass burned all the wealthy people's homes down.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a plus for them.
But yes, regarding the whole funding thing, Spencer Pratt told the New York Post, he said, Nithya Rama and Karen Bass are running a grift with the homeless industrial complex. There are too many unanswered questions surrounding these housing projects, and their funding is unacceptably opaque.
Mm-hmm.
He blasted the bankroll. He blasted the project's bankroll with public cash and a few answers about who's actually in charge. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe she is getting some sort of kickback on the end here. Wouldn't be surprised.
Mama Shu gave us a super chat. Thanks, June. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day. Look at that. Shoot for $10 says, can't watch currently, but I'm sending some money anyway. Have a nice day. Well, thank you. You too.
Yeah. Great job on that last video too. You're saving the world, Shu. Well, at least you're doing something to push us in that direction, which I am thankful for. So
right.
To make sure and to oversee a budget the size of LA's $14 billion budget. We know you're passionate about what you're doing. We know you're an entrepreneur, but this is a $14 billion budget. What kind of experience do you bring to the table for that?
Well, thankfully I have common sense and I'm humble. I have humility. I'm going to surround myself with the smartest people in the world because I actually don't have to balance the budget. The mayor doesn't balance the budget. She has a CAO. She has a team. And we're not going to say she has the best team, but she has a team and they balance the budget. My job is to be, as crazy as this will sound, I'm the adult in the room here as Spencer Pratt. And that's what it's come to. And so I plan on putting people that actually want to make sure all of our money, like Councilwoman Rahman was saying, is accounted for. Pure transparency, every dollar, all of our tax money. And again, back to what Councilwoman Rahman was saying about that, in her own district, she let one of these NGOs, a building was on the market for $3 million. It sold for $8 million to the NGO with that tax money that she's so concerned about. She wants to watch it all. She can't even keep track of the NGOs in her own district stealing our tax money. So when I'm doing the budget, we're going to make sure no one's stealing our money.
Councilmember Rahman, do you have a response for that?
I'm not sure what specific building Spencer Pratt is referring to, but
I'll post a link after
I will also just say that we have pushed extremely hard to build the oversight system, so much so that I had to go out and get philanthropic support to create the data for performance oversight and accountability at the city. The city was refusing to put our dollars and our people towards it. This is important. Your tax dollars deserve to be watched. You deserve a system that responds to you with responsibility and accountability. That's what I want to establish.
Ms. Rahman, thank you. And Mayor Bass, do you have a response to that as well?
Sure. Again, what I have done on my watch is reduced homelessness for the first time 2 years in a row. We absolutely need a system that is able to provide services to people. It has been woefully unacceptable what has been happening so far. I feel we're moving in the right direction, and under my watch, we will continue to do that because we need to make comprehensive changes to what has been going on for so many years before, frankly, either of us arrived.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a question from a student from the Harvard of the West, Loyola Marymount University. Your name, your major, and what year are you? And your question.
Good evening. My name is John Kasabian. I am a senior urban and environmental studies major. My question for you is that Los Angeles remains one of the most unaffordable regions in the nation. If elected, what is one housing policy you would implement immediately or change?
Mayor, we'll start with you.
Yes, the housing policy that I did implement immediately after I declared a state of emergency around homelessness. I expedited the building. 42,000 units are being fast-tracked for affordable housing. We have another 43,000 units that are potential with our adaptive reuse, which means you can change office buildings into housing. We also changed the zoning codes, so we have the potential for another 500,000 units. I know that one of the primary drivers for the lack of affordability in our city is housing and making sure that people can afford to live here. So that is how I have focused on addressing the affordability issue. Now, there's a lot of other factors that come into affordability that we can't.
So says, let's see, there's an article that said only 12 to 28 homes have been completed that were burned down in the fires.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, huh?
Or no, I'm sorry, only 13 homes have been rebuilt. 13.
Yeah.
Approximately 6,571 homes were destroyed, and only 13 have since been rebuilt.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah. You know, and even, Trump was even pointing this out too. He was like, oh, you got to get rid of all the regulations not get rid of the regulations. You got to fast track all the permitting processes for these homes and do all this stuff. And remember, didn't Karen Bass kind of poo-poo oh, yeah, of course it's going to be totally don't worry about it. And here we are. And only 13 homes have been rebuilt.
It'd be interesting to see why. Probably they can't get inspectors out to look at make sure that everything's been cleaned up adequately enough for their permits.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Can't control, such as the price of gas or what is happening 3,000 miles away. But every single thing we can do, rent stable.
My God. Oh my God. They could have rebuilt those homes before any of the gas shock even hit. They've had a fucking year. What the fuck? Now it's going to be insanely more expensive to get materials because of their foot dragging.
Reducing the price of rent, eviction prevention. I started the mayor's fund that allows us to do that.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman.
Eviction prevention. You think that helps affordable housing? Anybody who wants to get into real estate in Southern California to build those more housing units, as she says they want, as soon as they hear eviction, that they can't evict bad tenants, they're like, what? Why would I build units here?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that question.
So,
this is one of the driving.
According to this article, they're saying that actually they did try to pass some laws to make it quicker, and but the most immediate constraint is insurance, or the inability for homeowners to. Says most homeowners simply can't afford to rebuild because they are uninsured or severely uninsured. California's insurance market has been distorted by Proposition 103, passed by voters in 1988. The measure requires insurers to obtain state approval before raising rates and restricts them to using historical data when price risks. Insurers are prohibited from accounting of current or future fire risk, climate conditions, or even their own reinsurance costs. As wildfire damage is mounted, particularly after the catastrophic 2017-2018 fire seasons, insurers conclude they can no longer operate profitably in the state. The response was predictable. In 2023, 7 of California's 12 largest insurers paused or restricted new policies. In late 2024, months before the fires, companies including State Farm and Allstate canceled thousands of policies or exited high-risk areas altogether, disproportionately affecting communities like the Palisades.
So it's not the permits, it's that the insurance companies never wrote them a check for the money to rebuild. So these people...
and people can't even get insurance on top of that.
Right.
So, because I guess there's a big insurance problem now. It says,
so you would need insurance if you're rebuilding a home on your property. That makes sense.
It says Los Angeles County Well, this is only for the permit, but it says Los Angeles County has issued 47% of the permits they've agreed to already. But then that doesn't also include, as you're saying, because you have to get inspectors come out and look at like all these various stages of construction and stuff too. So
factors behind my candidacy and the work that I want to do. The cost of housing is driving young families out of the city. It's driving young people out of this city. It is making this into a city that is no longer one of opportunity, and it is not central to anyone else's agenda on this stage except for mine. The mayor has not had a deputy mayor of housing during a housing crisis for the last 2 years. The ED1 program has entitled 42,000 units, but only 14% of them are actually under construction. What we need to do is make sure that the city gets out of the way. Right now, on average, the city takes over 1.5 years to approve multifamily housing, apartments, exactly the kind of housing that we desperately need in order to bring prices down. Why is the city standing in the way? As mayor, I will take my executive authority over the departments and ensure that they respond to new apartment applications within 60 days if they are zoning compliant, so that we can build exactly the kind of housing that will make this into a city of opportunity again.
Ms. Rahman, thank you. Mr. Pratt, you have 60 seconds.
She also mentioned me.
She did. I heard it.
See how nice they are being to each other?
He's a nice person, actually.
That's good
Go
to
ahead,
know.
Mayor. What's going on here?
Well, first of all, I disagree in terms of how much time it takes to go through the process. We have cut red tape so you can go through much quicker than that. The 42,000 units of housing that are being fast-tracked, 6,000 of those units are actively under construction, but there are definitely other factors that have weighed into that. And some of the factors are the price of construction materials, just the general economy, and we are doing everything we can to make sure that we are able to fast-track that housing. We want to see people move in right now,
Mayor?
which is why we've come up with a variety of ways in addition to that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pratt, are you ready?
I am. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
you have a minute to respond.
Well, the good news is when I enforce the law and clear the street of the drug addicts that have taken over 40 blocks of downtown LA, abandoned buildings that have drug addicts just lighting them on fire every other day, I will have potentially 20,000 units available to build. And thankfully, I spent a lot of time in a town that has a lot of builders, and I see all the new 3D printing and the potential of how fast we can do it. And with this ED1 that Mayor Bass is talking about, I met with the developer this week, Carlos, and he said, yes, she did an initiative where she fast-tracked it 6 months. It's been 2.5 years, and he hasn't been able to get his permits. The best part is some of these developers that are taking all of our tax money are charging $750 a square foot for stuff that should be costing $250. And Councilwoman Rahman, this plan that she's going to build all these units, guess what? She's going to sue all the people that actually rents to the tenants, and then they're not going to even want to rent to anybody because she wants people to squat in there for a year and not pay. So I don't know how her plan's going to work.
Councilmember Rahman, you have 30 seconds to respond. And then Conan has a question that coincides with all of this. Please.
Great. I mean, I'm not sure how to respond to that vision of Los Angeles. This is a MAGA Republican's idea of what Los Angeles looks like. This is really not.
That was hilarious. He did a little dance there.
Okay, if you're just listening, take out your phone and look at the screen. Look at the screen here for a second. He does a little dance when she calls him a MAGA Republican, which I think is the appropriate response.
Oh yeah,
in that situation,
the fear-mongering dance.
Yes.
I'm not sure how to respond to that vision of Los Angeles. This is a MAGA Republican's idea of what Los Angeles looks like. This is really not.
I'm a MAGA Republican, guys. Run!
It's so silly.
Of what Los Angeles looks like. This is really not.
That's the best meme. That's the best meme.
It's so stupid too, because like I don't know. I listened to this debate. I was seeing some Spencer Pratt ads, and it's like I like what the guy's saying. I like his vibe. I like his attitude. He does seem like just a normal fucking guy, at least in the way he's talking about this shit. And the fact that he's actually just saying, listen, we're going to get all these fucking people off the streets. And I think his answer in the housing was a little weak in terms of, I mean, obviously That's good that there'll be extra housing if you get rid of the homeless, but you got to do a lot more than that. But I would still trust him to figure out a solution more than I trust these two people.
Oh, of course.
These two retards.
They're just ideologically possessed.
Yep.
This is really not the city that I love so much. We need to make this city so much better.
Oh my God, brutal. He's like, I'm from LA. You lived here in 2015.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Go home, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We have to work so hard to ensure that this city works for everyone who lives in it. And crucial to that is actually ensuring. I'm sorry, I was still speaking.
Okay, no, continue, counsel. Oh. Okay. Okay. So if you don't mind, the governor the other day.
How weak does that look too? She's like, I was still speaking, and then she just stops talking.
Yeah, she wasn't making a point.
No, she was just giving platitudes. I'm going to make this city work for everyone, especially the homeless and the drug addicts.
Yes. Yes.
Gotta work
and
for
everyone
them
who's
best.
moved here in the last 6 months.
Yeah. Okay, let me jump ahead here a little bit.
I mean, you agree with the mayor on this topic, but I just want you to asking you about density development imposed by the state.
Yeah, to be clear, I just said I'm going to have 40 blocks when I get rid of all the drug addicts that are sleeping on the sides of all these empty buildings. So we will have so much high density. I'll have so many bike lanes for mayor, or excuse me, Councilwoman Rahman to have all her bike lanes. We're going to have all that. We have plenty of places to build. We don't need to put a 7-story cement structure in a single family neighborhood with no parking. I actually lived the consequences of high density on small streets, and people can burn alive in an emergency or in an earthquake or any type of evacuation situation. Adding these high density buildings onto these teeny tiny streets doesn't make sense. Of course, I'm fine with building where they make sense. I love building. I think it's great. I think they should look a little better than what Councilwoman Rahman wants, like prison-like boxes, but I think they should have some style. Not to mention the fact that Councilwoman Rahman is fighting Mayor Bass on Sacramento, where she just was telling me, this is LA, this is LA. Where's her LA pride?
Okay, Mr. Pratt. Listen, you can answer this next question because it relates to it. Downtown Los Angeles seems to be in a state of crisis. The high rises there, the office buildings are worth a fraction of what they used to be. That will impact the budget, by the way. You have a graffiti tower. You have a $500 million bridge, 6th Street Bridge, where somebody ripped out 38,000 feet of copper, so it's in the dark. You have restaurants, Kohl's at 6th and Main, Clifton's at Broadway and 8th, that survived the Depression, Prohibition, and World War II, but they can't survive the human feces outside their front door. They're closed. What is your plan for downtown? Can we afford to let it die? And Ms. Rama, we'll start with you.
Our studio is right across the street from the Los Angeles Times building, and that thing looks abandoned. I'm like, dude, does anything actually go on in there? There's a giant parking lot that's completely empty. There's like weeds growing up in the parking lot and shit.
They're all just working from home now.
I wouldn't surprise me, but I keep thinking, what's going on with that real estate?
Yeah.
There's fucking graffiti all over the place. There's a giant homeless encampment right down the street. I see the homeless encampments all over the place.
When you're like city is dying, it's such a toxic psychology for everyone in the city. Like everyone that lives there, everyone that works there, because I feel like it just kind of like hangs over you, creates this attitude of like, why should I care? Like it's like kind of like broken windows on crack. Why should I care about anything? Everything's falling apart. Just let it all die. Or like if you're in a place and you're surrounded by clean streets and growth, you're feeling a lot more positive. You're like, oh shit, everything's looking up here, right?
Yep.
This creates a completely different psychology, a completely different attitude for people.
Families playing at the park.
Yes.
Kids on their way to school.
And it's crazy because where Sam grew up, and this should be fucking studied. Like it was like having all these problems. It was like crime problems everywhere. It was like, not like the greatest place. And then I don't know, in the last like 10 or 15 years, they completely changed everything. And now it's gone from like being like shitty to like awesome. Everything's just growing. Everything looks great. And it's like, that means it's definitely doable. It's definitely doable. And a lot of it is just, cleaning up the streets. Such a huge part
Gentrification
of it.
works.
I mean, it kind of does.
You got to get in there and clean it
It
up.
kind of does. Yeah, listen.
Yeah, no. Yeah, safety works. Hire more cops.
As I said, if you don't have safety, in a city, you don't have anything.
No.
You have nothing. Everything is about safety. If you have no safety, then everything else falls apart.
Yeah, we have certain areas that are nice, and certain areas it's like it looks like Baghdad. You're like, what the fuck happened here? Jesus Christ.
Businesses only can exist in safe places.
Yeah.
They cannot, or they can exist, but I mean, they can't prosper. They can only prosper.
Well,
in safe places, I should
the
say.
security costs are too much in these rundown places.
Of course.
So there's so much crime. So many businesses are being targeted and whatnot. You see it on local news all the time. Crime is through the roof. I don't know what the reporting statistics are, but it's noticeably changed.
Yep.
Just in the reporting of it.
Would you agree to bring city workers back full time to the office in order to help some of the businesses?
I think we do definitely need to bring city and county workers back. In our office, we have people in the office 3 days a week in order to be able to address issues. There are some workers that should be in the office much more, and there's others that can be there 3 days a week, but absolutely. That is not the only intervention that downtown needs. And right now, the lack of care that's being demonstrated in downtown LA is part of our broken status quo. Downtown LA needs attention, and it needs real care. It needs more public safety officials on the streets. It needs work with businesses to ensure that businesses aren't just fleeing downtown LA, that they're actually staying there. It needs regular cleanups. It needs real maintenance. It needs a strategy. Instead, what Mayor Bass has done is to dismantle our economic development department. We don't have a strategy to keep businesses here in Los Angeles, and we're watching as they walk away from this city instead of investing in it. That's the kind of investment that I want to encourage people to make by actually investing in a real economic development strategy for LA.
They're talking about raising sales tax again to almost 11% now.
Jeez.
Yeah. So I just you have a strategy to chase businesses away.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane.
Mr. Pratt, how do we solve this? Are you want to bring workers back into the city full on? I mean, what's the solution for this problem? He mentioned a lot of problems. What's your plan?
Thank you, sir. Well, first off, I was just talking to my friend Rachel, who works in downtown LA. Downtown is so unsafe now that they have to serve the food. All the employees have to eat inside. They can't risk going out. That's why all these beautiful restaurants are closing, because it's so unsafe. So before we require city workers to go back into any buildings, we need to enforce the laws on the street. Councilwoman Rahman is talking about safety, yet when animal rescue activist Rebecca Corey came in and said the dogs are being tortured and abused on the streets of downtown, she walked out of the hearing. She doesn't care about safety. She doesn't care about anything she's talking about. At least Mayor Bass pretends to care.
Mayor Bass, can we afford, and you've got a minute to answer this question.
Mayor Bass, do you pretend to care? That needs to be the follow-up question.
She's just laughing.
Yeah. Well, what is she going to say? She's been running this fucking ship into the fucking ground.
People in Los Angeles are so clueless. They're going to vote for this woman. Don't be surprised when she's reelected.
I think they're going to vote for the socialist lady.
Oh, man. It's even worse.
Yep.
Can we afford to let downtown LA die? As
No, we
pointed out,
absolutely cannot
but
afford.
it's in a crisis situation at this point.
Absolutely.
It seems to be going the wrong way.
So let me just tell you that we absolutely cannot. Downtown is the center of our city, and it is an economic engine that absolutely needs to be attended to. We have a strategy that is working. We are working with the downtown business associations. We are increasing public safety opportunity there. That's why I did the adaptive reuse ordinance, which allows for the office buildings that are vacant to be converted into housing, and those conversions are taking place right now. That is why we have to deal with the street homelessness that is there. There needs to be massive intervention there. And then, of course, there is the convention center. And the convention center is a long-term investment that we have to make in our city, because the more people you have downtown, whether it's a convention or people coming downtown for concerts, is the way to make the city more safe and downtown more safe. And my number one obligation is to keep our city safe. So downtown is absolutely critical.
Thank you, Mom.
Nothing but platitudes. No details on how to
Did you
tackle
know
any
we
of
need to
this.
keep it safe?
Yes, I did actually.
Oh, okay.
A fucking idiot knows that. Anyone knows that. So how are you going to do it is the big question, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, moving to our Councilmember Rahman, would you like to respond to that?
To
the mayor and what she's talking about?
I mean, look, I feel like we're having a theoretical conversation here about the direction of our city, which is being led currently by our mayor. Our mayor is the CEO of the city. She sets the direction of this city.
Right.
And if you are satisfied with the status quo, then I've got great news for you. The incumbent is on the ballot. What I'm here to say is that we need more urgency to respond to the issues right now. We need real plans. We need real efforts to make sure that we're keeping businesses here, that we're keeping workers here, that we're keeping residents in downtown LA. That is the strategy and effort that I want to bring to this role.
Councilmember Rahman.
Councilwoman Rahman endorsed Mayor Bass 2 weeks before she ran for election. 2 hours before the candidacy closed, she endorsed Mayor Bass. So all of a sudden now she's has all these problems with Mayor Bass. They do photos together.
Mr. Pratt.
Oh, sorry.
We have.
That's so crazy.
He's doing great.
That's so crazy. She was endorsing her until right before she jumps in, and all of a sudden she's like, "Oh, I have all these problems with the way you're handling everything." Snakes.
All of them.
Yeah.
Mr. Pratt, are we doing enough to bring Hollywood back?
Absolutely not. And that's great. Mayor Bass did those credits back in the day. But we don't have tax credits that even Massachusetts has better tax credits than Hollywood. We needed a mayor 3 years ago that was going to Sacramento and fighting the governor to get uncapped tax credits. We need post-production tax credits. And Councilwoman Rahman will tell you, my husband's a producer, blah, blah, blah. The reality is she's been in power for 5 years. Now, all of a sudden, she has these tweets and these posts, and she's doing Substacks. Both of these people have been the reason why there's no more Hollywood. Not to mention, even if they do, these things, we're still going to have drug addicts all over the street because they're treatment first, open beds, not mandatory treatment. Do you know I talked to producers? They have to pay gang members right now to keep the streets safe, to go film anything on the streets of LA. So absolutely no, these two politicians have failed Hollywood times 1,000.
The gang members probably do a better job.
It's crazy. I never heard that before. That's totally insane.
You always hear people on YouTube talking about how they don't do anything in Hollywood anymore. But fuck, I see shooting all the time. Every day I see them shooting something or building some
Adam,
giant
those are gang
soundstage.
shootings. They're talking about movie shootings, okay?
We went up to the Hollywood sign the other day and they had the whole thing like blocked off because they were shooting some scene for the studio on Netflix.
Okay.
They're building like giant sound stages that take up huge city blocks. They're just building those so that they can't shoot anything. What? Come on, get the fuck out of here. I see them shooting all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. Every time I want to post something, but I'm like, I don't want to dox my location.
Right.
I'm like,
some of the gang members after you.
yeah. I guess I could post this shit when I get home. Be like, look, another movie shoot. I don't know. It's not any sort of statistical data. Maybe it's way down. But they're always in my fucking way.
Councilmember Rahman, if elected, what would you do differently here? Is enough being done?
I would say, this issue is very personal to me. My husband has been a longtime writer in the industry, and we desperately need to keep Hollywood here. And I feel like the mayor's role is
How are
really
we going to get that woke agenda out there?
Yeah, exactly.
Hollywood here.
Yeah,
I'm so
exactly.
desperate. I wonder we have to look at some of the shit her husband's written. That will be the real tell.
Okay, here you go.
If he's a writer on She-Hulk, we know. Okay, well, this all makes sense now.
to be the loudest advocate for the best possible version of the policies that we need, including a tax credit that has no cap, that is guaranteed years into the future so that production, so that studios can actually invest here and they know that they can invest here. We need to make sure that we're reducing red tape in City Hall to make sure that productions have no bar to being able to film here. I also would create a real film office here. We don't have enough people at the city to make sure that filming can happen quickly and efficiently. We need people who know the industry and know the city and can make sure that we're working across county jurisdictions. That's what happened in Baywatch. City and county weren't talking to each other. Let's make it possible for us to actually do the work. I feel so strongly about this. And Angelinos in the industry need a fighter. I will be that fighter.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
We have to move on.
So it's actually interesting. So he does have some pretty good shows under his belt as a producer. He produced, or he was a co-producer on My Name is Earl.
Mm-hmm.
He was a producer on 30
Wow.
Rock.
Okay.
He was a producer on Modern Family.
I
So
just
that's
saw
pretty
Modern
good.
Family shooting. They had a
Yeah.
huge truck that had the Modern Family logo on the side of it.
There you go. Now he did also more recently produce the Rachel Maddow show, the first 100 days. So I don't know. Maybe that's
Okay,
where
well.
we're going. But
Maybe the TDS came to town.
yeah, maybe. But he had some big shows, 30 Rock and Modern Family. And My Name is Earl.
Which shows
good.
how his wife can be in politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's
think
pulling
really
down
quick.
the big paychecks, and she's
Yeah, exactly.
just like,
Bankrolling it. Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
Yeah.
basically. That's the way it happens now.
30
She never,
seconds.
in her time in there, she feels very strongly about it, but never offered one motion. And when motions came up on the industry, she either recused herself
We gotta
or
move
got
on.
up and walked out.
Thank you. Thank you both. We got to move on. Sorry. I am so sorry. We have to move on.
No, I'm sorry. I'm
We
the
have
only
a very
person who-
important topic.
I'm
So
so
let's
sorry.
talk about
Here,
immigration.
no, no, no,
Immigration
hold-
after what
hold
happened
on.
last year, that was a really big deal. So I want to ask you all three. This is a yes or no question and answer. So there's an LA council member. He wants voters to decide. He is saying that non-citizens, should they be allowed to vote in local elections? Is this a yes or no? Mr. Pratt?
No.
Mayor Bass?
It depends. It's not a yes or no.
Depends on what?
Well, first of all, when you say non-citizens, it doesn't mean they're here illegal. It doesn't mean they're undocumented. They could have green cards. They could be here perfectly legal. And there's a lot of states and cities that do that on very, very local elections. We have to see what the councilman is proposing.
Councilmember Bremen?
Yeah, I would say, again, it does depend. In other places, school boards have
It was a yes or no question.
non-citizens,
Yes or no?
non-citizens who vote
Mr. Pratt, I have a question for
who are
you. You
residents who
told
vote for
NBC
these.
News a few months ago that you want LAPD to take care of, so if you don't want ICE to be here in the city, so the question is, you want LAPD to do enforcement as ICE?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is, when I'm mayor, I want to enforce all the laws and get all the drug dealers, the murderers, the child traffickers, the rapists. And if they're legal or illegal, if they are a danger to our site, I want them off our streets. So that's why I said ICE won't be coming here, because I'm going to end up, everybody they're supposedly looking for, they're going to be in jail when I'm mayor. So
That's not what ICE was doing.
Okay, we're moving
ICE
on.
was chasing people in car washes. ICE was chasing people in Home Depots and picking up vendors selling fruit. The majority of them, over 70%, had no record, no police record whatsoever. That is not what was going on in here. I was against it. I physically went out and did everything I could to stop it, and will do that again.
was that phone call when you were like, hello, please don't come here? Just to be clear, I didn't say what she said. I said I'm going to target all criminals. So she just put words
That's
in
not
my...
what ICE did.
Okay. He asked me what I said.
Final question for all three of them. In another hour, there's going to be 7 candidates for governor. The governor's going to be there at one point. Very quickly, just to align, what do you need from the next governor to help this city? Ms. Rahman?
We need we need financial support when our federal administration has abandoned us. We need to make sure that we are able to fund the programs that we need. We need to be able to make sure that we can ensure that the city is vibrant into the future. We absolutely need a governor who is going to fund that full film tax credit that we need. We need the support in the absence of support from the federal government.
Mr. Pratt,
What do we need from
the
him?
next governor, what do you need from that person?
Personally, the governor needs to clear all his dead fuels around our community so more communities don't burn down. All the dead brush is surrounding Sunland, Tahunga, Blaire, Brentwood, the Valley. So there's a lot of dead fuels that they leave because they care more about plants over people. So I would start with there. Second, we need to make sure this home key, this homeless billions that's laundered through these NGOs, we need to have where you require treatment. Right now, they make it so someone like Mayor Bass has to fight. Even if she wanted to require treatment, they have to fight Mayor Bass because they say, no, you can do drugs inside of these $1 million rooms. So I would say we got to stop the money laundering.
Mayor Bass.
We need cooperation from the governor. For example, we need the governor to support us in cleaning up our highways, doing the landscaping. It looks a mess. We need the graffiti removed. We need the governor to restore the money for homelessness that was cut by 50%. We need the governor to fund the money for FEMA, because while we're waiting for it to come from D.C., we need to do undergrounding in the Pacific Palisades. And there's a lot of things that we need from Sacramento. It is fortunate that I serve there. I know how to work in Sacramento. I know how to make it work for us. I've had to change laws to help us here. I've also had to do the same thing in Washington, D.C. Need them to advocate for the insurance industry and the banking industry so that people can rebuild in the Pacific Palisades.
All right. Thank you so much. Time flies. Special thanks to our
Okay. Who you voting for, Adam?
Who's the commie lady?
Like, I like that guy. I like that show 30 Rock.
No, obviously, I'm voting for Scott Pratt.
Well, Scott Pratt's not on the ballot.
Spencer Pratt.
Okay. There you go. Oh, here's a clip. This is a funny clip here.
Instead of responding to it with work, with urgency, with focus on actually addressing the issue, we say, oh, we'll just ban it. We'll just ban it and that'll be the end of it. Instead of actually thinking about what is going to address this issue in a very real way. In this case, I think one of the things that really infuriates me is that we have a company, the Prius, Toyota, who makes the Prius, that essentially has a device on their cars, which is super easy to remove. It's basically the value of a MacBook, right? That is put in a place that is incredibly easy to access in your car. And then the thefts related to this issue have essentially all of the costs of that are given to us to bear instead of them having to manufacture a car that actually is not so easy to be stolen.
That's the catalytic converter.
Yeah.
I believe the catalytic converter is just for pollution, isn't it?
I don't know what it does actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
What is it? Did you look it up? What is a catalytic converter for?
The exhaust emission control device that reduces toxic gases.
Yeah. So we have these super pricey catalytic converters in California because they're all fucking environmental slaves in California. So
so it's even different than a normal one?
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
Right.
They're super, super expensive and they get stolen all the time. So what is she saying? She's saying
that it's the car manufacturer's fault for people stealing it, that they should make it harder to steal.
That you should have the exhaust running through your car, through the middle of your cabin, so that
just make it hard. Listen, you got to make it harder to steal. All right, don't stop the criminals. Just make it harder to steal.
Right.
Yeah. It's
genius.
Pretty wild.
Yeah. This seems more like an episode of Parks and Rec, really.
Recent note, Kairu, thanks so much for the $2 to toilet paper fund for Adam.
Yeah, I saw that.
In case everything, burns down, you need toilet paper, right? You have like your throne of toilet paper to sit on. Recent note for another $2 says just use trans water. Oh, trans water, fire that identifies as water. That's terrible. And for another $2, they said just Google it. Jank Uger.
I know. That was a terrible response. That was his only really bad response.
Yeah.
I found this new shirt on Threadless that I have to have, but I don't think they have it in black.
What's the shirt?
It's the Pulp Fiction guys, but they're oranges. Since oranges are like the theme of the day.
Is it like a play on Orange is the New
Vincent
Black or something?
and who's the other guy? It's not
The Pulp Fiction
Wallace.
characters' names?
Yeah.
I don't remember the
You don't
characters'
remember?
names. Is it Jules and something?
Jules, there you go.
Jules and Vince?
Jules and Vince as oranges.
Okay.
The shirt is great. Oh my God, I love it.
Mm.
Get to the super chat where someone asks me where I get my shirts. It'll become relevant.
Threadless?
Yeah.
Okay.
Voodoo me for $5. Where do you get your shirts, Adam? I got to tell you, though, there's a lot of shirts on here that are super woke, which I'm not a fan of.
Mhm.
And also, they're doing a total body positivity thing, too, because you click on some of these and you look at the model for the shirt, and it's like some big fat lady or some big fat dude. And I'm like, oh, it's good to know that they have like 5XL size.
They know their audience. They know who's buying their shirts, Adam.
Yeah. I mean, look, fat people need clothing too. And why wouldn't they want to wear cool shirts? So
There you go. Yeah.
holy shit. Do they have $15 tees right now? Oh my God.
How much do they normally cost?
I mean, it can range from like 20 to $25.
Okay. I remember back in the day, I don't know, this was a while ago, over a decade ago, I didn't even know this site exists. It was like Woot Shirts.
Mm-hmm.
I used to, I guess they do exist. They would have these shirts that every day it would be like some kitschy, funny shirt like you're wearing, and every day would be a different one, and it would be like $10, but there'd just be like a different one every day. So you just check it.
Oh, really?
And a plethora of goofy, silly shirts.
I mean, I've seen them have sales with like $10 shirts or $12 shirts.
Mm-hmm.
So, usually when they have a sale, I'll go through and look at all the designs because a lot of it is just independent artists. And I do like the ones that are a play on something because it's kind of like corporate contraband, right? You're not really supposed to make a Mickey Mouse shirt, but if you make a Mickey Mouse alien, sure, you can kind of get away with it.
Right, yeah.
Which that's always been a huge influence in my art. And so I really like that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's always some cool stuff there.
Girl Sarah for $5 says, feels like all the members are turning into mods. Stop the green erasure. There's a genocide in the middle frame.
Who's that? Maybe we should mod them.
That's reverse psychology. Girl just wants to be a mod. Okay.
I know. That's why I was playing into it. I know what you're doing. Look, I'm the pushover for mods. Sitch is like, you got a super chat $500.
$1,000.
Oh, inflation.
Inflation's happening, baby.
Inflation is way up.
Yes.
Oh my
Adam,
God. It's a rise from the trash. It's this cute little raccoon. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
We have raccoons that go through our trash. They're adorable.
Cat
Sometimes I put out good stuff in the trash just for them.
I could actually believe that you would do such a thing.
Yeah, I did. I got a bunch of hot dogs. I was like, I'll throw some hot dogs away. They'll be pleasantly surprised.
Speaking of hot dogs, I got a minor disagreement with the lady.
With my lady?
With the lady here. My lady. And she wanted me to, I'm bringing it up because she asked me to. Okay, chat. Here's my question. Do you think that the majority of people who buy and consume hot dogs also buy and eat hot dog buns to consume said hot dogs in?
I think yes.
Okay.
Isn't Do the buns match the number of hot dogs in the package? They do, don't they? It's like 8 and 8.
Well, there used to be it's been a while since I
There
bought
used to be a
hot dogs or hot
discrepancy.
dog buns, so I can't tell you that.
There used to be a discrepancy. The buns were like 10 and the hot
Yes.
dogs were like 8. And you're like,
Yes.
what the fuck?
Yes.
But thanks to shrinkflation, they've solved this problem.
They've solved it. Now there's only 8 hot dogs in the hot dog package. Yeah. Sammy
Was it-
says, "Oh my god, LOL." You asked me to ask chat. You can't. Oh my god, me. Okay.
What's chat? Is chat?
Chat
They're
is
going
saying,
against her,
let's see,
or-
yes, 1,000,000%, yes, yes, and no, no. Used to be no, now sort of. I haven't
They
made a
have
hot
all
dog
these
in
gourmet
years.
hot dog buns now, which I'm
Oh,
thinking,
really?
yeah, I'm thinking, holy shit, I might start eating hot dogs just to try some of these gourmet buns. I can't stand those white bread buns. That bread is
Whoa,
disgusting. to me.
someone's too good for some white bread buns, some classic buns. Okay,
I am, yeah.
I know. Look at this guy.
Look, this T-shirt. This is so obviously Bowser. How is this not copyright infringement? It seems like it is. But look, this is why I like. This is why I like this. Because this is like renegade shit right here.
Parody.
It says
satire,
King K-pop, and it's got Bowser.
Mm.
It's like Bowser doing K-pop. What's your take on this shirt? Is this a
Can't
good
see it
shirt?
yet. Oh, there I see
Oh.
it. I don't like that shirt. It feels very what's the word? Gay.
Mm-hmm.
Like ultra mega gay.
Gay is cool these days, Sitch.
Like
A lot of
there's
people are
definitely
gay.
like the people that masturbate to Bowser porn. That's how they draw them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so long, gay Bowser. Exactly. Yes.
I shouldn't get this. I'm adding it to my
I
cart.
think you should get it and wear it on a stream.
I might.
I shouldn't have said it was gay. I should have said it was cool. It's the coolest shirt ever. You should definitely own it immediately.
Oh my God, there's a Mona Lisa, a Che Guevara.
Yeah.
That's
wow.
pretty cool.
Is it?
Yeah.
Anyway, I
See,
asked
look,
the-
I love all this. I fucking hate commies, but I love all the
I know you're
all
terrible.
the commie references.
I asked the hot dog question because Sam bought hot dogs for the first time ever. And I was like, oh, where are the hot dog buns? And she looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, well, you bought hot dogs with hot dog buns? What's happening here? And she acted like I was the crazy one, chat.
But look, she should have got some gourmet hot dog buns.
She should have got some gourmet hot dogs.
They have the hot dog buns that are like pretzel buns now.
Oh,
It's
wow.
like a pretzel, but in the shape of a hot dog bun. You're like, holy shit!
Mhm.
Now I want to eat a hot dog.
Okay.
They have ciabatta bread that are hot dog buns.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, they're really branching out in the hot dog industry.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, first $2 says you guys definitely talk to your mods and say chill. What's going on? What's happening? What is happening? What is happening in the chat, everybody? I haven't been looking. Who's getting banned? What are they doing? What's going on? Listen, we're strict, right? We're gonna clean up the streets of crime and we're gonna clean up the crime from chat, all right? Adam Gadbot for 45 months being Frugal Seeker. Thanks so much. Says, I got a bad feeling that Ramen is going to win. Karen Bass is just the idiot who burned the place down, so it'll be blue no matter who else. Unfortunately, I feel like that's probably going to be the direction it goes. Living in Sex Walls for $2 says, my homeless solution, droogs and bear traps. Okay.
I think the Streamlabs got hijacked.
What do you mean?
I tried to have the Streamlabs in front of the Super Chat banner, but for some reason it looked like it was behind. So apologies to this Streamlabs people. Give me a heads up next time you send a Streamlabs so I can fix it.
Speaking of Streamlabs, Brian, thanks so much for the $20 on Streamlabs. Thank you. Says majority of people buy buns. Only the poor and unfortunate fold a sandwich bread to eat their hot dogs. Those poor souls.
It's true.
No, that's terrible. That is
When
the
your
worst.
mom, your mom used to give you a piece of white bread, yeah, here you are. It's just as good as a bun, and you're like, The fuck you talking about, bitch?
Yeah, yeah. You know those famous kids that killed their own parents? That was wild.
And they deserved it. They totally deserved it.
There you go. There you go. Okay. Equal Docs for $5 says based firebrand Spencer Pratt. What is it with reality TV stars dominating in political debates? Probably the previous media training and exposure. Yeah, I saw that he was some reality show TV star, but I don't think I've ever even seen the show that he was on. So I don't know anything.
What was the reality show?
I don't know. Apparently he played the villain. I saw some interview where he was saying he played the villain on this reality TV show back in the day.
I'm still watching Survivor. I'm up to season 46. And it's continually getting woker and woker and woker.
He was on the show The Hills.
Oh, wow.
I never watched that.
Interesting.
PP for $5 says way behind, but I think people that listen like the meme of Sitch being TDS more than they think he has TDS. I think you're probably right.
Yeah.
That's true. Jason Mulgreen for $5 says the homeless people are injecting dogs with drugs to make sure they're clean. It's the saddest thing I've seen. Is that true? That's fucking crazy.
So that the dogs clean themselves?
No, to make sure that the drugs are not like fentanyl, I guess, or something. They inject it into a dog
they're testing it on the dog instead of using an expensive test kit. That sucks.
That's crazy.
I thought they were like, you know how meth heads clean everything incessantly? You give somebody your dog and the dog cleans up the whole tent. You're like, oh, yeah.
I guess it's weird this working, huh? I don't know that. I don't know. I've not been around meth heads, so I don't know what the.
You haven't? Oh, man, I lived with a bunch of meth heads. I lived in a flop house for a while, so it was like meth heads galore. Yeah.
They clean things? I thought.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, everything's spick and span.
I thought
sometimes you'll like chip in for them to get some meth just so the fucking kitchen gets cleaned.
I thought the stereotype was like those drug dens or for the meth heads were like just like cesspits.
That's heroin, Sitch. You gotta get your drugs straight. Okay?
Oh, you're right.
Heroin puts you in the stupor. Meth keeps you up for days. You get the toothbrush out. You're like, oh my God, you could eat off this toilet.
I see.
What'd you clean it with? I used your toothbrush.
You're right.
Yeah, well, I think I'll get a new toothbrush.
Confusing meth with heroin. Thank you.
Get your drugs right, man.
I know. So I apologize, everybody.
You haven't lived until you've lived in a flop house for a while. You got to see how people live.
Mm.
Yeah.
Here's an article. So is Yahoo News just like, was Yahoo News just bought out by the New York Post or something?
Maybe.
Every time I see a Yahoo News article, it's just like a repost of a New York Post article.
I'm looking at Threadless t-shirts. You're the ones that's looking at the news. There's a t-shirt of The Rock with a pink mohawk. I mean, that's like a bootleg shirt, right?
Well, was there like a pun there or something?
I don't know. It's The Rock, but I mean, they have to get away with this because it's just like you're buying it from an independent artist and they're just printing it. So I don't know. They couldn't sell that in Macy's, right? Not without The Rock's permission.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the article from the New York Post. It's from April 18th. Skid Row homeless test drugs on innocent pups as heartless animal abuse runs rampant.
Fuck. Oh, I hate these people. Now I'm fully in favor of euthanizing them.
Heartless users on Los Angeles' Skid Row are testing their drugs on dogs as part of horrific animal abuse in a notoriously squalid area, a nonprofit group says. Quote, every day we get another call saying people are trying to sell their dog for drugs and this dog is dying on the streets, says Joey Tucio, a volunteer starts with one today, told KTLA, saying vile abusers have tested their drugs on dogs to make sure they're not laced with deadly fentanyl. We try to come every Sunday and we see all these dogs being bred, dogs being abused and neglected. The group receives frequent calls about animals in need in the area and dogs dying or being sold for drugs. Wow.
Fucking terrible. The depravity of humanity is completely blackpilling sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
See, you got to be pretty fucked up to do something like that.
Of course, of course.
Yeah. At that point, you just need to put people out of their misery.
Living in Sucks, Walson Burley for 2 hours says PSA Mahler's short film dropped today. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I asked how, but I neglected to look at the chat to see if he ever responded.
Oh.
I asked, is it on YouTube? Can we watch it? Pull it up. Let's watch it. It's just a short film, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to get in trouble?
I don't know.
Will we get in trouble?
Vu Doom for $5 says, oh, where do you get your shirts? You're the one. Oh my God for 2 hours says, I weep for my city, Chicago. It's so bad here.
Oh, I found the perfect t-shirt for you to get Sammy. For you to get Sammy G.
Oh, what's that?
It says read banned books, and banned is in the gay rainbow color flag. What do you think?
Why would I don't get it? Why would I get her that?
Because it's like
Because
obviously
she can't read? I don't know.
Because it's obviously woke as fuck.
Oh. That's it.
She could wear it around your parents, and they would. Oh my God! Thank God, she's turning over a new leaf.
Okay.
You should wear it in front of your parents and see what they say.
They would say, "Why are you wearing that gay shirt?"
Would they?
Yeah.
Nah, come on.
Living Sucks Wall for Jar says, I did respond. It is in YouTube.
Okay.
Nux for 9 months says, Californian here. It's frustrating that people are aware of the issues but still fall in line. The R next to Spencer's name is going to cost him.
Does he have an R? I didn't even know if he was a Republican.
Do the mayoral debates have political party? I mean, debates. Election even have political party? Because don't some cities, they don't even say?
I thought he might be running as an independent. I didn't know.
Right.
So, but if he's running as a Republican, he's fucked.
Yeah,
Because the brainwashing in Los Angeles is insane.
Mm-hmm.
In Orange County, it's very conservative. A lot of conservatives in Orange County. And Orange County is like cleaned up, and every city has a gang unit that chases all the gangs into Los Angeles, where they thrive.
It says the race is nonpartisan, so I don't know if it will say on the ballot.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, you voted for mayor. Does it say? Do you remember?
I haven't voted yet. I got my ballot.
But I mean,
this is a primary.
You voted for mayor before. I mean,
previously.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't notice whether there was political designations or not.
Gotcha. Okay.
Come on. I just fill my ballot out mostly by feel.
Right.
I usually go to the internet and I try to look up something on each of the candidates, even if it's just for city hall or whatever. And it's completely discouraging because it's like, what level of wokeness can you tolerate? Because you're never going to get a sane candidate. It's always like completely insane people. And you're like, holy shit, I wish I had never done this. Now I'm really demoralized.
Living in Sucks Walton Relay for 2 hours says, mod Vinny or no balls.
Oh, we'll ban him for that.
Yes, there you go. So you want to know the internet update? I said I would inform you, Adam, on stream.
Well, this is a perfect time to do it
because it's about to cut out.
We're about 30 minutes away. How are we doing on Super Chats? Sitch and I, before the live stream, agreed to quit before his internet starts giving out on us. So that means we've got about 30 minutes left to stream.
Yes. So I called someone else, and I will say the internet company that I have, despite all the problems, the people on the phone, the people come out very nice and quick, which is weird. So where I used to live, it would be like you'd call someone and you're like a week.
It'll be
from
2
now.
months before we can get to you.
I know, crazy. But this company, I mean, they're able to send someone the next morning each time I call, which I do give credit for.
To
but
bullshit you in your home.
Right. So the first time the guy comes out, they changed the router. He did something in the junction box, right? Didn't solve the problem. Right. So the second guy comes out. This guy's like much nicer. He seemed much more knowledgeable, was definitely like telling me everything he was doing, unlike the first guy.
Well, they know it's the second call. They're like, oh shit. Someone
Yeah, he said
fucked
that.
up.
He's like, he's like, oh, and people are like going to be looking at what's going on here, like looking at me. Um, I guess they sent the nicer guy out. But and it was funny because like we had to go to like the front of the apartment and we had to get the meter key. And the woman's like, "Oh, I don't know where the meter room is." Like, so we're like wandering around trying to find where the fucking meter room is together. We find the meter room for my floor, and it's like, I don't know if you've ever been in one of these meter rooms. It's just
I
like,
have, yeah. Did you get to look in there?
I did get to look in
Was
there,
it
yeah.
was it a mess or was it very orderly?
Well, it was like the room was like pretty big and it's just mostly barren, and then there's just the wall with all the shit on it, all the wires and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
But look, sometimes that's a disaster, and sometimes
Well,
it's like very orderly.
it looked kind of orderly, but then we discovered it was a disaster because there were little tags on all the wires that they're supposed to say which wire goes to which apartment,
And they
the
didn't.
the problem is the numbers on the tags were 4 digits and the apartment numbers are 3 digits.
Right.
So you're like, what's going on? So then we're like, okay, we're trying to think, well, maybe they just remove one of the digits. Turns out, no, they're all just numbered completely incorrectly. So
randomly.
Yeah. So the guy literally, I don't know if he's supposed to do this. He starts unplugging every person
To figure out which one goes to your apartment,
just
right?
to figure out which one's the one.
He's
that goes to
A/B
my apartment.
testing.
Yeah, he's just testing it, right?
Right.
And so I'm like, oh, sucks for those people, right? They have, they're gonna get disconnected.
Fuck them. We need internet for our show.
So
Dive in, buddy.
Eventually he finds it, the thing. And I was glad too, because there were 2 fucking meter rooms on our floor. So we glad it was in the first meter room and I go to the second meter room. But
nice.
So we find it. But it's like he's like going through all this stuff and he's like, it's really weird because he's not like, he can see that we were having problems at night, but he doesn't see any problem. Like he can't detect a problem whatsoever while he's here. And he's like, he's basically starting to say, like, I don't know, you might have to have someone like come out at night when the problem occurs.
Comes,
which I'm like, this is great because it's it's between like 9 and 12 o'clock at night, and it's not like it's like if it was always at 9, I'd be like, yeah, sure, but maybe it won't happen, right? Maybe it'll happen at 10:30, maybe it'll happen at 11, maybe it'll happen at 12, right?
Maybe it won't happen at all. Yeah, it's
maybe it won't happen at all.
intermittent.
Yeah, it's not super consistent. So I'm like, oh great, this is gonna be like a disaster. And so so in order to get the keys to the meter room, he had to like give the person on the front his little badge for his company badge. And this is like we're just like the luck of God, the luck of the devil came into play here. Just complete coincidence that saved us. He goes to give the keys back to a different woman at the front, and she hands him a different badge for a different person, but from his company. And he's like, what? And he looks at this and he says, oh shit, this is like the supervisor's badge. So that means that the supervisor must have come here and has like to this building. So he goes and he calls his supervisor, and his supervisor tells him that, yeah, there's been a bunch of people in my building that all have the same problem.
Wow.
So it's not, so obviously it's not just me. It's a bunch of people in the building. And so, which, first of all, it was crazy. I was talking about, it's totally crazy that this is this, internet company, it's a communications company, and they don't even have the communications within the company to communicate that, like, have like me and Sam be on like a list where it shows our location when we call them for a problem, and then they could look and say like, oh, all these other people in the same building have a problem, right? Like this guy comes out, they sent 2 people out here to waste their fucking time, when if there was some sort of way that this stuff was like archived or communicated properly, they would just been like, oh yeah, we already know there's a problem, right?
Corporate America is so much more efficient than government. Sitch.
I know. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Don't you know?
Well,
they go out of business if they fuck up like this.
It was crazy because when I called them, I didn't have to wait long on the phone. When they came out right away, and this is just like a complete shortcoming in the system. They couldn't have this communication. And so the supervisor guy is talking to says that they've been working this problem for 2 weeks. Okay, they've been working this for the last 2 weeks. They still haven't fixed the problem.
Wow. Okay. So it's like a big deal.
Yeah, it's like this big deal. And they said they had to send, I mean, I don't know the physical, like, I don't understand the technical specifics of it all, but like, there's like the guys they send out, and then there could be people that like, they have like a different maintenance crew that comes out if there's some sort of like wiring problem down, in the road or in the street or something else. They have some other crew they have to send out. And so he said that they're sending out, they're sending out this extra maintenance crew to come out and try to solve the problem, that day. So I'm like, okay. So basically, it gives me a supervisor's number, and he says, if they don't solve the problem in like a couple days, call him or something. So I'm like, okay, great. But then I noticed all week the problem seems like it got fixed. I was like, holy shit! All week the internet's been running fine until last night. Last night, all of a
before the
sudden,
stream.
it was like the worst it's ever been, and I'm like, no! Oh my god, it's still not fixed.
There's got to be a bandwidth issue because obviously they need a certain bandwidth to go into each apartment. And there's probably a sufficient bandwidth going into that room, but out of that room, they're probably splitting it between like 20 apartments. So it's like sharing internet. If you had one house and 20 devices running off of that one unit, that one modem, I mean, of course, people would be going, it would be intermittent service, right?
Well, that's what I asked I said, like, is it a bandwidth problem? Because that's what it seems like, right? Because if it's at this specific time, like, you think if it was a physical problem, it would be consistent. It wouldn't be at like a time.
But 9:30 is a time when probably peak television watching or streaming is happening, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, but the weird thing too is it's not like the whole building's affected. It's like a specific quadrant of the building is affected. So definitely has to be, there is a physical problem with something. If it's only affecting this like little like quadrant of the building as opposed to the whole building. But I don't know. They were saying something about like they're thinking it was some kind of interference or something heating up. I don't understand. They're kind of going through these like weird technical problems. But so
Sammy
I don't know.
watching too much anime.
They said that the real problem is, they said we tracked the problem down. It was coming from your apartment, and there's too much anime and MPreg porn that's being looked at. Okay.
Do you go to a site called Pornhub? Have you ever heard of this website?
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it seems like Pornhub and OnlyFans are the only two websites you go to.
Have you been downloading 5 terabytes of Pornhub information daily between 9 o'clock and 12 p.m.? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
So I don't know. So we'll see. I don't know if it's going to fuck up tonight. We'll find out if it continues. Maybe you just got lucky. Maybe the reason it was fucking up last night is because they came back and they were, unplugging shit.
Tinkering with it. They were in that little room unplugging everyone's stuff to try to figure out how to fix it.
I can hope. So we'll see. Maybe finally the internet problem will be solved. Maybe not.
Well, that's cool. I'm glad you dug in. That's the way to take the bull by the horns.
Exactly. Sammy says, Adam is blaming me watching anime. Angry face.
I said that after she... I was getting even for her putting that in the chat.
Oh, okay. You said that we're like on the phone and you said that, didn't you? You're like, Sammy's watching all this anime.
I said it on last week's stream.
Okay.
I found the culprit to the Streamlabs too. And I tried to mark it appropriately. I feel bad especially when people do Streamlabs, because we get a lot more money when the Streamlabs come through.
Right.
I said, Streamlabs pop-up banner, don't block.
I see.
Sometimes it ends up getting blocked by the super chat banner that I put up there on the top. But look at this. JMac is back. How's the game going, JMac? What's going on?
Look at that. JMac for 49 months outside the simulation.
Our greatest benefactor.
Says, with the release of Pokemon Champions, I've gotten back into competitive Pokemon, and it makes me want to bring back the classic segment. Adam tries to name the Pokemon. I DM you some to you, but I deactivated my Twitter, so chat might have to step it up.
Really? Look, you're not even on Twitter anymore. Good for you.
It's probably for the best. Yeah.
Trying to get some stuff done. Move out of procrastination mode.
Mm-hmm.
You moved out of procrastination mode, Jay, and I think moved into procrastination mode. I'm watching like episodes of Survivor when I know I should be painting, but Thank God I'm on season 46 and there's only 50 seasons. So I'm almost to the end of my journey, my survivor journey.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll get I'll get a Pokemon.
You gonna do it anyway? You gonna
For
pull
Adam.
up a Pokemon?
Yes.
A Pokemon.
I'm trying to think of a good. I'm trying to think of like a good
Magikarp. I love
Here we
Magikarp.
Here we go. This is a good one.
There was some bonding over Pokemon on Survivor.
Oh.
Where people were talking about, well, like, what's your favorite Pokemon? I was like, oh, they're playing the same game we play.
Mm-hmm. I have to tell everyone this. I've changed my favorite Pokemon.
Really?
I've officially changed my favorite Pokemon. Okay.
Mine's Magikarp. Mine's always been Magikarp.
I had said, I think I had said that last time I was asked this by J-Mac. I said Articuno was my favorite Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. Oh, excellent choice.
Yes.
Why would you change it?
My favorite Pokemon is Licky Licky.
Licky Licky.
Licky Licky. That might be a contentious take, but that's my new favorite Pokemon.
Licky Licky, Sticky Sticky.
Licky Licky. Okay. Do you want to see what Licky Licky looks like, Adam? I should have actually had you try to name Licky Licky. That's the one I should have said. See, I think you could have guessed that this is Licky Licky. I send it to you.
Let's see.
Everyone's gonna accuse me of being a pervert.
Blaine's Escape Corner sent me what the oranges are for.
Oh, okay.
We should look into that. I definitely want to know. I mean, this looks like Licky Licky.
Exactly. Yeah.
How could? I would have. I guess. So this is. I'm assuming this is not Licky Licky.
That is Licky Licky.
Oh, this is Licky Licky.
That's Licky Licky. That's my new
look,
favorite Pokemon.
It seems appropriate.
Yeah, exactly.
It's weird that he has this, like, the speaker.
The speaker symbol on his stomach. Yeah,
What's
the
going on
Wi-Fi
with
symbol. I don't know what's on with that.
I'll bring this up for anyone who wants to see Licky Licky.
Right.
Obviously, he has elephantitis of the tongue.
No, he's so good in Pokemon Go. I just love him so much. He's so good in the Great Battle League. He became that little fat fucker has won me a lot of games.
Yeah.
So I was like, listen, Articuno, I like you, but you kind of suck in the Battle League. Lose too many points. This tubby piece of shit, this fat fucking piece of lard is so good.
He's good at
bastard.
Fighting other Pokemons. Is that what he does?
He's
really
great. Yeah, he's a big
what
fat
does he do?
fuck.
Like lick him to death?
No, he for some reason well, it's funny. I was talking about this. I was talking to Sam. I was saying his moves don't make any sense. For some reason, he shoots shadow balls and throws rock.
Oh, we found out why Sitch likes him.
Throws rock balls at people, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And then Sam looks at me, and she's like, well, he's a fat ball, so obviously he shoots balls. And I was like, oh my god,
it's so simple.
You're right. I didn't think about that. It's so simple. That's exactly it. That's why he shoots a shadow ball, because he is a ball. There you go.
Brilliant. I love it.
I know. Okay, here's the pig. Oh, never mind. Here's the pig that you can name, the Pokemon pig.
This is it?
Yeah. You come up with a name with this guy.
Okay, I'll do it in a second. Got a mission here.
Oh, okay.
In today's totally transformative content, there's a whole lot of people that are wondering what the heck these oranges are for. Let me know in the comments.
So there's a reacception happening around a fat guy who steals people's content.
Did you close the Watch Together?
I did.
Why'd you do such a thing? Never close the Watch Together, okay? We're figuring out what the oranges are for.
Oh, okay.
Very important.
Okay. I'm back.
Bring that Watch Together.
They're fine about the oranges.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta figure this shit out. Get to the bottom of this.
Tell me what you think in the comments.
Guys, this is crazy. I just saw this video about these oranges and I'm still trying to figure out what they're for. Let's take a look at a reaction of a reaction of a reaction of a reaction to see more. And you guys tell me what you think.
The quartering's been busted for stealing shorts. So let's do a totally transformative reaction to a reaction of his reaction. Tell me what you think about it.
This guy literally steals other people's videos, adds an intro to it, and then uploads it as his own. What do you think of that?
But what are the oranges for? Well, I bet it tasted good. Let me know what you think.
Okay, starting to make sense now.
So he was trying to do the slop react content that so many people are now doing.
Is this recent? He's recently done this so he's like, he finds a viral short and then he adds some intro to it and re-uploads it as a short.
Yeah.
Okay. She's making some orange meat here, huh? This is no longer, I guess it is technically a short, right? But it's 1 minute and 59 seconds.
Well, whatever. She's just doing weird shit with oranges and that's it. That's
I gotta admit, I like the orange t-shirt better.
That's like the there's multiple people that do this, and I kind of hate it. They're very popular, and they'll do these like TikTok compilations, like around some subject matter, and they'll look to the left and make their eyes wide, like as if they're like looking at whatever the thing is that's occurring, right? And then it'll cut, and then the little TikTok short will it's like 10 seconds will play, and it'll cut back to them, and then they'll look to the right with like wide eyes, and then the next one will play. And like that's their fucking content. It's just them looking like they're like as if they're physically looking at the event happening. And these people will like just get like fucking millions of views. They're just stealing other people's content.
Jinx is back.
It's just Jinx again. Yes. It's just Jinx part 2, 3, 4 times 1,000. Yes.
Jinx
exactly what it is.
Jinx is all over again.
It's always the easiest thing to do. So
well, and you already know what's viral, right?
Yep. Because that's what they'll do. They'll just
viral.
They'll find all the viral things and just slap their own little intro on it. So
if it's gone viral already. Okay. Let's see. Ooh. This game was always difficult.
Yes.
We have a couple super chats. Let me
you mull it over
on
here.
These.
Valve Go, thanks so much for $10. Says one of the best examples of modern European style walkable city in the US is Carmel, Indiana. It became this way due to the leadership and vision of a Republican mayor who held office for 28 years.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Interesting. I don't know anything about that, but that's pretty cool. Renoro Soros here. Thanks so much for $20. Says, why does Destiny always ignore that Trump was never given a fair shake since day one of his presidency? I live outside of Portland, Oregon, and even when Trump was running for his first term, Antifa was attacking Patriot Prayer rallies. Well, you're like in the thick of it. Portland, Oregon is probably the most wacky leftist place in the country. Okay, why don't you should describe this Pokemon? Maybe
I'm trying to make it not like super easy. I mean, I think I could say things that are super easy.
We'll just describe it to people. What is this?
No, I want to come up with a name.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. I forgot the game. You need to come up with
Spirit Foliage is the name for the second one. The first one is Oinker Bat.
Oinker Bat?
Yeah, I think Oinker Bat is too easy though, but I'm gonna go with it.
So we have two. We have Spirit Foliage and we have Oinker Bat.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, everybody. If you never played this game, Adam is going to name a Pokemon and you have to figure out what is the actual Pokemon he's describing.
Yeah.
Or named.
We have two to choose from. There's Oinker Bat and Spirit Foliage.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we haven't played this game in a while.
I don't know. Sitch will obviously have to determine who is correct.
I will determine the winner.
Swoobat.
No.
No?
Nope.
Spoink.
Nope.
Is Spoink really
Spoink is really one, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It is not Spirit Tomb. It is not Trevenant. Not a Zubat. Nope.
Sitch will attest that these actually look like them too. And I will bring them up once. I'll bring up
Yes.
the images once people get the correct answer.
Everyone's
which they
saying Swoobat. It's not
never will.
Swoobat. Not Leafeon. It's not Woobat. No. No. Not a Piloswine.
Wrong,
Nope.
wrong,
Nope.
wrong,
Nope.
wrong.
It is not a Florges. Florges. I don't know how you get that one from those names, but
Come on. I was scared I made it too easy.
the name was Oinkerbat and Spirit Foliage.
Spirit foliage.
Equishidox gets one of them. That's right. It's Phantump.
Oh, because it's like a stump?
Yes, like a phantom, and it's
I-
like a stump. Yes.
I was going to say
Phantom.
spirit tree, but I thought tree was too
Right.
close. Here's
Well, a lot of
the-
people were saying Trevenant, which is the evolved form of Phantump, which looks even more like a spirit tree.
Mhm.
So that's why people were guessing.
That's
that.
why I was like foliage might throw them off the scent a bit more.
Right. You're like, that's
Tree would give
somewhat
it
of a
away.
big word, right?
I was
A little
like, ghost
confusing.
tree.
Yes.
And then I'm basically just describing it, right?
There you go. Yeah, basically. So good job, Equishidox, on the first one. Let's see. Did anyone get the second one? Nope. No one got the second one yet.
Nice.
No one has got the what did you say it was? Oinkbat? Oinkerbat. That was it.
Oinkerbat, yeah.
Not a Woobat, not an Embor, not a Sudowoo.
I mean, as soon as you see this, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, obviously, that is an
Yeah.
Oinkerbat.
Well, I will say someone was very close. Someone was very, very close.
Mm-hmm.
Close, but no cigar.
T-Pig.
Nope.
How many times can people say wombat?
It's not a Woobat. It is not a Woobat. Not a Crobat, not a Whimsor. No. I only know the classics. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, there you go. Hate speech good gets it. Grumpig. The answer is
Grumpig.
Grumpig, yes.
See, if I said pigbat, would they have got it faster?
Well, Sammy said Sploink, which is the unevolved form of Grumpig.
Oh, okay.
So she was really close.
So there's like two different versions of this. There's the drunk version and the sober version, and this is which is this drunk or sober?
It's the unevolved version. There's no drunk version. I almost gave you Sploink because I thought it was funny looking, but went with Grumpig.
There you go.
There you go. Good job, guys. You did it.
A
I'm proud of you.
pigbat. How many of these things have that pig nose?
I guess there's a lot. Well, they all wanted to say Woobat, but you can look up.
Woobat,
Woobat.
it has a pig nose and
It's like a giant fuzzy bat with like a heart pig shape, a heart pig
okay.
nose. So that's why people probably thought that.
I should have said wingless
Wingless.
oinkerbat.
I mean, what? Like, I don't know if I would say Grumpig is an Oinkerbat. I think the tree foliage that's pretty good, right? For a Phantom, that makes sense. He's a little tree spirit. But Oinkerbat for Grumpig, I don't know about that one.
He's got bat ears. Big old bat ears.
Come on.
He's got big old bat ears.
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know what I would call him either. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But
coal navel. Oinker coal navel.
there you go. That's right. Sploink dies if it stops bouncing. There you go. It's true. This Pokemon just dies when it stops moving.
Oinker nibbler excrement forehead.
Yeah, it is weird. I never really noticed Grumpig. He looks like he's got 2 pieces of poop on his head.
Yeah.
What's up with that? That's very
That's
strange.
Nibbler's dark matter.
There you go.
Yep. All right.
Okay. Anyways.
Oh, what a great show this was. A lot of fun. Let's dip out before your internet
Before
goes
my
out.
internet dies, yep.
Plenty of time.
Now we're like 10 minutes away. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You have made it to this stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists who, if you came to an isekai version of Los Angeles and for some reason became its mayor, you would make sure to clean up all the crime, clean up all the homelessness, clean up all the slave trading and all the vile degeneracies. And we'll see you all in the next one.
That's right. Vote Spencer Pratt. Bye-bye.